Hello everyone. Welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1. In the backyard of the thatched cottage in Dayangtown Inn, Xiao Changshan was wearing a green robe. He looked handsome and carefree as he held half a bowl of corn in his hand and mumbled. When other people transmigrate, they use a heaven-defying immortal artifact or a divinigrade cultivation technique. Why did my system give me a green tortoise? Xiao Changshan lowered his head and sighed. In his previous life, he was an animal caretaker. Because he stayed up late to cultivate, he suddenly died and transmigrated. He had thought that after transmigrating, he would be able to obtain a cheat system and be invincible in the other world. However, he had awakened the never cultivate system. He obtained a green tortoise, and his daily task was to feed the tortoise. Completing daily missions would give skill bonuses, but these skills had nothing to do with immortal cultivation. If it weren't for the system telling him that the path of invincibility would be activated after he had collected all the animals in the zoo in his previous life, he would have committed suicide. A female cultivator in a long dress flew past the sky. Xiao Changshan only dared to look at her enviously. He lowered his head and threw another corn grain into the pond. The green-furred tortoise in the pond ate the corn and burped. It twisted its 4 short legs and turned around, and a white tortoise egg the size of a thumb fell out. Xiao Changshan lifted his eyebrow as he thought, tortoise can lay eggs. However, the tortoise was a male tortoise egg. Xiao Changshan was stunned. He even wondered if it was reasonable. However, on second thought, the system gave this tortoise this egg was probably also provided by the system. He picked up the tortoise egg and prepared to study it. As expected, the system's voice sounded. Ding publishing mission. Let the first person who enters the cottage today eat the tortoise egg. Reward the big lucky blind box. The system's voice resounded in Xiao Changshan's mind. The big lucky blind box. Xiao Changshan's eyes lit up. Could it be a powerful cultivation technique? Xiao Changshan thought. It was dark outside, and stars filled the sky. Xiao Changshan lay on the rocking chair with anticipation. What's inside the blind box? A peerless divine technique or an invincible cultivation base? Just after Xiao Changshan spoke, a 7-colored light exploded in the dark sky. The entire night sky glowed gorgeously. It's so late at night, and there's still someone setting off fireworks. Xiao Changshan was puzzled. He immediately felt a wave of sleepiness, and remembered that he had suddenly died while cultivating his previous life. He quickly got up and prepared to go back to sleep. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away from Dayangtown, the 9-headed phoenix turned pale, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She was attacked by an alliance when breaking through to the greater vehicle realm. Her realm fell, and she was seriously injured. No, my cultivation level is dropping too fast. If I drain up my vital energy to escape, it will cause irreversible damage to my foundation. On Mu Jiwan's pale face, her phoenix eyes squinted and locked on the thatched cottage next to the inn. Right now, I can only stay here and hide. It'll be good if I can delay for a while. At the thought of this, Mu Jiwan's figure flashed, and she arrived in front of the thatched house. Xiao Changshan had fallen asleep, but when he heard the sound, he instantly understood that someone was coming. Joy rushed through Xiao Changshan. Finally, someone had come. The blind box was about to open. He was going to be invincible. He opened the wooden door and saw a woman in a red dress. She exuded a noble and cold aura, and her appearance was unparalleled. Xiao Changshan looked at Mu Jiwang. Although the blood at the corner of her mouth had been wiped away, her pale face still revealed that she was frail. She looked anxious. Young lady, are you being hunted? Xiao Changshan asked as he saw her expression. Please provide me a place to hide. Mu Jiwang looked at Xiao Changshan and requested anxiously. If they delayed any longer, the Black Fiend Taoist would catch up. Xiao Changshan was stunned for a moment. From Mu Jiwang's urgent tone, he knew that the woman before him was indeed being chased. Xiao Changshan didn't want to get into trouble, but he thought of the system's mission and nodded. Follow me. Zhao Changshan brought Mu Jiuhuang to the backyard. Mu Jiuhuang followed closely behind without hesitation. The person in front of her was only a mortal and could not pose any threat to her. Zhao Changshan led Mu Jiuhuang to a chicken shed. You can hide here. I've seen everything here. This is the only place you can hide. Zhao Changshan pointed at the chicken shed and said helplessly. That was the only place in his backyard where people could hide. Looking at the chicken shed before her, Mu Jiuhuang was instantly dumbfounded as she thought. He wants me, the great Emperor Jiuhuang, to hide in a chicken shed. Who do you think I am? I'm Emperor Jiuhuang, a phoenix, a supreme divine beast. How can I hide in a chicken coop? Are there no other places for me to hide? Mu Jiuhuang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. There was a trace of anger in her tone as she looked at Zhao Changshan with an overbearing aura. Is this mortal toying with me? Mu Jiuhuang thought. Mu Jiuhuang's expression froze. She was about to get angry, but suddenly, her expression changed, and a strange feeling arose. Huh? Mu Jiuhuang was stunned. This was a feeling that only the 9 Phoenix Dynasty's Forbidden Land would have. Could it be that this place was a forbidden area? Mu Jiuhuang was overjoyed. This mortal was ignorant and could not sense the existence of the restriction array. However, it was an opportunity for her now. She could use the array to conceal herself and delay the time to heal her injuries. Thus, Mu Jiuhuang walked into the chicken shed and sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her forehead puckered as she circulated the true essence in her body to heal her injuries. Zhao Changshan was delighted to see this. He turned to the kitchen and cooked the tortoise egg. About an hour later, the tortoise egg was ready. Zhao Changshan happily took out the tortoise egg and went to the chicken shed again. I see that your face is pale. You've been running all the way. Eat an egg to calm down and replenish your strength. Mu Jiuhuang opened her eyes. Her gaze locked onto the egg, and she said, It's okay. I don't eat tortoise eggs. She looked at the tortoise egg in Zhao Changshan's hand with disdain as she thought, I'm a powerhouse at the heavenly tribulation realm. The phoenix blood flows in my body, and I'll never eat a tortoise egg. I, the great Emperor Jiuhuang, can't lower my status even if I'm in trouble. Okay. Zhao Changshan answered indifferently. He placed the bowl with the tortoise egg to the side and walked back. He didn't believe anyone could resist food. Moreover, the person was injured and weak. Seeing Zhao Changshan leave, Mu Jiuhuang's face turned pale again. She quickly closed her eyes to recuperate. However, a strange fragrance wafted out just as she closed her eyes. She sensed the aura of a spiritual item as if it was right in front of her. Is it this egg? Mu Jiucheng suddenly opened his eyes. A fiery red light circulated in his eyes. This was her divine power. The eyes of the divine phoenix. What a great tonic. Mu Jiuhuang's eyes lit up. Although she couldn't tell the egg's origin, she urgently needed spiritual items. She immediately broke the eggshell and swallowed the egg. She felt like a boundless ocean was pouring in instantly. And an unparalleled power rushed into her meridians. The Black Fiend Taoist's previous attack had submerged in the sea. Her realm, which had been falling continuously, was directly stabilized. In an instant, Mu Jiuhuang's body and realm recovered to their original state. My God, what kind of egg is this? This is unbelievable. Even Mu Jiuhuang, Emperor Jiuhuang, was shocked. She was the emperor of the 9 Phoenix dynasty, and her cultivation base was at the heavenly tribulation realm. During the era when the ancient emperors fell, being at the heavenly tribulation realm was invincible. However, this egg had completely healed all the injuries in her body. Mu Jiucheng was stunned for a moment and lifted her head. In an instant, she saw a green tortoise staring at her coldly, but it seemed to be afraid of something and did not attack her, as she had not deactivated the eyes of the divine phoenix. The green tortoise looked different to Mu Jiuhuang. It was a huge green tortoise. Its body seemed to be as tall as the sky. No, it was even taller than the sky. Its 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky, crossing the heavens and earth. The tortoise's head revealed an ice-cold expression. It was as if the world was trembling as it stared at Mu Jiuhuang angrily. Black tortoise. Mu Jiuhuang was shocked. That was the legendary black tortoise. The black tortoise's gaze seemed to be fixed on the eggshell in her hand. It made her wonder if the egg from before belonged to the black tortoise. No wonder the egg could heal the injuries in her body in an instant. Mu Jiuhuang's body couldn't help but tremble. This was the black tortoise. And she had eaten its egg. There was only one thought in Mu Jiuhuang's mind. I'm doomed. The black tortoise could easily suppress her. And it was at least in the greater vehicle realm. It would only take a moment for the black tortoise to kill her. But it didn't move. From time to time, it looked at the room where Xiao Changshan was in with fear in its eyes. Her life seemed to be in the hands of black tortoise, making her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles as if she was on the verge of dying at any time. Could it be that black tortoise was afraid of that person just now? So he didn't attack me at the first moment. Help, help. Thoughts flooded Mu Jiuhuang and she could not help herself from shouting for help. In the room, after Mu Jiuhuang ate the tortoise egg, the system's reward was transferred to her account. Ding, congratulations. Host. The system reward is yours. The system's voice sounded, and a blind box appeared in Xiao Changshan's hand. However, just as he was about to open the blind box, he suddenly heard Mu Jiuhuang's cry for help. He was shocked and thought the person who was after that man had arrived. Had something happened to that woman, he thought. Xiao Changshan hurried to the chicken shed and saw the green tortoise walking out of the pond. It was baring its teeth and staring at Mu Jiuhuang fiercely. Mu Jiuhuang was so frightened that she trembled and hid in the chicken shed, not daring to move. That's all. She is calling for help for this. Xiao Changshan frowned and was somewhat speechless as he thought. It was only a green tortoise. Why would someone be afraid of a tortoise? Xiao Changshan looked at the green tortoise and warned, "Go back into the pond. If you can't even be obedient at night, he'll make you into soup." Hearing this, the green tortoise finally suppressed the killing intent in its heart. It wriggled its 4 short legs and quickly returned to the pond. Mu Jiuhuang sat in the chicken coop, feeling afraid. She almost died. Without the black tortoise's hesitation, she would have lost her life. Mu Jiuhuang looked at Xiao Changshan in disbelief and felt lingering fear, as she thought. This person made the divine beast black tortoise retreat just like that. It was the divine beast black tortoise of the greater vehicle realm. This was this person's courtyard, and he was the black tortoise's master. Then, wouldn't this person's cultivation be above the greater vehicle realm? Mu Jiuhuang gasped and was shocked. How could she not understand that the young man in front of her was a peerless master? Chapter 2. I'm going back to sleep. You can continue to stay in the chicken coop, Xiao Changshan said indifferently. He still had to go back and open the blind box. Wait. Mu Jiuhuang saw that Xiao Changshan was about to leave and hurriedly called out to him. She had eaten the black tortoise's egg, and the black tortoise would not forgive her so easily. She was afraid that after the master left, the black tortoise would come to kill her again. Xiao Changshan, who had already at the door, stopped. Women were troublesome. Xiao Changshan turned around and frowned. He said impatiently, "Young lady, is there something you need? I'm scared. Can you stay here and accompany me?" Mu Jiuhuang spoke in a low voice. Her entire face flushed red. She was delicate and beautiful. If the 9 Phoenix Dynasty's people saw their emperor in this state, their jaws would drop. No, I'm going to sleep. Xiao Changshan shook his head as he thought. I have to work and rest regularly in this life. How can I stay up late to cultivate with you? When Xiao Changshan refused her, Mu Jiuhuang looked at the pool again and found that the black tortoise was still looking in their direction. Thinking about the black tortoise's terrifying aura, Mu Jiuhuang felt a chill down her spine. The divine beast black tortoise could kill her with one slap. She could not stay there. There was only one way left. I want to spend the night in your room, Mu Jiuhuang asked embarrassedly, and her cheeks flushed red. She was worried that Xiao Changshan would think she was frivolous. After all, it was not right for a man and a woman to spend the night alone in a room. However, Mu Jiuhuang shuddered at the thought of the black tortoise's terrifying aura. My room. Xiao Changshan was startled and wondered why that woman wanted to go to his room. She was there to avoid being hunted down and not cause him trouble. I'm afraid Mu Jiuhuang's face turned pale. She had eaten the black tortoise's egg. The black tortoise would not let her off so easily. Come in. Xiao Changshan saw that Mu Jiuhuang's body was still trembling. He could see she was terrified. So, he helplessly agreed. Thanks a lot. Seeing Zhao Changshan nodding, Mu Jiyuan's face lit up in joy, and she followed him into the room. The two of them entered the room. The furnishings in the room were extremely simple. There was a table and chair, an oil lamp, and a large bed. This is his room. Mu Jiyuan's heart skipped a beat. It was too simple. That man is a peerless master, and his cultivation is above the greater vehicle realm. How can he live in this small broken house, she thought. This did not match the status of an expert. Could it be that the senior has returned to his true self and are training his heart in the moral world? Mu Jiyuan's eyes suddenly lit up in joy. She felt that this reason made more sense. All right. I'm going to sleep. Do as you please. Zhao Changshan walked to the bed and lay down. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. Do whatever I please. Mu Jiyuan stood and looked at Zhao Changshan lying on the bed. His body only took up half of the bed, and her brows furrowed slightly. She was thinking about what the senior meant. The senior told her to do as she pleased, but his body only took up half of the bed, so she guessed the senior wanted her to sleep on the bed. Although Zhao Changshan's eyes were closed, he could still hear this woman seemed to be walking towards him. His body seemed to have touched something soft. He wondered, what is she trying to do? Could it be that she is coveting my unparalleled handsomeness and is ruthlessly preparing to ravage my body? For a moment, Zhao Changshan's heart hammered in him. He didn't know if he should resist or accept it. For the blind box and invincible cultivation, he'll endure it. Zhao Changshan was prepared. The heavens were about to give a man a great task, and he must exhaust his bones and muscles first. This was the first step to opening the path of invincibility. Come on, come and ravage me, he thought. Zhao Changshan could feel a delicate body moving slowly on top of him. Wisps of fragrance fell and entered his nose. Zhao Changshan had already prepared himself. His thought became savage. No, he felt wronged. However, after a long time, he felt as if Mu Jiyuan was lying next to him, motionless. Why is this woman not moving? Maybe she wants to seduce me and make me take the initiative. That's impossible. I'm a good man who keeps my body clean. You will never seduce me. Mu Jiyuan lay down beside Zhao Changshan. As the emperor, this was the first time she slept on the same bed as a man. Her heart thumped fast, and she was nervous. Outside, she was the emperor who awed the entire continent. Now in bed, she was just a person protected by her senior. She couldn't help but look at the profile of Zhao Changshan's face. He was handsome and masculine, filled with a kind of charm. She even couldn't help but want to touch his face. Mu Jiyuan mustered up her courage and raised her hand slightly, about to touch Zhao Changshan's face. Suddenly, she felt a pair of eyes staring at her. She lifted her head and looked out of the window. Ah! Mu Jiyuan screamed. The black tortoise's gaze was too terrifying. She screamed and pounced on Zhao Changshan. Due to the shock of the black tortoise's primordial spirit, Mu Jiyuan fainted. She fell on Zhao Changshan's body. Zhao Changshan was a virgin of 2 lives, and now such a beautiful woman had fainted on him. He could feel the woman's body temperature and the faint fragrance from the tip of his nose. Blood rushed up Zhao Changshan's brain, and he fainted. The sun rose, and it was another beautiful day. Zhao Changshan woke up and felt a little dizzy. He vaguely remembered that Mu Jiyuan seemed to have fainted on him last night. He stretched his hand to the side. Where is she? Zhao Changshan sat up and looked around. His clothes were still there, and he immediately felt depressed. Recalling last night, he could not believe he had fainted too. He was speechless. At the same time, tens of thousands of meters above Dayang town, a black-robed Taoist looked down coldly with a fierce expression. He was the Black Fiend Taoist. Mu Jiyuan, how long do you think your array can hold me back? I can sense your aura in this town. You definitely can't run far in your heavily injured state. Black Fiend Taoist sneered and released his divine will, which instantly enveloped the entire Dayang town. In a few breaths, Black Fiend Taoist's spiritual will locked onto the backyard of the thatched house. Ahaha, the great Emperor Jiyuan hid in a chicken coop. However, anyone who dares to help Mu Jiyuan is my enemy. Black Fiend Taoist attacked, and boundless black Kai surged like dark clouds. The demonic blood cry filled the air, and the howls of thousands of ghosts made all the cultivators in Dayang town tremble. The elders discussing in the main hall and the great Dayang sect felt a chill in their hearts. Quickly, go and invite the ancestor, the sect leader of the great Dayang sect said anxiously. As a cultivator, he could feel that the entire great Dayang town would be destroyed if this attack landed. Zhou Changshan was feeding the chickens in the backyard, and the green turtle was blowing bubbles in the pond, sensing Black Fiend Taoist's aura. The turtle emerged from the water and slapped the air with its front leg. Black Fiend Taoist, gathering his killing intent and preparing to destroy Dayang town, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura coming toward him. Where did this expert come from? Black Fiend Taoist's expression turned cold, and he again exerted his divine sense. Suddenly, a shadow of a black tortoise that was as tall as the sky appeared. Black Fiend Taoist immediately saw the black tortoise's true form. He was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? It's the divine beast Black Tortoise, a divine beast of the greater vehicle realm. Black Fiend Taoist was instantly dumbfounded and wanted to turn around and run. However, the black tortoise's terrifying palm instantly sealed the space around Black Fiend Taoist. With a bang, Black Fiend Taoist's figure exploded into a bloody mist in the void. At this moment, Zhou Changshan also opened the blind box. It's Chapter 3. Zhou Changshan opened the blind box with incomparable anticipation. He said in a deep voice, "Open the blind box." In an instant, the blind box emitted a golden light that was extremely dazzling. After the golden light, an earth dog fist manual and a small dog the size of a rice bowl appeared. It's this! Zhou Changshan was speechless. He had a tortoise and now a puppy. Was the system trying to make his place a zoo? Helplessly, Zhou Changshan could only look at the earth dog fist manual. He had heard of this in his previous life. It was also a very powerful martial art. Even if I can't cultivate, it's not bad to master a peerless martial art. Zhou Changshan opened the manual expectantly. Then, his mood sank. There were no moves or mental cultivation methods in the earth dog fist manual or written annotations. There were only a few pictures of the dog digging the soil. Zhou Changshan's hand, holding the fist manual, instantly trembled in anger. He threw the earth dog fist on the ground. This isn't the earth dog fist, he growled. Stupid system. Are you toying with me? However, the system's response was silence. Forget it. I'll use it to balance the table's leg. It just so happens that the table has been shaking these few days. Thus, Zhou Changshan placed the earth dog fist manual under the table leg. Just nice. As for this little dog, he would add a kennel for it. After a while, a red-haired old man with a red beard appeared in the sky above the inn with a puzzled expression. That man was the Dayang sect's elder and a famous golden core expert in the great Dayang town. He was mighty. Those two auras appeared in the courtyard next door. My senses can't be wrong. The Dayang sect's elder stared at the small courtyard. Zhou Changshan carried the dog and walked out, preparing to find materials to build his kennel. The Dayang sect's elder was puzzled when he saw Zhou Changshan. He wondered, could the two auras that had exploded above the courtyard be related to this person? Considering this, Reverend Kai Yong's figure moved and appeared before Zhou Changshan. Zhou Changshan, who was hugging the puppy and muttering to himself, was shocked. Are you a ghost? Why don't you make any sound when you walk? Zhou Changshan stared at Reverend Kai Yong in surprise. This old man was quite fashionable. His hair was dyed red. Reverend Kai Yong's divine sense swept across and found that Zhou Changshan had no cultivation. A mortal. Reverend Kai Yong nodded. Those two auras shouldn't be related to this person. Reverend Kai Yong from the Dayang sect, he said with a faint smile. Who wouldn't know Reverend Kai Yong's reputation in Dayang town? He was the Dayang sect's elder, a golden core realm expert. When the people of Dayang town saw him, they all knelt in admiration. Reverend Kai Yong looked at Zhou Changshan, who was in front of him. He was already prepared to accept the worship. Zhou Changshan gave a perfunctory answer. He also knew about Reverend Kai Yong, the almost invincible cultivator in Dayang town. However, when he went to the Dayang sect to find a master, There was no response from the stone tablet. From then on, Zhao Changshan could only give up and wait to complete the system's task. If it was before, Zhao Changshan might have asked the immortal to take him as a disciple. But now, he had no intention of doing so. Without any talent, no matter who took him as a disciple, he would not be able to cultivate. His expression became desolate, and he didn't speak for long. Reverend Kai Yong was already looking forward to Zhao Changshan kneeling to him. But when he heard Zhao Changshan's answer, he was suddenly stunned. Something was not right. Shouldn't this kid kneel and beg me to give him a little blessing, he thought. Although cultivators couldn't attack mortals, mortals still extremely respected them. What's with this kid's attitude? Reverend Kai Yong shook his head as he thought. With his status, he did not need to argue with a mortal. He said, "Did you see people fighting in the air?" "No, I didn't." Zhao Changshan shook his head and thought, how could cultivators be fighting in broad daylight? If cultivators were to fight with their terrifying cultivation, wouldn't my small courtyard have been demolished long ago? All right, you can leave now. Reverend Kai Yong nodded. He could tell from Zhao Changshan's eyes that this man wasn't lying. Zhao Changshan nodded and left disappointedly. Chapter 4. Reverend Kai Yong frowned slightly as he watched Zhao Changshan leave. That's right. Those two experts were both above the Golden Core realm. It would be a piece of cake if they wanted to hide their auras. The person in front of him was only a mortal. How could he have seen a fight between cultivators? Meanwhile, Zhao Changshan found some bricks and soil to build a small kennel for the puppy. Then, he took some food the system gave him and fed the puppy. Ding, the host has been detected to have fed a second animal. Reward, he's a master of calligraphy. The system's notification rang out in Zhao Changshan's mind. Zhao Changshan didn't show any surprise. Instead, his face was calm. By now, he was proficient in the 4 arts, including calligraphy. If it were in his previous life, he would have become a star with his looks and talent. But now, they were pointless. In the world of immortal cultivation, these skills were of little value. He would have to live a boring and peaceful life. Zhao Changshan would feed the animals daily, work at sunrise, rest at sunset, and never stay up late to cultivate. Half a month later, a red ray of light came from the distant sky. After it reached the sky above the small courtyard, it began to dissipate. Mu Jiu Huang's figure disappeared along with the red light and appeared in front of the small courtyard. Looking at the small courtyard before her, Mu Jiu Huang felt grateful. After returning to the 9 Phoenix dynasty, she discovered that the Black Fiend Taoist had died. She was certain the person who could kill Black Fiend Taoist was the senior. Recalling that night, in her panic, she had laid on the senior's body, and her pretty face instantly flushed red. Mu Jiu Huang saw Zhao Changshan's figure through the door. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Zhao Changshan. Zhao Changshan threw a corn kernel into the pool, and the tortoise ate it. Black tortoise eats ordinary grains. The black tortoise is a divine beast from the greater vehicle realm. How can it cultivate by relying on ordinary corn? Mu Jiu Huang looked at the corn and opened the eyes of the divine phoenix. But she still couldn't see anything. Are they just ordinary corn? Mu Jiu Huang squinted her eyes, and her pretty face looked astonished. Although the black tortoise was a divine beast, there were only 2 ways to cultivate into that realm. One was to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while the other was to listen to the Supreme Tao and break through in his enlightenment. Could it be that Senior has taught the Supreme Tao to Black Tortoise? It must be that. Mu Jiu Huang was shocked by her speculation. That was the only way to explain why the Black Tortoise could cultivate the greater vehicle realm while eating grains. If only I could follow his side and listen to his lecture. Wouldn't that mean I would quickly become a greater vehicle realm cultivator? I must stay by Senior's side then. Mu Jiu Huang thought to herself as she stood before the courtyard gate and greeted softly. May I come in? Hearing someone calling from outside the door, Zhao Changshan put down the corn in his hand and looked up. Isn't this the woman from before? Zhao Changshan was puzzled. He looked at Mu Jiu Huang and found her face was ruddy and springy. It was apparent that her previous injuries had recovered. Oh, it's you. Come in. Zhao Changshan beckoned with his hand. Recalling that sudden softness, He couldn't help but feel some reminiscence in his heart. Could it be that she had come back to find me, he thought. Xiao Changshan's heart was filled with joy, but he suppressed his emotions and didn't let himself get too excited. Otherwise, he might faint again. Thanks. Mu Jiuwang's face lit up. She didn't expect the senior to remember her. She walked into the courtyard and said respectfully, "Thank you for your help last time. I'm here to repay your kindness." Mu Jiuwang bowed respectfully to Xiao Changshan. It made her feel like he was wearing short clothes in the snow because she was facing Xiao Changshan. That was because he knew that senior had returned to his true self and concealed himself from the world of mortals, so he did not want to be disturbed. She even deliberately changed the title senior to you, Mu Jiuwang said as she took out a pen. It was a quill, its feathers like burning flames. The bone in the middle was a pure and flawless white. I have nothing to repay you with. I can only give you this phoenix feather brush as a thank you gift. Mu Jiuwang said respectfully. This phoenix feather brush was made from a phoenix feathers, a precious item in the 9 Phoenix Empire. It was tough to control the phoenix feather brush. The user must have an extremely high level of attainment in the path of painting. Xiao Changshan had already prepared to sacrifice himself to help others repay their kindness. However, he instantly lost interest when he saw that it was a pen. Forget it. Although it's not worth much, it's still a token of your sincerity. Xiao Changshan sighed and took the phoenix feather brush. Is a phoenix feather brush not enough to catch the senior's eye? Mu Jiuwang looked into Xiao Changshan's eyes and seemed a little disappointed. That's right. Senior's tortoise is a black tortoise. A phoenix feather brush is nothing to him. Mu Jiuwang instantly understood what she had done wrong. Senior, 1 phoenix feather brush is not enough. Why don't I stay here? I can serve you as a maid. Mu Jiuwang took the opportunity to speak again. She was the great Emperor Jiuwang. If people knew that she was a maid, they would be shocked. However, she knew very well that it was a supreme opportunity for her to listen to the supreme Tao of such an expert while he was serving him. As a maid, that's fine. Xiao Changshan's heart was filled with joy. The maid could warm his bed and also. However, although Xiao Changshan was happy, he definitely couldn't show it. What if he scared the girl away? If you want to be my maid, that's fine too. Hearing this, Mu Jiuwang's face bloomed with joy. Just as she was about to thank him, Xiao Changshan said, "But you have to give up some things. It's up to you if you can accept it." Give up some things. Could it be that the senior wants my? Hearing this, Mu Jiuwang's fair face blushed. However, it was to become a senior's maid, serve the senior, repay the senior's life-saving grace, and even have the opportunity to listen to the supreme Tao. That was a supreme opportunity, compared to the unparalleled opportunity. So what if she abandoned her body? I can do it. Chapter 5. Then, let's settle this matter now. Xiao Changshan turned around and entered the room. Now Mu Jiuwang's cheeks flushed red, and she was flustered. She didn't think that senior would want it now. Was it appropriate to do it in broad daylight? However, since it was an order from the senior, she couldn't refuse. She could sacrifice anything for the supreme Tao, not to mention her body. Immortal cultivators never cared about these empty things. She tiptoed after him and gently closed the door. Bang bang. The sound of the door closing made Mu Jiuwang's heart hammer. Not bad. Xiao Changshan praised. She even knew that this kind of thing needed the door to be closed. Otherwise, it would not be good if someone saw them doing it. Thank you, senior. Mu Jiuwang's face flushed red after being praised. When the two of them entered the room, Mu Jiuwang was at a loss. Is senior coming? Should I move by myself, or should I wait for the senior to make a move? As the empress, she didn't care about her appearance and pursued the supreme Tao with all her heart. But this was also her first time. Why are you lowering your head? You're not going back on your word, are you? Xiao Changshan looked at Mu Jiuwang, who had her head lowered and was shaking slightly. He was puzzled. Was this woman toying with him? No. Jiuwang has no regrets. Mu Jiuwang thought Xiao Changshan was angry, so she lifted her head and said firmly, "You have to think carefully. I didn't force you. You wanted to be my maid. I'll give you another chance to think about it. After today, you won't have the opportunity to regret it." Zhao Changshan said in a deep voice. Women were troublesome. They said one thing and meant another. You said you'd be my maid, but now you're wavering. I'm not one of those tools you're playing with. Zhao Changshan's face was gloomy as he sat down and thought. This person, I have saved her, yet she came to pester me. She couldn't agree to even such a small request. Zhao Changshan was very depressed. He picked up the teapot and took 3 big gulps before feeling his anger calm down. Senior, I thought it through. I won't regret it. Mu Jihuang adjusted her emotions and walked before Zhao Changshan. You thought it through? Zhao Changshan asked again. Mu Jihuang nodded. Okay. Then go to the bed and lift the blanket. Zhao Changshan said. Yes. Mu Jihuang nodded and used her vital spirit to suppress her anxiety. She walked to the bed and lifted the quilt. Then, she took off her shoes, revealing her beautiful, white, and jade-like feet. Her feet were emitting waves of fragrance. Mu Jihuang's feet tapped lightly as she walked up to the big bed. She began to take off her red dress. The long dress slipped down, revealing her delicate collarbones and snow-white shoulders. Then, she covered them with the blanket. Senior, I'm done. Mu Jihuang closed her eyes and lay down as she spoke softly. Why didn't you bring it over since it's done? Zhao Changshan, who was drinking water, was a little speechless. It was just an agreement. She could have brought it. Zhao Changshan helplessly turned his head. PFFT. The tea in his mouth spurted out. Zhao Changshan turned around and saw Mu Jihuang lying on the bed, blushing. The after effects of being a virgin caused his blood to surge, and he almost fainted again. What are you doing? Put on your clothes. Zhao Changshan quickly rebuked and turned his head away, not daring to look. When Mu Jihuang heard this, her pretty face turned pale, and she quickly put on her clothes again. A trace of joy flashed through her heart, but at the same time, she was a little disappointed. Could it be that Senior doesn't like me? Mu Jihuang thought disappointedly. Senior, I'm done, Mu Jihuang said as she stood by the bed, not knowing what to do. You're really stupid. Zhao Changshan put down the teapot and walked over. Then, he stretched his body out from the bed. A piece of white paper covered with dense black words appeared in his hand. I'm asking you to take this contract. What are you thinking? Zhao Changshan was speechless. What kind of person was he? He was a gentleman. What was in this little girl's mind? Then, Zhao Changshan handed the phoenix feather brush to Mu Jihuang. Since you're willing to give up your salary, sign this contract, and you can stay as a maid. Mu Jihuang was shocked. A contract? She thought that the senior wanted her to do that with him. That's right. It's a contract. The contract is the proof. What if you go to the government to sue me for not paying my salary after being a maid for 2 days? Then wouldn't I be severely punished? Zhao Changshan explained. The government. Salary. Mu Jihuang was stunned as she thought. Senior is asking me to give up my salary and not my. Just this. I was already prepared to take it off. And you're telling me this. That's true, Senior. You've hidden in the moral world and returned to your true self. The moral world has refined your heart. And everything you do is the actions of an ordinary person. Senior. You'll sign it now. Mu Jihuang picked up the phoenix feather brush and signed the contract. After signing the contract, Zhao Changshan carefully compared it again. After confirming there was no mistake, he stuffed the contract into his clothes. Mu Jihuang, from today onwards, you are my maid. I'll call you Jihuer. Zhao Changshan kept the contract as he looked at her thoughtfully. One more person meant more food. It didn't matter if he was alone. He could find something to fill his tummy. But now he had a maid. His life could not go on like this. He had to start making a living for 2 people's food. So, he pondered. Why don't I open a bookstore? The initial cost is too high. Although there are stories, it's easy to go bankrupt too. The risk is too high. Then let's sell some calligraphy and paintings first to save up some capital. Zhao Changshan flipped his bed and took out a dozen copper coins. Take 10 copper coins to the town to buy some papers. You don't have to buy too expensive ones. As long as the quality is good. Then, use the remaining ones to buy steamed buns. Mu Jihuang took the copper coins and nodded seriously. Although she didn't know what the senior wanted to do, She just needed to complete her master's task. Mu Jiuhuang went to buy papers. Zhao Changshan began to build up his stall at home. At the same time, a young man and woman walked into the Dayang town inn. The man and woman were teasing each other. The man wore a white brocade robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and had a long black sword at his waist, even though he looked worried. The arrogance in his eyes could not be hidden. The woman was wearing a long black lace dress. She was young, and her body had not fully developed. There was even some baby fat on her fair and tender face. However, one could tell at a glance that she was a beauty. In a few years, she would be devastatingly beautiful. One was the head disciple of the Qingyan sect, Huo Qingyan, and the other was the daughter of the sect master, Wang Yuali. They walked into the inn and headed to the counter. "Boss." A superior room, Huo Qingyan said. Okay, the receptionist at the counter glanced at the two of them and cast a look as if he understood everything. Chapter 6. Wang Yuali gasped for breath. The two of them had not stopped at all along the way. They had already consumed half of their spiritual energy, so it would be strange if they were not tired. I'm so tired from the journey. Senior brother, didn't my father forbid disciples from going down the mountain? Then why did we come down the mountain? Wang Yuali's two big bright eyes stared at her senior brother with doubt. Master doesn't allow us to go down the mountain. But 2 days ago, two people were fighting here. I heard the two are very powerful, both above the nascent soul realm and likely to be in the deity incarnation realm. Don't you want to fight? It's boring to stay in the Qingyan sect all day. Huo Qingyan explained. His eyes filled with yearning. He was the senior brother of the Qingyan sect and an outstanding young man. At a young age, his strength had already reached the deity incarnation realm, which was terrifying. His master, perfected Qingyan, was an expert at the first level of the heavenly tribulation realm. The Qingyan sect was also a famous top-rank sect. However, perfected Qingyan rarely restrained him, so he naturally developed a combative character. Besides, youngsters should be arrogant and bold. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the beautiful age. When he heard that an expert was passing by Dayang town, Huo Qingyan wanted to fight with him. Senior brother, why are you bringing me if you want to fight? Wang Yuali was puzzled. He, with you here, we're accomplices. And the sect master loves you the most. According to the Qingyan sect's fair punishment, the sect master will not punish you severely. Then, wouldn't I, your senior brother, escape this punishment? Huo Qingyan chuckled. Wang Yuali was speechless. Stinky senior brother, you've been tricking me all day and taking advantage of me. Don't even think about it this time. Wang Yuali rolled her eyes and got up to leave. Huo Qingyan would not want to let Wang Yuali leave. His master might punish him severely if he was back alone. Junior sister, I'll take you to buy some clothes. I'll pay for it. He quickly tried to please her. Buy new clothes, all right. Wang Yuali's face brightened when she heard the word buy clothes. She immediately stopped leaving. Meanwhile, the empress was very fast. In a few minutes, she had bought the papers and steamed buns. However, the papers that Mu Jihuan bought were of the highest quality. The steamed bun was also made with the best spirit flour. Otherwise, she wouldn't have finished her shopping so soon. So fast. Zhao Changshan, who had just set up a stall at the entrance, was surprised to see Mu Jihuang return. He didn't expect that a weak woman like Jiuer, with such thin arms and legs, would be able to be such a quick runner. He suddenly felt that he had not taken her in for nothing. Mu Jiuhuang handed over the paper. Zhao Changshan took one of them and spread it on the table. He rolled up his sleeves and picked up the phoenix feather brush. Hiss! Mu Jiuhuang watched Zhao Changshan pick up the phoenix feather brush so easily and couldn't help but gasp. That was the phoenix feather brush, refined from the feathers of the divine beast phoenix. It contained a terrifying law. Even if she used the phoenix feather brush, she would have to activate her spiritual power and use some strength. However, the senior was able to casually wave it around without any spiritual energy fluctuations. He had suppressed the laws contained within the phoenix feather brush. It directly suppressed the phoenix laws. What a terrifying realm. Master, what are you doing? Mu Jiuhuang looked at Xiao Changshan in confusion as he picked up the phoenix feather brush. He seemed to want to write something, but he was not sure. The phoenix feather brush contained vital spirit flame and required unique materials to write. The phoenix feather brush would burn the ordinary paper in front of him. Mu Jiuhuang wanted to remind him, but after thinking about it, how could a powerful senior not know? Could it be that senior has some special mean, she thought. When Xiao Changshan heard Mu Jiuhuang's question, he smiled faintly and said, "Of course. It's to write." But Mu Jiuhuang was just about to raise her doubts. Xiao Changshan was already holding the phoenix feather brush. The brush tip was dipped in ink, and he wrote directly on the paper. A line of large ink-like characters appeared on the paper within a few seconds. The sword Kai is 1,000,000 miles long, and the sword light is cold enough to freeze 15 continents. Mu Jiuhuang looked at the poem on the paper in front of her and was shocked. Every stroke of that poem was firm. His calligraphy skills had reached the peak. However, his style was not uniform. He was unrestrained, graceful, and powerful like a dragon. It was like a divine dragon soaring above the 9 heavens and a peerless swordsman waving his sword. Mu Jiuhuang muttered again, and a vast and overpowering intent rushed over. A shocking sword light suddenly appeared in her sea of consciousness. Slashing down at the mainland of Tan Yuan, the sword light expanded, and the sword Kai swept across millions of miles. It wiped out the 5 great continents. Boom! Mu Jiuhuang only felt her sea of consciousness shake. The terrifying sword intent directly scared her so much that her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back. This isn't calligraphy at all. This is a peerless sword intent. Mu Jiuhuang's face was filled with shock and horror as she thought. It was terrifying, facing that sword light. She felt even more powerless and unable to resist it than facing the black tortoise. If she were to say that facing the black tortoise was like a leaf facing the turbulent sea, she felt like she was a speck of dust facing the vast universe when faced with this shocking sword intent. It made people feel despair. Deep despair. How was this calligraphy? Her master had hidden the peerless sword intent within the calligraphy. The master had only hidden his sword intent in his calligraphy, which was already terrifying. The master's move was simply unimaginable. This is my favorite line in the poem. Xiao Changshan put away his brush, looked up at the sky, and said faintly, "Once upon a time." He had also yearned for such a carefree scene. With a single strike, the white-robed swordsman flew on his sword and traveled between heaven and earth. How carefree that was! Even on the first day Xiao Changshan had transmigrated, he had already thought that if he started cultivating, he would cultivate swordsmanship. With a sword in hand, he could roam the continent, defeat all his enemies, and compete in swordsmanship. He would also find a cute and mischievous junior sister. Every day, besides practicing his swordsmanship, he would prank his junior sister. This kind of life was simply like the life of an immortal. It's a pity that this FC King system doesn't allow me to cultivate. Xiao Changshan sighed as he thought. His face revealed endless desolation. His eyes seemed to be yearning and recalling something. Mu Jiuhuang saw all of this. She suddenly understood why the senior had hidden himself in this small courtyard. She felt the familiar loneliness, the desolation of standing at the top. Because senior was invincible, he could no longer find an opponent, so he chose to hide in the moral world and play in the moral world. "Master, what kind of calligraphy is this?" Mu Jiuhuang could not help but ask. She had never seen such calligraphy before. Xiao Changshan took a look at his calligraphy and nodded in satisfaction. That was a piece of calligraphy that could only be found on Earth. Wild scribble. It has another name. Cursive writing. Chapter 7. Junior sister, why did you buy so many clothes? Huo Qingyan was speechless. His ring was filled with all kinds of clothes. However, he knew that his junior sister would not wear it after he bought it. This was because his junior sister only wore black. "It's none of your business. I love wearing it." Wang Yuali pouted her lips. Her chubby face looked joyful. Huo Qingyan was helpless. He thought of his junior sister taking the blame for him and smiled. The vendors had already started to pack up their stalls on the street, and the atmosphere had become cold. The two of them returned to the inn. "Hey, senior brother, look at these words." I don't think I've ever seen them before. Boss, I'm buying this calligraphy piece. Wang Liuali stood in front of Xiao Changshan's stall, curiously staring at the calligraphy while muttering, yes. Good handwriting. Senior brother. How do you spell this word? Wang Liuali looked at Huo Qingyan and shouted. Hearing that there was business, Zhou Changshan sat up from his chair. He initially thought it would take a few days for customers to come, but he didn't expect that there would be people coming as soon as he set up his stall. Zhou Changshan sized Wang Liuali up. She was wearing a long black lace dress with wing patterns on it. This was the unique symbol of the Heaventire Pavilion, and a piece of this dress was worth more than 10,000 taels of gold. Moreover, this little girl had a noble temperament and was obviously from a wealthy family. The business was at the door. Xiao Changshan was overjoyed. Such a big family would usually have some knowledge of calligraphy. This deal might work. Young lady, you want to buy some calligraphy work? He asked with a smile. A successful calligraphy piece would attract the gazes of wealthy families and elegant people. However, before Wang Liuali could speak, Huo Qingyan said with disdain, what's there to see about something made by mortals? He was the head disciple of the Qingyan sect, an outstanding talent among the younger generation of the cultivation world. The things of mortals were nothing to him. Xiao Changshan was slightly shocked when he heard this. Cultivators. The cultivators he usually saw were all flying in the sky, which made Xiao Changshan think that these two were mortals. However, he immediately frowned. This young man was a little too arrogant. So what if it was a mortal thing? This was calligraphy, not a cultivation technique. Could it be that he had not even seen it and had come to a conclusion based on his imagination? Calligraphy was not based on cultivation. Although he couldn't cultivate it alone, the system rewarded his calligraphy skills. Senior brother, take a look. It's beautiful. Wang Liuali held the calligraphy piece with admiration, although she did not recognize those words. The calligraphy piece in front of her was as strong as a shocking dragon. Every stroke was connected and turned into a circle, and the characters were wildly changing. It had a natural beauty that did not suppress one's heart. Wang Liuali's personality was carefree, and she was used to seeing neat calligraphy with rules and regulations. On the contrary, she felt a sense of oppression. The wild scribble in front of her made her feel comfortable and happy. However, Huo Qingyan shook his head and rejected her sternly. His junior sister did not even know how to write, so how could she appreciate calligraphy? Wasn't this nonsense? I want. Huo Qingyan reached out to pull his junior sister, wanting to take her away. However, his hand suddenly stopped halfway. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Wang Liuali in disbelief. Junior sister? You've broken through. He saw that his junior sister's cultivation had been at the first level of the deity incarnation realm earlier, but now it was shockingly at the third level. My cultivation? Yes. I've broken through. Wang Liuali's face was also filled with joy and excitement. Junior sister? What's going on? Huo Qingyan asked hurriedly. Could it be that my talent is outstanding? That's why I broke through, Wang Liuali said with a smile, proudly raising her undeveloped chest. Slap. Huo Qingyan slapped the back of her head and said, you're daydreaming. His junior sister's talent was outstanding, even a bit higher than his, but it was impossible to break through 2 levels instantly. Now that the demons were wreaking havoc, such situations would happen from time to time. If some old monster had planted a demonic seed in her dungeon, it was indeed possible for her to break through quickly. However, if this continued, his junior sister would likely end up as the old monster's puppet. Let's go. Let's hurry back. I'll check your body. It won't be good if something goes wrong. Huo Qingyan's expression was anxious. The sudden increase in cultivation level was not necessarily a good thing. No. I want to buy this painting first. Wang Liuali shook her head and refused. She had taken a fancy to this painting and wanted to buy it. Huo Qingyan was helpless. He was worried about his junior sister's condition. He looked at Xiao Changshan and said impatiently, I want this painting. How much is it? Xiao Changshan was overjoyed to hear this. Since these two were cultivators, it wouldn't be a problem to rip them off a little more. 5 copper coins it was. Hence, Zhao Changshan directly extended 5 fingers and said, 5. But before he could finish, Huo Qingyun threw down 5 pieces of gold. With a wave of his hand, he rolled up the calligraphy and disappeared with Wang Geyuoli. 5 pieces of gold. Rich. Zhao Changshan was overjoyed. When had he ever seen so much gold? Even this tiny courtyard of his was only worth 5 taels of silver after considering everything. After these 2 people find out about the price of the calligraphy, they won't come to me for a refund. Right. Zhao Changshan's heart sank. He felt that this was more possible. Hence, he closed the stall and closed the door. Where's your calligraphy? Mu Jihuang walked out of the house and saw Zhao Changshan return. However, the calligraphy piece was gone. She asked in confusion. I sold it for 5 taels of gold. Zhao Changshan took out the gold and stared at Mu Jihuang's face, waiting to see her reaction. What sold it 5 taels of gold? Mu Jihuang's tone sounded shocked, and her phoenix eyes filled with disbelief. A calligraphy piece that contained a peerless sword intent was sold for 5 taels of gold. Good heavens! What does the master want to do? Zhao Changshan stood at the side and stared at Mu Jihuang's face. His heart was heavy. As expected, even Jiuer felt 5 taels of gold were too expensive. He had to be more careful these few days. Meanwhile, Wang Geyuoli was back in the inn. Senior brother, hurry up. Wang Geyuoli urged with an impatient expression. At this moment, beads of sweat began to form on Huo Qingyun's forehead. No matter how much strength he used, no matter what methods he used, the junior sister in front of him still did not move. There was no reaction. Huo Qingyun panted and said helplessly, Junior sister? I can't do it. I've tried everything, but I still can't detect the abnormality in your body. I must return to the Qingyun sect now and let master come and check on your condition. Chapter 8. The Qingyun sect was the top-ranked sect. The sect leader, perfected Qingyun, was an expert in the first stage of the heavenly tribulation. He was a powerful and famous expert on the mainland of Tianyuan. At this moment, they were in a magnificent pavilion. Master, is junior sister's danshan all right? Huo Qingyun asked anxiously. He blamed himself for this. They would not have encountered such a situation if he had not brought his junior sister down the mountain. After a long time, perfected Qingyun's face suddenly turned serious. Within the liar body, there is indeed the mark of a slave left by the old monster. What? When Huo Qingyun heard this, he was shocked. The calligraphy piece in his hand fell to the ground and spread out. I haven't finished speaking. Although there is the mark of the old monster, it has been shattered by a sword intent. Perfected Qingyun said slowly. Frowning, he was curious about where the sword's intent came from. Huff. Hearing that his junior sister was fine, Huo Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. He was the one who had secretly brought his junior sister down the mountain. If anything happened to her, he would have to bear the blame and feel guilty for the rest of his life. Senior brother, you dropped my calligraphy piece. When Wang Geyuoli opened her eyes, she saw that the calligraphy piece had fallen. She glared at Huo Qingyun and quickly picked it up. Perfected Qingyun saw the scene, and he also saw the line of words on the calligraphy. In an instant, perfected Qingyun trembled violently as if he had seen something shocking. He stood still on the spot as if he had entered a meditative state. Perfected Qingyun was shocked and in disbelief. He stood rooted to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was a vast and unrivaled sword light from the 9 heavens. It easily cut through the barrier between the immoral and moral worlds and headed toward the mainland of Tianyuan. 1 slash. Only 1 slash. The sword kai swept across 1,000,000 li. With a single strike, the world lost its color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The entire mainland of Tianyuan was instantly reduced to dust. This is. Perfected Qingyun was so scared that he staggered a few steps back before he could barely stabilize himself. His face was a little pale. Master, Daddy, Huo Qingyun and Wang Geyuoli were both shocked. Their master was a first-stage heavenly tribulation expert. He wouldn't stagger for no reason. Could it be that some expert who had surpassed the heavenly tribulation realm was secretly making a move? The two of them instantly became alert. Don't worry. I'm fine. With a wave of perfected Qingyun's hand, the calligraphy in Wang Yuli's hand flew directly into his. Yuli, where did you get this piece of calligraphy? Perfected King Yun asked doubtfully. Every stroke of the calligraphy was extremely smooth and full of unrestrained elegance. However, each stroke seemed to be made of countless sword kai, like a drunk sword immortal dancing with his sword. This peerless swordsman had infused his sword intent into his calligraphy. I bought this calligraphy beside an inn in Dayang Town. Wang Yuli replied. Master, what's wrong with this piece of calligraphy? Huo Qingyan was confused. Was this calligraphy well written? He looked over in confusion. Huo Qingyan spat out a mouthful of blood. He was a swordsman, so he wanted to resist the sword the moment he came into contact with it. However, the sword intent of Huo Qingyan was like an egg hitting a stone. He was instantly annihilated. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body's true essence vibrated. What a terrifying sword intent. Huo Qingyan was dumbfounded. He finally understood why his junior sister had suddenly broken through, and the seal in her body had been broken. It was all because of this sword's intent. Liar, tell me about the origins of this piece of calligraphy. Perfected King Yun sat on the sect leader's chair with a piece of calligraphy in his hand, quietly listening to Wang Yuli's description. Immortal Perfected King Yun frowned after he listened to the story. Master, that person is indeed immortal. There is no spiritual energy fluctuation on his body. Huo Qingyan replied respectfully. Wang Yuli also nodded in agreement. No, you are all wrong. To be able to use sword intent to break the slave mark, and with such a terrifying sword intent, he can't be an ordinary person. This senior must have hidden his cultivation. With your strength, it's hard for you to see through him. Now, let's go and find that senior again. He saved Liar's life. No matter what, we should thank him, Perfected King Yun said solemnly. At the same time, something was happening in the Dingsheng continent. There was a dark secret chamber. Outside of the secret chamber, more than 10 layers of terrifying power enveloped it. Even if a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation stage attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to move it. In the secret room, a dozen figures could be vaguely seen sitting on both sides of the long table. One of the seats was empty. It was Black Fiend Taoist's seat. But now he was dead. Black Fiend is dead. And Mu Jiuhuang has appeared in the 9 Phoenix dynasty. What do you all think? The leader said in a deep voice. Black Fiend's death was too bizarre. Although his strength was slightly weaker than Mu Jiuhuang's, Mu Jiuhuang was seriously injured, and her realm dropped. She didn't have the ability to kill Black Fiend. An ear-piercing sound rang out. It was extremely sharp, as if a fingernail had slipped on glass. I agree. The weakest of the people present was of the Sage Sovereign realm. It was almost impossible to kill them in a battle of this level. Moreover, Black Fiend Taoist was killed in an instant. Therefore, I suspect that there's an expert in Dayang Town who's far more powerful than Black Fiend. This is the only explanation for his sudden death. So, I have a plan. The person in the middle, wearing a white skull mask, spoke again. After a long while, a man walked out of the secret chamber. With a move of his body, he appeared in front of Dayang Town. If Mu Jiuhuang were here, she would recognize the man as the head of the Black Chess sect, the Black Blood Chess Saint. He was Black Fiend Taoist's twin brother. Could he be a powerhouse of the greater vehicle realm? Forget it. I'll put aside the plan in carrying out on my side for now. I'll set up the Black Blood chessboard and wait and see. With a wave of his hand, the Black Blood Chess Saint threw out a blood-colored chessboard, which instantly enveloped the entire Dayang Town. That was the divine power of destiny of the Black Blood Chess Saint. The Black Blood chessboard. Unless someone broke his game, the Black Blood chessboard would suck the souls of all the cultivators and mortals in Dayang Town within 10 days, and turn them into chess spirits. HMPH. No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving Dayang Town during this period. Since you dared to ambush my big brother, you must die, the Black Blood Chess Saint said coldly. In his opinion, the Black Fiend Taoist had been killed because of the enemy's sneak attack. After checking the enchantment again, Black Blood Chess Saint turned and left. The giant chessboard was hidden above the clouds. and the blood-black aura floated around it. No one noticed it at all, just as Black Blood Chess Saint left. In the small courtyard, Mu Jiyuan's shrieking and begging for mercy could be heard. Master, I can't do it. Master, please don't do this. Master, I can't do it. Chapter 9. Mu Jiyuan was frantically rejecting him. She didn't dare to feed the tortoise. That was the black tortoise. Why can't you feed a tortoise? What's impossible about that? Zhao Changshan was speechless. He was teaching Mu Jiyuan how to feed the tortoise. After all, with a maid, he didn't have to do this work himself. He was also very bored facing the green tortoise every day. However, she did not expect Mu Jiyuan to say no. Zhao Changshan cursed in his heart. Isn't it just feeding a green tortoise if you can't even do this? What's the use of having a maid like you to warm my bed? I'm that kind of person. I'm scared. I don't dare to feed him. Mu Jiyuan's voice trembled. That was the black tortoise of the greater vehicle realm. She had eaten the egg of the black tortoise. It would be strange if the black tortoise didn't kill him. What are you afraid of? It's just a green tortoise. This tortoise is not even as big as your palm. Zhao Changshan ridiculed. He looked at the green tortoise helplessly and said coldly, "She'll be feeding you in the future. If you scare her again, I'll chop you up and make you into soup. Do you hear me?" The green tortoise was so scared in the pool that it shivered and nodded hurriedly. This green-furred tortoise has a small stomach and can't eat much. When feeding it, feed it one by one. Zhao Changshan patiently instructed. That was a system character, and he was already waiting to open the path of invincibility. Yes. Sensing Zhao Changshan's anger, the black tortoise no longer treated her as an enemy. Mu Jiyuan quickly took half a bowl of corn and began to feed it into the pool. PFFD. Corn grain was thrown in, and a few bubbles floated under the water. The green tortoise swallowed the corn grain in one bite and stared at Mu Jiyuan, indicating that she should feed him one more. Seeing that Mu Jiyuan had learned to feed the tortoise, Zhao Changshan lay down on the rocking chair. In his mind, he was thinking about the 5 taels of gold. What if those 2 people came looking for him? Should he return the money or not? As he thought about it, Zhao Changshan began to take a nap. Mu Jiyuan was feeding the black tortoise with a trembling expression. She finally saw the black tortoise burp and put down half a bowl of corn. The moment she raised her head, her expression changed. Black Blood Chessboard. As a 9th-level Heavenly Tribulation Realm expert, Mu Jiyuan was just one step away from entering the greater vehicle realm. She had eaten the black tortoise's egg before, so her perception ability was sharper. Senior Black Tortoise. What's this? Mu Jiyuan looked at the green tortoise with a gloomy expression. Although the black blood chessboard could not do anything to her, she could not break it either. Therefore, Mu Jiyuan wanted to ask the black tortoise to help. I can smash this chessboard with one palm. But Doggy likes to play chess. Let him play. The black tortoise looked at the puppy in the kennel and said indifferently, "That dog." Mu Jiyuan was shocked. She looked at the kennel and suddenly found that the little puppy had already drawn a chessboard on the ground. The arrangement on the chessboard was the same as the black blood chessboard. The cute little puppy pushed the stones as chess pieces. And on the black blood chessboard in the clouds, a white chess piece moved. On the black blood chessboard, countless vengeful souls began to shriek miserably. They were all chess ghosts refined by the black blood chessboard. At the same time, perfected King Yun, Kuo King Yun, and Wang Yueli had just arrived outside Dayang town. Black blood chessboard. Is this the black blood chess saint's doing? Perfected King Yun was shocked. The black blood chess saint was more powerful than him and had killed so many people that even perfected King Yun did not want to provoke him. Someone from Dayang town made a move. Suddenly, he was shocked. He saw an unknown force in Dayang town, driving the white chess pieces on the chessboard toward the black chess pieces. He was going to play against the black blood chess saint. Perfected King Yun was shocked, although black blood chess saint wasn't the strongest. His divine mandate, the black blood chessboard, could kill anyone who dared to play against him, even if they were at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation Realm. Once he played against the Black Blood Chess Saint, he would enter the world of the Black Blood Chess Saint. He could only survive if he surpassed Black Blood Chess Saint in the game. Could it be that senior? Perfected King Yun was confused. He frowned and stared at the game, wanting to witness the realm of this master. This expert dared to play against the Black Blood Chess Saint, which was already a feat that no one in the world could do. The senior's strength and realm were definitely above his. Above the clouds, the Black Blood Chess Saint seemed to sense something. His expression changed slightly, and he opened his eyes. In front of him was a small black chessboard. The lines on the board were all blood-colored as if blood was flowing. On the chessboard, a white piece moved and fell on the position of Tan Yuan. It was the piece that the cute little puppy had placed. You finally made your move. I didn't expect that you would want to play chess with me. What a courageous choice. Black Blood Chess Saint grinned. It had been many years since anyone dared play a game with him. Blackblood, don't be careless. A heavy voice rang out. In the dark secret room, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were using their great, supernatural powers to watch the game. They all wanted to find that master because, according to their speculation, this person was likely to be a master of the greater vehicle realm. This expert had already effected their first plan. They had used Mu Jiyuan's blood as a sacrifice to the ancient door. They could not afford to fail a second time. Black Blood Chess Saint did not answer. He picked up a black chess piece and placed it next to Tan Yuan. That was his way of killing chess. Using chess to create killing. Using chess to bear karma. And escaping from it. As such, the chess ghost on the chessboard had already been infected by karma. Anyone who played against him and lost the game would be devoured by karma, and their souls would be destroyed. Therefore, none of the people who played against him could survive. He was the same if he lost the chess game. He would be entangled by karma and burned to death by the fire of karma. However, he had absolute confidence in his chess skills. The man in the clouds waved his sleeve and placed a chess piece. The puppy was lying on the ground, playing chess with its eyes closed. The Black Blood chessboard in the sky above Dayang Town had turned into a battlefield of slaughter. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the game in shock. This person's chess skills are on par with Black Blood Chess Saint. Perfected King Yun stood outside the chessboard. He was shocked and in disbelief. He could not even use words to describe his shock. He didn't expect every step he took to be filled with killing intent, which terrified him. If he were to play against the Black Blood Chess Saint, he would die within 10 moves. Is that senior so powerful? Mu Jiyuan was equally shocked. Although she had the Emperor's fate of 9 phoenixes, and the chessboard could not affect her, she would die if she were to play against the Black Blood Chess Saint. Senior Black Tortoise. May I ask what senior dog's real body is? Mu Jiyuan asked respectfully. Sky-devouring dog. The Black Tortoise said indifferently. Mu Jiyuan was extremely shocked. The ancient divine beast, the sky-devouring dog, was rumored to be a beast that could swallow the sky. No wonder. Black Tortoise. Sky-devouring dog. Each one of them is ferocious. However, these beasts all listen to my master. What is his realm? Then she thought. Mu Jiyuan looked at Xiao Qingshan, who was taking a nap and could not imagine it. Chapter 10. This person can play chess with black blood and get a tie result. A hidden danger. He is a huge hidden danger. This person must die. In the secret room, the sharp voice rang out again. Black Blood Chess Saint sat on the clouds, and his expression changed. For thousands of years, no one could stand on equal footing with him. It's been so long since I've been so serious in a chess game. Black Blood Chess Saint's expression was calm, and his eyes were focused. The speed at which he placed his pieces was 10 times faster than before. All the chess ghosts hidden on the Black Blood chessboard burst out at that moment. Killing aura. He was already gathering his killing intent. The moment the outcome of the game was decided, the other party would be devoured by the chess ghost who carried the karma. The dense chess moves, rapid attacks, and meticulous planning completely changed the situation. At that moment, Black Blood Chess Saint had gained the upper hand. Oh no! Black Blood Chess Saint will win if this continues. Perfected King Yun exclaimed. On the chessboard, the black pieces had formed a formation of 2 dragons, while the white pieces were trapped in the shallow water. That person's true face is about to be revealed. In the secret room, more than a dozen people were happy. Even if they were in the greater vehicle realm, they would be seriously injured in the face of the power of karma on the black blood chessboard. In the small courtyard, Mu Jiu Huang looked at the black tortoise in shock. Senior, the black blood chessboard carries karma. If this goes on, Mu Jiu Huang became nervous. Don't worry. Doggy is just playing with him. Doggy. Get serious. Black Tortoise said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the puppy, who had his eyes closed earlier, suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, a brilliant sky-devouring dog's dharma appeared behind him. The sky-devouring dog opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. Mu Ji Huang once again felt her breathing stop. The aura of the sky-devouring dog was too terrifying. The cute little puppy pushed the stones on the ground, and the white pieces on the chessboard moved at an even faster speed. In an instant, like a white dragon emerging from the sea, he killed all the black chess pieces surrounding him. In an instant, the chessboard was flipped. The overall situation was set. Black Blood Chess Saint defeated. At this moment, Mu Jiuhuang, perfected King Yun, and the sect members in the secret chamber all had the same expression. 15 minutes, only 15 minutes passed. This game of death had already been turned around. Are you a human or a ghost? The chess spirits engulfed Black Blood Chess Saint in endless flames. He looked extremely pained and shouted in disbelief. He did not expect that he would lose in a chess game. He didn't even see who the other party was. And his soul was destroyed in the endless flames of karma. Black Blood is dead. This person from Daying Town must die, or he will affect our grand plan. From today onwards, stop all plans and get rid of this person first. On the main seat, the leader of the group, who was wearing a white skull mask, said in a deep voice. In an instant, undercurrents began to surge. On this day, countless undercurrents were flowing toward Daying Town. Enter Daying Town. How could perfected King Yun not understand that the young man was at least at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm? It might even be the legendary greater vehicle realm. He immediately seized the opportunity and flew into Daying Town. Huo King Yun and Wang Yueli were still in shock. They answered in a low voice and followed behind perfected King Yun. They had never seen a battle of this level before and were dumbfounded. At the same time, in the small courtyard, Zhou Changshan woke up. After a good night's sleep, he felt very energetic. In this life, to avoid a sudden death before becoming invincible, Zhou Changshan had already learned how to maintain his health despite his young age. Resting a few times a day would make him more energetic. I've already fed the tortoise, Mu Jiuhuang said. Okay. Zhou Changshan nodded and looked at the puppy. The puppy was still in its growth period and couldn't be careless. He had to feed it himself. As soon as he walked over, Zhou Changshan found the chess game on the ground. Hey, you're pretty smart. You know how to play chess. Zhou Changshan's face was filled with joy. He recalled that there was also a dog like this in his previous life. I haven't thought of your name yet, so you'll be Alpha. Then, Zhou Changshan looked at the cute little puppy and smiled faintly. He even had the idea of playing a game of chess with the dog. Come, you set the chess. I'll play with you. Zhou Changshan also wanted to see how this cute little dog played chess. It just so happened that a month ago, his chess skills had already reached great success. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Jiur, open the door, Zhou Changshan said indifferently. However, he suddenly thought of something and wanted to stop Mu Jiuhuang. However, it was too late. She had opened the door of the small courtyard. Zhou Changshan looked over and saw Huo Qingyun, Wang Yuali, and a burly man. Are they here to find trouble with me? Whenever he thought of the terrifying means of flying and burrowing immortal cultivators, Zhou Changshan was afraid. He turned and walked into the house. What should I do? Should I refund the money to them? At the small courtyard entrance, the four people saw each other. Emperor Jiuhuang, perfected King Yun, Mu Jiuhuang and perfected King Yun looked at each other. As experts of the heavenly tribulation realm, they knew each other. I was wondering who killed Black Blood Chess Saint. It turns out to be you, the great emperor, perfected King Yun said in realization. No, it's him. Mu Jiu Huang shook her head and looked at the puppy with respect. Perfected King Yun frowned as he stared at the puppy. Emperor, don't joke around. Isn't that just a little puppy? However, before he could finish his sentence, the giant sky-devouring dog's dharma suppressed him so much that he could not breathe well. Behind him, Huo Qingyun and Wang Liuoli spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Gay sky-devouring dog. Perfected King Yun was dumbfounded. He had never thought a little puppy would be the legendary sky-devouring dog. The aura of this sky-devouring dog completely suppressed him. From the corner of his eyes, he could see that Mu Jiuhuang was also trembling. Even Emperor Jiuhuang's 9th-level heavenly tribulation realm couldn't resist. Could it be that this sky-devouring dog was in the greater vehicle realm? I'm sorry for offending you. Please withdraw your divine power. Perfected King Yun apologized immediately. Seeing that Perfected King Yun lowered his stance, the cute little puppy retracted his dharma. Phew! Both Mu Jiuhuang and Perfected King Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Perfected King Yun, I'm the weakest in front of the master. Don't talk nonsense. Do you understand? Mu Jiuhuang quickly reminded after experiencing the sky-devouring dog's anger. Yes. Of course. Perfected King Yun and his two disciples nodded, but they were even more shocked. They seemed to have heard Emperor Jiuhuang say the word master just now. Chapter 11. Master. The great Emperor Jiuhuang actually called him master. What kind of person could become Emperor Jiuhuang's master? The three of them were stunned at the door, not knowing if they should go in or not. In the room, Zhao Changshan was pacing back and forth anxiously. What do I do? Are they cultivators? I can't afford to offend them, but if I just leave Jiuer outside alone, what if they make a move on her? She's my maid. After all, I can't let her be bullied. Zhao Changshan thought to himself. He took 2 deep breaths and walked out of his room. If there's anything, just talk to me. Zhao Changshan feigned calmness, but in reality, he was panicking. Master, the 3 of them are looking for you, Mu Jiuhuang said. I know. Zhao Changshan nodded. He recognized the 2 people standing at the back. They were the man and woman who had bought the calligraphy piece. As for this burly man, it was obvious that he was their guardian who had come to demand an explanation. It seems that the matter today is going to be difficult to settle. Zhao Changshan thought to himself as he started to panic. Today's matter was very difficult to resolve. If 3 cultivators made a move, then wouldn't he be unable to step on the path to invincibility? He couldn't lose his life before he reached invincibility. However, he couldn't lose his dignity either, or these cultivators would easily take advantage of him. About that calligraphy piece, just as Zhao Changshan was about to speak, Perfected King Yun knelt. Thank you, Senior. That calligraphy piece saved my daughter's life. Perfected King Yun said excitedly. If it wasn't for the sword intent contained in the calligraphy piece, the mark in Wang Liuoli's danshan would have taken root after some time. At that time, even the gods would not be able to save her. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Wang Liuoli also knelt. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that Senior had been waiting for her on purpose. This was all part of the Senior's plan. Otherwise, why would she have been attracted by the calligraphy piece and insisted on buying it? It must be the Senior's doing. The Senior had put in so much effort just to save her. Where could one find such a kind-hearted senior expert? Senior, I was disrespectful to you before. Please don't take it to heart. After witnessing the might of the sky-devouring dog, added to the fact that even Emperor Jiuhuang was the Senior's maid, a sense of fear welled up in Huo Qingyun's heart. To think he had previously addressed the Senior as a mortal. At the thought of this, Huo Qingyun's legs couldn't help but tremble. He immediately knelt and hurriedly admitted his mistake. Zhao Changshan? He was dumbfounded. Weren't these people here to cause trouble? Why did they all kneel to him? Could it be that they felt that his calligraphy was awesome, so they came to thank him? It seemed that this was the only plausible reason now. Stand up. It's just a piece of calligraphy, Zhao Changshan said indifferently. Since the other party wasn't here to cause trouble, then the matter was easy to handle. Many thanks, Senior. Perfected King Yun and the other 2 quickly expressed their gratitude and stood up. Senior, I wonder if I can buy another piece of your calligraphy. I haven't been able to make a breakthrough recently. Perfected King Yun asked carefully, his eyes darting with anxiousness. If he could buy such a divine item, wouldn't he be able to fly? No matter the price. He would not hesitate. However, Perfected King Yun also knew that such a divine item was extremely precious, and the senior might not sell it to him. Of course. Zhao Changshan laughed. It seemed that this cultivator really liked calligraphy. The other party probably knew that he had no hope of achieving a breakthrough in calligraphy, so he wanted to copy a master's work. This was a good thing. He could even give the other party a few more pieces. However, the price would definitely not be lower than before. Then I'll stick to 10 taels of gold for one painting. Can you accept this price? Zhao Changshan looked at Perfected King Yun. Observing his reaction, cultivators were usually not short of money, but they were not fools. If Perfected King Yun felt that the price was not suitable, he could lower it. 10 taels of gold. Perfected King Yun was stunned. Such a divine item was only worth 10 taels of gold. Wasn't this too cheap? Where else could he find such an opportunity? Senior, I'll take it, Perfected King Yun quickly said. He took out 10 taels of gold from his sleeve and was about to hand it over to Zhao Changshan. Zhao Changshan looked at the 10 taels of gold and was overjoyed. But on the surface, he still pretended to be calm. Master, 10 taels of gold. Mu Jiyuhuang could not bear to watch any longer. To think her master's calligraphy piece, which contained peerless sword intent, was bought by this old thief for just 10 taels of gold. This was a huge loss. She wanted to say that 10 taels of gold were too cheap. Jiur, shush. Before Mu Jiyuhuang could finish, Zhao Changshan interrupted her. This was 10 taels of gold, so what if it was a little more expensive? He was thinking about their happy lives. The little girl shouldn't ruin his plans. After being shushed by Zhao Changshan, Mu Jiyuhuang pursed her sexy red lips. Could it be that the senior has some profound meaning? Why would he give away a piece of calligraphy for just 10 taels of gold? Mu Jiyuhuang started to guess. Zhao Changshan then wrote another calligraphy piece for Perfected King Yun. The other party was a rich customer. In just a few days, the other party had given him 15 taels of gold. That was 15 taels of gold. At least for the next 2 to 3 years. Food and clothing would not be a problem. Zhao Changshan invited them to stay for a meal, which was cooked by Mu Jiyuhuang. Perfected King Yun ate nervously. After the meal, Zhao Changshan and the puppy started to play chess. Isn't this the game on the black blood chessboard? Perfected King Yun and Mu Jiyuhuang both looked at the chessboard. The puppy had placed the chess pieces exactly the same as the way they had been on the black blood chessboard. Alpha, your game has too many flaws. Zhao Changshan was in a good mood. He said with a smile and placed a few pieces. The black pieces were instantly all blocked. There was no way for the black chess pieces to survive. Both Mu Jiyuhuang and Perfected King Yun were shocked. The senior's chess style was at least dozens of times better than the puppy's. In just a few moves, he had completely sealed off the black chess pieces' paths. And there was no chance for the other party to counterattack at all. Woof! The puppy was a little unconvinced and asked Zhao Changshan to play another round. Just like that, more than 10 rounds passed, and the puppy was on the verge of a breakdown. Zhao Changshan had used more than a dozen completely different methods for the same chess game. Each of them was completed in a few simple steps. Even the sky-devouring dog, which had easily defeated the black blood chess saint, was on the verge of a breakdown. Such a terrifying senior. Perfected King Yun, Huo King Yun, and Wang Guoli all gasped. It was too terrifying. If senior were to make a move, the black blood chess saint would probably be killed with a flip of the former's hand. At the same time, a severely injured young man appeared in Daying Town. A bloody hole was in his chest. Am I going to die? The young man's face was pale, and he saw a small courtyard in his blurry vision before he fainted. Chapter 12. Early in the morning, the sky was still dark. The dewdrops on the leaves were crystal clear. Zhao Changshan had already gotten up and warmed up his body. He opened the door of the small courtyard and was ready to go buy groceries. With 15 taels of gold, he would be able to have meat for every meal. It was wonderful. With a creak, the old wooden door was opened. FUFCK. Zhao Changshan was shocked. There was a person lying in front of his door. He took a closer look and saw that there was a bloody hole in the man's chest. It can't be that this guy is here to extort us. Right? Zhao Qingshan was shocked. He looked around but didn't see anyone. After confirming that it wasn't extortion or framing, Zhao Qingshan squatted and checked the person's pulse. He's still breathing. Zhao Qingshan was overjoyed. Although there was a bloody hole in the other party's chest as if something had been dug out, whatever happened to the youth didn't hurt his heart. With his mastery in medical skills, he determined that this person could still live. Jiur, come out. Zhao Qingshan shouted. Master, what's wrong? Mu Jiuhuang quickly came out of the house. Still a little sleepy. She didn't know why, but since coming to the senior's small courtyard, she would feel tired. However, when she woke up every morning, she would find that the vital spirit in her dantian seemed to have become more abundant. Carry this man into the house. I'll save him, Zhao Qingshan ordered, thinking that the two of them would carry him together. Mu Jiuhuang easily picked up the young man with both hands and walked into the small house. This little girl looks weak, but she's unexpectedly strong. Zhao Qingshan looked at Mu Jiuhuang's back and smiled faintly. In the future, the work of carrying water and chopping wood could be handed over to the girl. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he was with her. Master, how can we save him? His life is already hanging by a thread. Mu Jiuhuang placed the young man on the bed and asked in confusion. She could feel that this young man's life force was extremely tenacious. There was even a faint golden tinge in his blood, which contained a mysterious power. That was why the young man had been able to survive until now. But even if she wanted to save him, she couldn't. What's so difficult about it since his heart is not injured? Just one surgery will do, Zhao Qingshan said indifferently. With his mastery of medical skills, he would definitely be able to save the youth. If the other party really couldn't be saved, there was nothing he could do about it either. He could only do his best and leave it to fate. What was important was not whether the youth could be saved, but whether he would save him. Fortunately, he had transmigrated from the blue planet and had not lost his heart of morality. Otherwise, no one would save anyone else in this world of cultivation. Surgery. Mu Jiuhuang was stunned. She had never heard of this before. Could this be some kind of the senior's divine power? Master, what do I need to do? Mu Jiuhuang asked respectfully. Zhao Qingshan left all the preparations for the surgery to Mu Jiuhuang. Go get some healing pills from the inn. Buy the good ones. Take these 15 taels of gold. Zhao Qingshan's heart was bleeding. He had been thinking of improving his life, but the 15 taels of gold were gone in the blink of an eye. However, he had no choice. The healing pills at the inn were very effective, though expensive. I won't let you die, but after I save you, you have to pay me 20 taels of gold. Zhao Qingshan looked at the young man lying on the bed with a determined expression. Not long after, Mu Jiuhuang had prepared everything required for the surgery according to Zhao Qingshan's instructions. As for the pill, Mu Jiuhuang took out a healing saint pill from the 9 Phoenix dynasty. After all, the quality of the pills at the inn was simply too poor. Wait for my instructions at the side. Yes. Mu Jiuhuang stood to the side, her face full of curiosity. This was the first time she had heard the word surgery, and her eyes were fixed on Zhao Qingshan's movements. Zhao Qingshan slit the young man's chest open. Mu Jiuhuang, who was watching from the side, was shocked. The young man was already seriously injured. By doing this, wasn't the senior killing the young man instead? However, what happened next shocked her. After Zhao Qingshan finished the series of operations, he sewed up the young man's chest. He then fed the young man the healing pill, and the young man began to show signs of life. He'll be able to wake up by tomorrow, Zhao Qingshan said indifferently as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he had mastered profound medical skills, this was the first time he had performed surgery on someone else. There was a life and 20 taels of gold on his back. So this is surgery. Mu Jiuhuang looked at the young man, who was gradually recovering, and was shocked. This method was too magical. All right. You look after him. He'll go outside and lie down for a while. Zhao Qingshan walked out of the room and laid down on the rocking chair to take a rest. It was his first surgery, and it was extremely exhausting. The next day, The young man woke up and opened his eyes at noon. The first thing he saw was Xiao Changshan and Mu Jiuhuang. You two saved me. The young man opened his eyes, his voice extremely weak. In his mind, endless hatred surged, and his eyes burned with anger. His emotional fluctuations affected the injuries on his body, causing him to cry out in pain. Young man, don't move around, or the recovery time will be delayed, Xiao Changshan reminded him. The earlier the other party recovered, the earlier he could get the money. 20 gold taels, not a single copper less. All right. The young man nodded and closed his eyes, temporarily suppressing his anger. By the way, what's your name? Xiao Changshan asked. Yi Fan, the young man replied calmly. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was filled with gratitude. Okay. Xiao Changshan nodded his head. The young man in front of him didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations. It seemed that he was also an ordinary person. Suddenly, Xiao Changshan's expression became a little unsightly, since the boy was a mortal and was seriously injured. One look and one could tell that he was a poor kid with no money. The 20 taels of gold were probably down the drain. Ding detected that the host has saved his first disciple. Reward moral path scripture. The system's notification suddenly sounded in Xiao Changshan's mind. Is this a celestial path cultivation technique I can cultivate now? Xiao Changshan's face was filled with joy. Could he finally cultivate? The journey hadn't been easy. He was very pleased that the system had finally given him a cultivation technique. Xiao Changshan immediately flipped open the mortal path scripture and saw all kinds of words on it, which looked extremely profound. Looking at the mortal path scripture, Xiao Changshan felt that it was much stronger than the previous Earth Dog Fist. At the very least, the mortal path scripture in front of him was more normal. It was like the martial arts manuals from his previous life, all of which had pictures of small people. It was just that Xiao Changshan couldn't quite understand. The small people drawings on this scripture seemed to be chopping firewood, carrying water, and growing plants. It was simply the work of mortals. Was this a cultivation technique? Was it fake? Xiao Changshan was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand this. Xiao Changshan wanted to curse the system in caps. FCK. Also, what the hell? Yi Fan is my first disciple. I'm just a mortal. But I've taken in a disciple. Xiao Changshan questioned the system. However, after waiting for a long time, all he got in return was the system's silence. FCKU. Don't call yourself the never cultivate system anymore. You can just call yourself the silent system. Xiao Changshan was speechless. Chapter 13. The next morning, Yi Fan's injuries had recovered slightly and he could walk. Many thanks to the senior for saving my life, Yi Fan said gratefully to Mu Jiuhuang. If it wasn't for Mu Jiuhuang's spiritual energy nourishing his meridians for the whole night, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. No, the one you should really thank is my master, Mu Jiuhuang said lightly. Without Xiao Changshan's surgery, Yi Fan would not have survived. However, there is a faint golden color in your blood, which proves that you were born with spiritual bones. Why? Mu Jiuhuang stared at Yi Fan and said, although she was Emperor Jiuhuang and wouldn't pry into other people's privacy, she could feel that Yi Fan's body had some kind of potential. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call the latter a heaven's favorite. The most important thing was Yi Fan's surname. She had heard before that the Yi family of the Xinyu continent had given birth to a youth with supreme bones more than 10 years ago. At that time, the news had shaken the entire continent. Who are you? When Yi Fan heard the words born with spiritual bones, his expression changed and he took 2 steps back, on high alert. Seeing Yi Fan's reaction, Mu Jiuhuang was even more certain that Yi Fan was the eldest young master of the Yi family. I am known for the name Jiuhuang, Mu Jiuhuang replied indifferently and released her aura. The aura at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm made it difficult for Yi Fan to breathe. Mu Jiuhuang only wanted to prove her identity, so she did not use her aura to target Yi Fan. Otherwise, with Yi Fan's now mortal body and his broken danshan, the boy's bones would have been crushed. Emperor Jiuhuang Yi Fan was shocked. As a member of the Xinyu continent's Yi family, he naturally knew about the 9 Phoenix dynasty, and even more so about Emperor Jiuhuang. The other party had cultivation in the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. After the Emperor Death era, greater vehicle realm cultivators were non-existent, so those in the heavenly tribulation realm were invincible. Alright, there's no need for that. You should thank my master first. If it weren't for my master's heavenly medical skills, you wouldn't have been able to come back to life. Mu Jiu Huang said in a deep voice. Your master isn't my benefactor. A mortal Yifan found it hard to understand. Frowning, although that person saved him, he had no cultivation. Why would Emperor Jiu Huang call that person her master? Emperor Jiu Huang was already the strongest on the mainland of Tanyuan. She was extremely arrogant. To think she would acknowledge a mortal as her master. Yifan was a fool. As the young master of the Yi family and born with supreme bones, how could he be brainless? In just a moment, he thought of the key point. Is my benefactor a greater vehicle realm expert? Yifan looked at Mu Jiu Huang in surprise. It seemed that this was the only explanation. He had heard of Emperor Jiu Huang's story before. She was no weaker than anyone else. Mu Jiu Huang chuckled and shook her head. The senior's cultivation base has long since surpassed the greater vehicle realm. At the very least, he's at the ancient emperor realm. The ancient emperor realm. Yifan was stunned. The Yi family was a family with deep foundations in the Xinyu continent, so they naturally knew many secrets. The ancient emperor realm was above the greater vehicle realm. Experts in that realm were truly the undefeatable cultivators of the mainland of Tanyuan. However, it was rumored that all the ancient emperors had fallen. My supreme bones. My Danshan Yifan's heart was still burning with anger. Knowing that Zhao Changshan was an ancient emperor, Yifan's eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. In his mind, an unprecedented thought suddenly emerged. He wanted to be his benefactor's disciple. As long as he could become the disciple of an ancient emperor, he might be able to cultivate again. This was because the ancient records of the Yi family stated that ancient emperors were existences that could resurrect people. It shouldn't be difficult for the other party to recover his cultivation. He had to acknowledge his benefactor as his master. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately ran out and knelt on the ground. Zhao Changshan, who was warming up, was dumbfounded. What are you doing? The boy can't possibly be thinking that he didn't need to return the 20 taels of gold just by kneeling. Right. Senior. Thank you for saving my life. Yifan kowtowed 3 times and a wound appeared on his forehead. Zhao Changshan hurriedly supported his head. If the boy hurt his head again, wouldn't he have to pay for it? At most, he could just write off the 20 taels of gold. Why did the boy have to hurt himself like this? Senior. Yifan opened his mouth, wanting to become Zhao Changshan's disciple. I agree to it. However, Zhao Changshan directly agreed before Yifan could finish his words. It was just 20 taels of gold. If the boy couldn't afford it, then so be it. He really couldn't stand Yifan's self-harming actions. Really, senior? You've agreed? When Yifan heard this, his face was filled with joy. As expected of an ancient emperor, he hadn't even finished speaking and the other party already knew that he wanted to be his disciple. Yes. Zhao Changshan nodded his head, but his heart was bleeding. 20 taels of gold were gone just like that. That's great, master. Please accept this bow from your disciple. Yifan bowed respectfully. Master Zhao Changshan was stunned. Wasn't the boy talking about the 20 taels of gold? He wasn't surprised that Yifan wanted to be his disciple. After all, the system had given him a notification before, but now that Yifan had become his disciple, it seemed that he could not get the 20 taels of gold back either. After all, no master could ever ask for money from his disciple. Then, he thought of the cultivation technique rewarded by the system. If he couldn't understand it, he could let his disciple take a look. If his disciple could learn it, wouldn't it be great if he could reap the results for free? Yifan, although you are my disciple, I will say this first. I'm just a mortal. The things I can teach you are only mortal things. So, you'll be like me for the rest of your life. A mortal. Are you still willing? Zhao Changshan asked. If Yifan wanted to cultivate, wouldn't his action of taking the boy in as a disciple be wasting the boy's time? This matter had to be said first. A mortal? Yifan was startled. What did the senior mean by this? To think the ancient emperor called himself a mortal? Yifan frowned. He suddenly thought of some hidden experts he had met when he was young. All of them were no different from mortals. He had only found out later on that these experts had reached the simplicity returning realm. They had cultivated their hearts in the world of mortals and were, but playing around in the human world. The senior must be the same. In fact, as an ancient emperor, the senior might be hiding in this tiny world of mortals and planning something big. Willing. Yifan nodded his head in agreement. The mortals that followed ancient emperors were not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to either. Seeing Yifan nod, Zhao Changshan took out the mortal path scripture. In that case, you can cultivate according to this cultivation technique. As for the parts you don't understand, you can slowly comprehend them on your own. I will observe you regularly. Zhao Changshan said slowly. Yes. Yifan received the mortal path scripture and replied respectfully. Work hard. I'm off to feed the dogs. Zhao Changshan patted his shoulder and left. Chapter 14. The mortal path scripture. Yifan had a confused expression as he read the first page of the cultivation technique. In that instant, he felt his mind go blank, and the world in front of him suddenly changed. He had come to a mountain village and was looking at an ordinary person who wore simple cotton clothes, worked at sunrise, and rested at sunset. Every day, the person farmed, chopped firewood, and fetched water, living in the mountain forests, never getting tired of it. Moreover, the person worked harder and more seriously every time he plowed. Gradually, after an unknown number of years, this person's appearance did not change, but his aura grew increasingly ordinary. Yet, the firewood he chopped was already 9th level wood and the land he plowed was already the vast heavens. However, he didn't seem to notice all this, just like a mortal who didn't have spiritual energy. That was until the man went to chop firewood. The axe fell on the wood and seemed to be able to split the heavens. Yifan was so frightened that he trembled, and only then did he come back to his senses. So this is the moral path scripture to walk towards invincibility with the moral path vindicate the heavens. Yifan was stunned. Compared to the ancient emperor realm, this was many times stronger. So much so that he didn't even dare to imagine it. It turned out that when his master had said things about being immortal, he wanted him to cultivate the mortal path. Unknowingly, Yifan reached the last page of the mortal path scripture. There was only a line of words on it. Return to mortality and achieve invincibility. Yifan was shocked beyond belief. If he cultivated this cultivation technique, he might only be able to reach 1/100th of the expert strength. But this was already enough for him to be an invincible existence on the mainland of Tanyuan. Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment, Yifan said gratefully. At the same time, in the Dayang sect, Reverend Dayang sat on his throne and stared down coldly. Speak. What happened? Which sect's disciple attacked you? Reverend Dayang asked in a cold voice. In the hall were dozens of Dayang sect disciples with bruised noses and swollen faces. Sect Master. There has been an influx of cultivators of unknown origin in Dayang town recently. They hurt mortals at will and simply ignore the rules set by our sect. The disciples were really angry, so they took action. That's right, Master. Those cultivators were too overbearing, and one of the disciples stammered as if he had something he couldn't say. And what Reverend Dayang said in a deep voice that sounded like he was going to lose his temper. The disciple shivered and quickly replied, and we can't beat them. With that said, the disciples lowered their heads in shame, their faces flushed. What Reverend Dayang was completely enraged. To think a foreign sect was trying to bully his Dayang sect. How could he endure this? Although the Dayang sect has fallen to being a 9th grade sect, we still have our past heritage. Do they really think we are pushovers by picking on us? Reverend Dayang was extremely furious. His name was like thunder in Dayang town. In fact, it was because of the existence of the Dayang sect that Dayang town was able to maintain its peace and tranquility. The previous 2 fights between experts had already made him feel very aggrieved. Now, after listening to the disciples' description that an 8th grade sect dared to bully the Dayang sect, he couldn't tolerate it anymore. It's been a long time since the Dayang sect has displayed our true strength. You'll have to take action personally. Reverend Dayang stood up with a furious expression. The vital spirit in his body surged, and the aura of the golden core realm was unleashed, causing the disciples present to tremble uncontrollably. However, when they sensed the sect leader's powerful aura, all of them laughed while trembling. The sect leader is mighty, the sect leader is domineering. With the sect leader's help, we'll definitely be able to beat the crap out of those foreign sects. The disciples who had been beaten up were all cheering wildly. Reverend Dayang was an expert in the Golden Core realm. In the eyes of these disciples, he was invincible. Let's go. Reverend Dayang waved his sleeve and led the group to annihilate the few sects. In a dark secret room, at the head of the table was a man with a skull mask. He was observing the happenings in Dayang Town through a mirror. What's the point of all this? Sending a bunch of ants to Dayang Town to cause trouble is just sending them to their deaths in front of that greater vehicle realm expert. An ethereal voice sounded, but there was no second person in the secret room. Whether that person is in the greater vehicle realm or not is to be determined. I'm mainly trying to confirm that person's identity. I suspect that he's one of the fish that escaped the net back then. As long as it's the same group of people from back then, they would definitely not sit by and do nothing when cultivators kill mortals. The skull-masked man said, and the dark secret room fell into silence again. The ethereal voice didn't ring out, as if it agreed. On the streets of Dayang Town, Kaioshin sect and Jaishin faction were two 8th grade sects that had a total of about 100 people, most of whom were Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. They were currently running amok on the streets. Little sister, come play with me. I guarantee you'll reach heaven, ahahaha. Damn it. Is your watermelon not ripe yet? It should be destroyed. You sissy. Get lost. I'll stab you every time I see you. The disciples from the two 8th grade sects were running amok on the streets, robbing people and committing all kinds of evil. They had already received orders from the sects to do whatever they wanted this time. They could do as much evil as they wanted, as they had someone backing them up. With that, these disciples immediately became unscrupulous. They had even gotten permission from the sects to injure the Dayang sect disciples. The sect leaders of 8th grade sects were nascent soul realm experts with unparalleled strength, and even stronger than Reverend Dayang. Stop. At this moment, Reverend Dayang arrived. His face was filled with anger, just like his red eyebrows and red beard. A Golden Core realm expert. The disciples of the Kaioshin sect and Jaishin faction were all shocked to see him. One of the Jaishin faction's disciples even shivered in fear as if he had a problem. Do you know that this is the territory of the Dayang sect? Could it be that my name as Reverend Dayang is no longer enough to intimidate you bunch of juniors? Reverend Dayang was extremely furious. His vital spirit surged and his figure instantly disappeared. Screams filled the streets. The disciples of the Kaioshin sect and Jaishin faction had their meridians destroyed in a few breaths. Dayang Town is not a place where you can act so impudently. Reverend Dayang's face was cold as he spoke in an icy voice. FCK. He's that powerful in a corner. Zhao Changshan, who was carrying the puppy out shopping, happened to see this scene and was shocked. To be able to knock down a few hundred people in a few breaths' time, Reverend Dayang was really not for show. Fortunately, he heard that Reverend Dayang had a good personality. Zhao Changshan left silently. He wanted to hurry back and tell his disciple and mate about how powerful Reverend Dayang was. He didn't notice that the puppy opened its eyes to stare into the void coldly. Chapter 15. Bang! Outside Dayang Town, the sect leaders of the Kaioshin sect and Jaishin faction, who had been ready to strike at any moment, were killed in an instant. Even at their moment of death, they didn't know what had happened. In the dark secret room, the skull-masked man's mirror also cracked. Zhao Changshan walked back home briskly and heaved a sigh of relief. Master, what's wrong? Mu Jiyuan, who was feeding the green tortoise, asked in puzzlement. Yi Fan, who was chopping wood at the side, also put down his axe. What matter could make the senior so shocked? You guys didn't see it, but a group of foreign cultivators came to town. They were burning, killing, and pillaging on the streets. Zhao Changshan took a deep breath and paused. Could it be that someone has come to avenge Black Fiend Taoist? Could it be that the Yi family has come to find me? Mu Ji Huang and Yi Fan were both puzzled and even prepared to attack. However, The Daying sect's Reverend Daying made his move and single-handedly defeated over 100 people. That scene was truly spectacular. Back then, Izio Changshan took a sip of tea and lay down on the rocking chair. Back when he transmigrated, didn't he want to become an invincible existence like that? It was a pity that the stupid system was blocking his way. Halfway through his words, he felt extremely aggrieved and could not continue. However, even though his pause was unintentional, the listeners took it seriously. Senior's tone seems to be extremely dejected. It's as if he has experienced a loss that has lasted for 10,000 years. What exactly did Senior experience back then? Mu Jihuang's phoenix-like eyes were deep as she looked at Zhou Changshan's figure. She seemed to feel the loneliness of being at the top. Back then, she had also experienced that. However, she could feel that her feelings back then were totally incomparable to the senior's loneliness and loss. Master said that Reverend Daying defeated hundreds of people. Could it be that Senior killed hundreds of ancient emperors with a single slap? Back then Tui Fan thought of what the mortal path scripture said: return to mortality and achieve invincibility. Indeed, his master looks no different from a real mortal. Even if he knew his master's true identity, he would still think that his master was an ordinary person. His master was truly invincible. On the streets, after Reverend Daying defeated the hundreds of disciples from the Kaoshan sect and Jaishan faction, the people on the street knelt to thank him. Celestial, thank you for saving our lives. Celestial. There was a hubbub of voices filled with gratitude. The contribution of the Daying sect in the many years of Daying Town's peacefulness could not be ignored. It's fine. This is what I, Reverend Daying, should do. There's no need for you to remember my name, Reverend Daying, for such a small matter. Seeing the crowd's gratitude, Reverend Daying laughed as he emphasized, Master, do you want them to remember or not to remember? If they don't need to remember your name, why did you say it out loud at the side? The head disciple of the Daying sect, Yan Dingshan, scratched his head and asked with some confusion. Days passed by peacefully. Ever since the last incident, Blackfiend Taoist's companions seemed to have stopped in their tracks and didn't make any more movements. As for Dayang Town, it returned to its peaceful state. In the small courtyard, Mu Jiyuan was feeding the turtle. The puppy could keep its eyes open now. Every day, Yifan chopped wood and carried water. He even plowed out a piece of barren land beside the chicken pen in the backyard and worked on the land hard every day. Recently, the ground was already green and full of vitality. Zhou Changshan lay on his rocking chair, still thinking about Reverend Daying's attack. He was a little depressed. It's been some time. I wonder how my disciple's comprehension of the cultivation technique is going. I should ask. If I can get some information out of my disciple's mouth, that would be the best. Zhou Changshan thought as he sat up from the rocking chair. Jiur, go and clean my room. Zhou Changshan sent Mu Jiyuan away and then said to Yifan, Yifan, it's been a while. Let me test you. How's your comprehension of the cultivation technique? When Yifan heard this, he quickly stopped his work and walked over. Master, I've come to realize that becoming immortal is also a kind of supreme Tao, and also a path to becoming an expert. He was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the cultivation technique rewarded by the system? Could it be that his disciple couldn't understand either? This is quite good. Zhou Changshan could only smile faintly. It seemed that his disciple had no fate with the celestial path in this life. However, Zhou Changshan himself was already suffering the pain of being unable to cultivate, and he could not let his disciple be discouraged as well. Thus, he looked at Yifan and encouraged. The moral path is also a path. At any time, we must be optimistic and not lose our fighting spirit. Do you understand? I understand, Master. Yifan nodded and was filled with gratitude. His master knew that the mortal path was difficult, so he encouraged him. As such, he couldn't give up. He had to walk the mortal path to the end no matter what. He couldn't let down his master's expectations. Yifan's gaze became increasingly determined, causing people to feel an endless fighting spirit. Seeing Yifan's determined gaze, Zhou Changshan nodded his head in relief and let Yifan leave. As for himself, he continued to lie down on the rocking chair and muttered, When can my path of invincibility be activated? In the room, Mu Jiuhuang followed Xiao Changshan's instructions and cleaned the room. She didn't even let go of the dust under the table. What's this? While she was tidying up the table, she suddenly saw a book under the table's leg. Although it was dusty, the name still attracted her. Earthdog Fist. Mu Jiuhuang was puzzled and flipped through the book. In an instant, her fair face was filled with shock, surprise, disbelief, and finally ecstasy. Her mouth was so agape that it could fit 2 eggs. She discovered that the book was actually a cultivation technique, a divine tier cultivation technique. It just so happened that she was in a difficult situation cultivating the 9 Phoenix Emperor technique. Even if she wanted to break through later, not only would she be affected by the current heaven and earth rules, but she didn't even know how to. After the Emperor Death era, all techniques above the greater vehicle realm were extinct. Now, she was at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm and was the #1 cultivator on the continent. But in ancient times, cultivators in this realm were only relatively powerful ants. Now that she found the Earthdog Fist, she seemed to have sensed the path to the greater vehicle realm. Master, can I have this book? I can buy it from you. Mu Jiuhuang ran out of the room with a happy expression and looked at Xiao Changshan. Earthdog Fist, sure. Take it. Xiao Changshan was slightly stunned. Just a lousy book. He didn't want it either, so he simply allowed Mu Jiuhuang to take it. Thank you, Master. Mu Jiuhuang's face was filled with joy. Her master was indeed a peerless expert. To think he gave away such a divine tier cultivation technique so casually. Chapter 16. In the Kaoshan sect, Reverend Dayang appeared. Beside him stood a man with a head full of red hair. He was the Dayang sect's patriarch, Reverend Kai Yong. That's strange. It seems like someone has made a move in advance. Reverend Kai Yong looked at the corpses on the ground with a puzzled expression. Their bodies are still warm, like those of the Jaishan faction. They were just killed. Reverend Dayang squatted and examined the corpses of the Kaoshan sect disciples. He discovered that they had all just been killed. It was obvious that someone had done something to them before they arrived. But where did the sect leaders of the Kaoshan sect and the Jaishan faction go? Reverend Kai Yong asked doubtfully. At the same time, in Nanbu continent, in the Beastaming sect, a woman was riding on a snow wolf. She was wearing a tight-fitting white animal skin suit, which highlighted her curvaceous figure. The snow wolf beneath her exuded the majesty of a king. This woman was Chu Yiren, the daughter of the Beastaming sect leader. As for the white wolf that she was riding, it was the Beastaming sect leader's gift to his daughter for her 18th birthday. The Snow Wolf King? Whitey, let's go out and pick a husband now. Chu Yiren had completely inherited Beastaming sect leader's domineering style. With a wave of the leather whip in her hand, she commanded the snow wolf she was riding and left the Beastaming sect. Elder Wang, please follow her. With her temper, she'll easily fall into a disadvantage. In the main hall, the sect leader of the Beastaming sect said to Elder Wang beside him. Yes. Elder Wang nodded and replied. His figure flickered as he looked in the direction that Chu Yiren had left in. His eyes filled with love for a junior. Sigh. In the blink of an eye, Yiren is already such a big girl now. If my daughter was still alive, she would be around the same age. Right? Elder Wang let out a sigh. His scarred face was filled with vicissitudes of life. Then, he turned into a shadow and followed Chu Yiren. He would never allow anyone to harm her. In the main hall, the sect leader of the Beastaming sect sighed as he watched the two of them leave. Elder Wang, with you around, I'm assured of Yiren's safety. Even if we lose our beasts in the future, at least Yao look after her. The Beastaming sect leader sighed. His eyes were filled with helplessness, and the Beastaming sect began to shake violently. It was as if there was some peerless monster making a ruckus underground. Chu Yiren had no idea about any of this. She rode on the snow wolf, speeding along. The one closest to the Nanbu continent was the Baihuang continent. The Snow Wolf King was very fast. In just one day, they arrived at the Qingyan sect in the Baihuang continent. Chu Yiren had heard that the Qingyan sect's eldest disciple, Huo Qingyan, was a peerless genius who was very handsome. Xu Yiren of the teeming sect has come to visit. In front of the Kingian sect's main gate, Xu Yiren said in a deep voice. Her voice was accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy, allowing it to resound throughout the Kingian sect. Two respected guests, please come in. Immediately, a deep voice rang out in the Kingian sect. It was perfected King Yun. Xu Yiren furrowed her brows, a look of confusion on her face. Was he talking about her and the Snow Wolf King? In the next moment, Elder Wang could only laugh bitterly as he revealed his figure in midair and said, Congratulations to King Yun sect leader for the improvement in your strength. Elder Wang was also at the first level of the heavenly tribulation realm, and he knew perfected King Yun. Logically speaking, perfected King Yun should not have been able to discover him while still in the gates. After all, the two of them were in the same realm, and they were separated by such a long distance. He had even concealed his aura. But now, he had been discovered. He could sense that perfected King Yun's aura had detected him. As such, he knew that he could no longer disguise himself. So he revealed himself. Uncle Wang Xu Yiren's face was first filled with shock. Then anger appeared on her pretty face. Did father ask you to come? Xu Yiren furrowed her brows. Feeling a little displeased. She was already 18 years old, and according to the rules of mortals, she was already an adult. Yiren, the sect leader is just worried. Elder Wang could only helplessly smile. HMPH. I'll settle this score with you guys when we get back. Xu Yiren flicked the whip in her hand, and while still on the Snow Wolf King's back, she flew into the Kingian sect. Elder Wang followed closely behind. Kingian sect leader. You've made great progress. Upon entering, Elder Wang immediately noticed the abnormality. Perfected King Yun's body seemed to have undergone a transformation, and his aura seemed to have become sharper. Haha, it's just so. Perfected King Yun laughed and changed the topic. The senior was a reclusive expert who had hidden from the world of mortals. Naturally, he did not wish to be disturbed, so perfected King Yun did not dare to reveal too much information. Yiren, why the sudden visit? Perfected King Yun looked at Xu Yiren. I'm here to choose a husband. I've heard that your sect's head disciple, Huo King Yun, is a genius, so I've come to pay a visit, Xu Yiren said frankly. There was no trace of the bashfulness of a young girl on her face. Instead, she looked haughty like the Wolf King. So that's how it is. Perfected King Yun's face lit up. To think his stupid disciple had a stroke of luck in romance. Hee, not bad. I'll call King Yun out right now. Perfected King Yun said and sent out a message. Soon, Huo King Yun and Wang Guoli appeared in the hall. Xu Yiren's eyebrows twitched slightly when she looked over. You're Huo King Yun. In the small courtyard, Zhou Changshan was feeding the puppy. Ding detected that host has completed the feeding mission. Cooking skill 1. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have achieved mastery in cooking skills. Zhou Changshan, who was holding the puppy, heard the system's voice in his mind. Mastery in cooking skills. Zhou Changshan was instantly happy. With mastery in cooking, he could cook some of the dishes from his previous life. The food in this world was basically for the mortals to fill their stomachs, so they didn't exactly taste great. As for the meat of demonic beasts, it contained spiritual energy. For an ordinary person like him, he didn't know if the spiritual energy would cause damage to his body, so he didn't dare to try it. Zhou Changshan looked at Mu Jihuang, who was cooking at the stove, and walked over. This isn't cut like this. Come, I'll teach you. Zhou Changshan took the spoon, but Mu Jihuang was nervous due to his sudden approach. She didn't dare to use her vital spirit in front of Zhou Changshan either. Due to a moment of carelessness, her body tilted to the side due to the force, making her fall directly into Zhou Changshan's arms. In an instant, he recalled what had happened that night, and his blood instantly surged. Mu Jihuang, who had fallen into Zhou Changshan's arms, was so embarrassed that her neck was red. Coincidentally, Yi Fan, who had just finished chopping the firewood, saw the scene. Hey, where's my axe? I think I left it outside. Master, I didn't see anything. I'm going to look for my axe. As Yi Fan spoke, he raised the axe in his hand and threw it out, then ran out to pick it up. Chapter 17. Ahem. Zhao Changshan coughed. The fragrant wind that wafted into the tip of his nose caused his blood to surge. Afraid that he would faint, he quickly pushed Mu Jiuhuan away. Jiuer, be careful next time. I'll teach you how to cut vegetables now, Zhao Changshan said softly, changing the topic. He came to the chopping board and raised the knife in his hand. Yes. Mu Jiuhuan's face was flushed and she almost buried her face in her chest. Look carefully. For a vegetable like the ground melon, you must cut it along the lines of the melon. Just like this, Zhao Changshan demonstrated it himself. The ground melon was a special product of Dayang Town. It looked like a potato, but the texture inside was complicated. If one didn't cut it according to the line texture, it would ruin the taste. Mu Jiuhuan watched carefully from the side, not daring to make any mistakes. Zhao Changshan's blade fell. Yi Fan, who had just picked up his axe, saw this and his expression changed. His master strike didn't show any signs of using a knife. It didn't even carry any sword intent. It was as if he was really cutting vegetables. It was extremely ordinary. This is the true meaning of the return to mortality, Yi Fan exclaimed in his heart. He was still far from his master. Mu Jiuhuan was also watching with great interest. I didn't expect such a peerless expert like the master to actually cook and be so skilled at it. Senior's cutting technique looks very simple, but it seems to have the unique charm of a certain skill that has reached mastery. As Mu Jiuhuan looked on, she was engrossed. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. The barrier of the realm in her dimension was thus broken by more than half. This Mu Jiuhuan was shocked. The senior was really too strong. As expected, it was only right to follow the senior to comprehend the supreme Tao. In the Qingyun sect, Xu Yiren looked at Huo Qingyun and frowned. She shook her head and said, "You want do for me?" Huo Qingyun was dumbfounded. The sect leader had simply informed him to come to the main hall. He didn't even know what was going on, and he was already told that he couldn't do it. Young lady, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Huo Qingyun's face darkened. He had already noticed the suspicious look in his junior sister's eyes. This made him very angry. Why was the other party spouting nonsense here? What if his junior sister misunderstood? I don't feel anything toward you. Xu Yiren shook her head again. Although the man in front of her was handsome and had extraordinary cultivation, Xu Yiren did not feel any romantic feelings. Huo Qingyun was speechless. He felt like his words had not been taken heed by Xu Yiren. Qingyun, this is the daughter of Beast-aiming sect leader. Xu Yiren, perfected Qingyun introduced. Oh, I see. I don't have any feelings for you either, Huo Qingyun replied. He wanted to reply to Xu Yiren so that she would feel the same feeling of being ignored. However, the result he was expecting did not appear. Boring, Xu Yiren said disdainfully. She rolled her eyes at him and bid farewell to the sect leader. Senior Qingyun, I'll take my leave. Then, she rode the Snow Wolf King and left the Qingyun sect, leaving the furious Huo Qingyun behind. Damn this Xu Yiren. I'm going to teach her a lesson the next time I see her. I'll let her know how powerful I am, Huo Qingyun said angrily. However, Wang Yuali, who was standing beside him, had a suspicious look on her face as if she was pondering over something. Junior sister? You have to believe me, Huo Qingyun hurriedly explained. If this caused his junior sister to misunderstand, that would be a huge matter. Huh, senior brother. Why are you telling me this? Wang Yuali replied and left with a red face. Junior sister? You really have to believe me. After leaving the Qingyun sect, Xu Yiren's expression was gloomy. She had not expected that she would not feel anything for the head disciple of the Qingyun sect. A genius. After that, Xu Yiren visited a few other sects, but without exception, she felt nothing for all of the talents in those sects. Damn it. This is a huge continent, but I can't even find a husband. Xu Yiren sat on the snow wolf's back, looking helpless. Miss, let's find a nearby inn for a breather, Elder Wang consoled. Although they were cultivators and would not be tired, nor did they lack spiritual stones, Elder Wang could not stand it anymore. The young miss of his sect said straight to the faces of others that they want do out of the blue. It was simply impolite. They should look for an inn to rest for the day. For now, he still needed to have a good talk with Chu Yiren about the whole matter. After all, he had been through this and knew more about courting. Alright, Chu Yiren sighed and had no choice but to agree. The nearest one is the Daengsak's Inn. Elder Wang looked at the map and pointed ahead. The two of them then walked towards Daeng Town's Inn, to not scare the mortals. Chu Yiren had the Snow Wolf King shrink itself to the size of a large white dog. Let's go. Why aren't you moving? Chu Yiren looked at the Snow Wolf King that was lying on the ground and frowned. Even Elder Wang's face darkened. The Snow Wolf King was trembling in fear. The Snow Wolf King was a powerful demon. Even if it was facing a heavenly tribulation realm expert, it would not be so afraid. The two of them thus stared at the approaching Xiao Changshan with vigilant eyes. Xiao Changshan had just finished his lunch and was taking Alpha out for a walk. Alpha could now walk on its own and didn't need Xiao Changshan to carry him. As Alpha and Xiao Changshan approached, the Snow Wolf King trembled even more. There's something strange about this man. Be careful. Elder Wang immediately sent a telepathic message to Chu Yiren. He stared at Xiao Changshan with a frown. He clearly felt that the Xiao Changshan was only a mortal. However, the Snow Wolf King's fear was also real. It was because of the appearance of this man and dog that the Snow Wolf King did not dare to move. Chu Yiren, who was at the side, was originally also on guard. However, when she saw Xiao Changshan's face, her heart suddenly beat faster, and her face unconsciously turned red. She could feel romantic feelings now. Chu Yiren, can you be my husband? Chu Yiren walked up to him and asked. Her breathing became rapid, and her body trembled uncontrollably due to her nervousness. Elder Wang, the two of them were dumbfounded on the spot. What's the situation? Xiao Changshan looked at Chu Yiren, wondering if there was something wrong with this girl's brain. But he definitely couldn't say it out loud. After all, someone was behind this lady. He seemed to be this lady's elder. Young lady, please make way. I'm going home. Xiao Changshan picked up Alpha and looked at Elder Wang, who was standing behind Chu Yiren. Yiren, make way. Elder Wang quickly pulled Chu Yiren away. Chapter 18. The night sky was as dark as ink, dotted with stars. Chu Yiren sat in her room. Xiao Changshan's figure was all she could think of. She did not hear a single word of Elder Wang's warning. This can't do. I'm going to find him. Chu Yiren felt that since she had feelings for Xiao Changshan, she should go to him. Miss, are you crazy? Elder Wang, who was standing at the side, was shocked. The person they bumped into in the afternoon was of unknown origin. Even he could not see through that person's cultivation level. He had never heard of such an expert in Daeng Town. What if it was some old monster? Wouldn't he be sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? To think the young miss still wanted to meet that person. What if she encountered danger? Absolutely not. Elder Wang rejected her sternly and stood in front of Chu Yiren. Elder Wang, since you're worried, you can come with me. Chu Yiren knew that since Elder Wang was blocking her way, she would not have a chance to leave. She could only compromise. Elder Wang's face darkened, seeing the hope in Chu Yiren's eyes. He pondered for a moment before helplessly agreeing. Very well. He was, after all, a cultivator in the first level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Even if the other party was very strong, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape with the young miss. Moreover, as an elder of the beast-taming sect, his demonic beast was just as powerful. Come out, Tiger King, Elder Wang said, and a huge white tiger suddenly appeared, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. The third level of the heavenly tribulation realm. The people of the beast-taming sect were the most powerful in the path of beast-taming. He believed that with the cooperation between the Tiger King and himself, both heavenly tribulation realm experts, they would be able to escape even if they were facing a 9th level heavenly tribulation realm expert. Elder Wang brought Chu Yiren with him, and the two leaped into a small courtyard. In the courtyard, Xiao Changshan was sleeping soundly in his room. Mu Jiuwang opened his eyes in the guest room. However, with the black tortoise and senior sky-devouring dog around, she could just rest easy. As for Yifan, he was also sleeping. After all, according to the habits of mortals, he should be sleeping now. The hatchet he used to chop firewood had a layer of faint silver-white light on it. Though, The sharp blade of the axe bloomed with an unparalleled sharpness. The light swayed slightly as if it would slash out if the two dared to take another step forward. "He's in this room." With a sweep of her divine will, Shu Yiren found Zhao Chanshan's location. Her face lit up with joy, and she stepped out, preparing to enter the room. Pooh! All of a sudden, in the pitch-black sky, two huge shadows appeared. Shu Yiren was sent flying backward by the aura, which was as deep as the ocean. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, falling like a kite with a broken string. Miss Elder Wang was shocked. Under the pressure of the black tortoise and sky-devouring dog, he and the Tiger King found it hard to breathe. They lay on the ground, unable to move. Even the ribs in front of his chest made cracking sounds. He could only watch as Shu Yiren was sent flying, but there was nothing he could do. At the next moment, the black tortoise's cold gaze swept over him, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A feeling more terrifying than death welled up in his heart, and he was sent flying. The next day, Zhao Changshan woke up early in the morning as usual. After a night, he was full of energy. His body was full of vitality. Sleeping early and waking up early does make one more energetic. Zhao Changshan smiled lightly. He took the puppy and went out for a walk. If it was before, he would not have been able to live such a life. However, ever since he took in a maid and a disciple, the former would feed the green tortoise, and the latter would fetch water as well as chop firewood. So it was much easier for him. The green turtle in the pond was envious as it watched its master take the puppy out. Then, an aura locked onto Mu Jiyuhuan's room. When she sensed the cold aura, Mu Jiyuhuan's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly ran out and smiled bashfully. "Senior Black Tortoise. I'm sorry. I was breaking through last night, so I'm late today. But thank you for blocking the heavenly tribulation for me." At this moment, Mu Jiyuhuan's aura seemed to have become more restrained. Her fair face seemed to have become even more radiant as it was filled with joy from the bottom of her heart. Just last night, she had comprehended the Earth Dog Fist and had thus broken through to the greater vehicle realm. At the critical moment when the heavenly tribulation was about to fall, the black tortoise and the sky-devouring dog made their moves, sending the heavenly tribulation flying. It was only last night that Mu Jiyuan realized how powerful the two were. Even though she was now in the greater vehicle realm, Mu Jiyuan still couldn't see through the cultivation of the black tortoise and the sky-devouring dog. In the beast-taming sect, blood was flowing like a river, and the ground was covered with the corpses of countless demonic beasts. Damn it, do the heavens want the beast-taming sect to be destroyed? Chu Quangren, the sect leader of the beast-taming sect, had an expression of endless grief and indignation. He could do nothing as he watched his sect disciples die one by one in front of him. His daughter and elder Wang had been seriously injured and had flown back to beast-taming sect in the early hours of the morning. If it was before, he would definitely take revenge for his daughter. But now, Chu Quangren could only sigh. The panda was about to break out of the seal. Its two forearms had already come out from the ground. When the panda fully came out, no one in the beast-taming sect would be able to suppress it. It would be a catastrophe. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Shu Yiren and Elder Wang, who had been unconscious due to their severe injuries, woke up. Their eyes were still filled with fear. After a long while, the two finally came back to their senses. "Yiren, Elder Wang, what happened to you two?" Seeing that the two of them had woken up, Chu Quangren hurriedly asked. To think with Elder Wang's strength, there was still someone who could injure them. This both Elder Wang and Shu Yiren hesitated. The scene last night was too terrifying. They had seen a phantom of a black tortoise that was taller than the sky and a divine dog that seemed to be capable of swallowing the world. They were like the masters of this world. Just thinking about the scene sent chills down their backs. Luckily, the black tortoise and sky-devouring dog didn't kill them. They only gave them a small lesson. Shu Yiren lowered her head, her beautiful eyes glimmering. No wonder the Snow Wolf King was so scared that it lay on the ground and didn't dare to move. So that divine dog was the legendary sky-devouring dog that mortal Shu Yiren thought of Zhao Changshan. And her face suddenly changed. That's right. Even the puppy he was carrying was a divine dog. So how could that mortal be a real mortal? His cultivation realm was too high that I couldn't tell suddenly. Shu Yiren's eyes lit up, and her mind trembled. Roar at that moment. A huge panda crawled out of the ground under the beast-taming sect where it had been sealed. Its body was black and white. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its aura was explosive, and all the cultivators of the beast-taming sect fled in fear. Chapter 19. Run! Help, the panda has broken the seal. Countless beast-taming sect cultivators formed hand seals, and countless streams of light flew toward the panda in an attempt to control its mind. However, the panda waved its hand, and the lights disappeared. Attack! Quickly attack! An elder shouted in panic. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks were all thrown at the panda. However, these iron weapons were like bamboo shoots as the panda held them and munched on them as if it was eating the most delicious food in the world. It sat down and ate slowly, producing an extremely crisp chewing sound. The disciples of the beast-taming sect gulped as they watched. If not for the fact that they knew that cultivators couldn't eat iron, they would have gone up and taken a bite themselves. Attack quickly. Attack while the panda is eating. Seeing this, everyone's faces lit up. Fireballs, ice arrows, and poisonous mist. The beast-taming sect disciples commanded their demonic beasts to launch countless long-range attacks. Ding, 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 ding. However, when these attacks hit the panda, they were like a drizzle falling on an iron bed. They didn't have any effect at all, not even bringing the panda an itch. What do? We can't stop the panda from coming out, Shu Quangren said resentfully. The panda was the mount of the beast-taming sect's founding ancestor. But who was the founding ancestor of the beast-taming sect? No one knew at this point. After all, this page had disappeared from the beast-taming sect's genealogy. Father, bring the beast-taming sect cultivators to the Beihuang continent. We'll have a chance to live once we reach Dayang Town. Shu Yiren, who had been deep in thought just a moment ago, suddenly raised her head and said, Dayang Town. Elder Wang was taken aback, and his expression suddenly darkened. That was where the black tortoise and sky-devouring dog were. He would rather die than go there. Roar! The next moment, the panda let out a furious roar. It had finished eating all the weapons. Sect leader, I think what the young miss said makes sense. Elder Wang immediately changed his mind. Very well. Shu Quangren nodded immediately. Although he didn't know why his daughter and Elder Wang were so certain, there was no other way. Everyone, we will retreat to the Beihuang continent. Shu Quangren shouted and retreated with the people of the beast-taming sect. After the people of the beast-taming sect retreated, a person walked out of the seal in the beast-taming sect. The man's face could not be seen clearly, and his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of white mist. Why am I in the wrong place again? I'm following the instructions of fate. So how did I deviate from the right direction? The man mumbled and dusted himself. He took out a Dao compass, and some of the white mist around him landed on the compass. The needle on the Dao compass spun a few times before stopping. The needle stopped and pointed at the north. The Beihuang continent. The Heaven Secrets compass should not be wrong. I'm heading there. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion said indifferently. In the King Yun sect, perfected King Yun's face was gloomy. He had found out who was trying to make a move on Wang Yuali. It was the Black Mountain Taoist who had planted the mark in Wang Yuali's Danshan. HMPH. This debt must be settled. Perfected King Yun snorted, and led the disciples of the King Yun sect to the Haishan sect. In 15 minutes, the people of the King Yun sect arrived in front of the Haishan sect. Black Mountain Taoist. Get out here. How dare you lay your hands on my daughter? To think you have the guts? Perfected King Yun bellowed. His voice was accompanied by a vibration of spiritual energy, and it whizzed out. The entire Haishan sect heard it clearly. How presumptuous you, a first-level heavenly tribulation realm cultivator, dare to provoke me? Black Mountain Taoist roared and threw a punch at perfected King Yun. Although they were both heavenly tribulation realm experts, the difference between the first and second levels of the same realm was huge. Basically, in a battle, there was no chance for a first-level heavenly tribulation realm cultivator to kill a second-level heavenly tribulation realm opponent, but the latter could kill the opponent. Each level of the heavenly tribulation realm was so vastly different that the gap between levels was the distance between heaven and earth. Even if it was indeed possible that a second-level heavenly tribulation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to stop his opponent if the other party wanted to run. If they were to face each other head-on, the former would definitely have a higher chance of winning. Therefore, Black Mountain Taoist attacked Perfected King Yun without any restraint. He had visited Perfected King Yun a month ago. At that time, the latter was only in the first level of the heavenly tribulation realm. He had also placed the slave mark on Wang Yuoli's body at that time. The first level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Looking at the Black Mountain Taoist, Perfected King Yun smiled contemptuously and threw a punch as well. The Black Mountain Taoist was sent flying backward, his face pale. Third level of the heavenly tribulation realm. The Black Mountain Taoist was shocked and his expression changed to one of disbelief. This was impossible in their realm. It was almost impossible to make any further progress. Not to mention that Perfected King Yun had broken through 2 levels in a month. Black Mountain Taoist was shocked. He looked at Perfected King Yun and his face darkened. His escape route had been sealed off by the disciples of the King Yun sect. If he didn't kill Perfected King Yun today, he would be killed by the latter instead. HMPH. I want the King Yun sect dead. The Black Mountain Taoist roared, and a black token appeared in his hand. With a crack, the token was crushed. Then, a huge millstone array started to span under the Haitian sect. Countless Haitian sect's disciples let out blood-curdling screeches as they were ground into blood mist by the millstone array. The blood mist gathered and was devoured by Black Mountain Taoist. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation rose sharply and his aura became extremely brutal. He sent Perfected King Yun flying with a punch. Perfected King Yun. What can you do to me now? The Black Mountain Taoist laughed as he looked at Wang Yuoli. Wang Yuoli had a pure yin body, so the Black Mountain Taoist had his eyes on her for a long time. As long as he could eat Wang Yuoli, with the help of the pure yin blood, his devilish technique would be greatly improved. At that time, he would have a chance to break through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. By then, even if he were to face Mu Jiuwang, he would have the confidence to fight. Be good and let me eat you. The Black Mountain Taoist stretched out his hand and grabbed at Wang Yuoli's chest. He wanted to grab the girl and devour her. HMPH. You'll have to ask me first. Huo Qingyun stood in front of Wang Yuoli and assumed a cool posture. Senior brother Wang Yuoli looked at Huo Qingyun. Junior sister? Say no more. Your senior brother will always stand in front of you. Huo Qingyun said calmly. He wanted to prove that he was capable. He could already see his junior sister waving at him, wiping away her tears of being moved. However, in the next moment, the Black Mountain Taoist's big hand pressed Huo Qingyun into the ground, making a huge pit. Senior brother, I just wanted to remind you to be careful. Wang Yuoli covered her eyes and couldn't bear to look at the state her senior brother was in now. Chapter 20. To think a little piece of trash dares to get in the way. The Black Mountain Taoist said disdainfully as he looked at Huo Qingyun, who was pressed in the pit. His big hand once again reached out to grab Wang Yuoli. Wang Yuoli looked at the Black Mountain Taoist's big hand in despair. Uo Lai. Perfected King Yun shouted as well, his face filled with anxiety. He was on his way back. But it was too late. Be eaten by me. The Black Mountain Taoist laughed as he was about to catch Wang Yuoli. All of a sudden, he felt as if the back of his collar was being pulled by a large hand. What's going on? The Black Mountain Taoist was dumbfounded. He turned his head only to see a huge beast. Seeing its huge mouth and sharp teeth, the Black Mountain Taoist did not doubt that the panda could swallow him whole. Run. The first thing the Black Mountain Taoist did was to use his vital spirit to tear his clothes apart and break free from the panda's restraint. He wanted to use his escape technique to escape. But the next moment, the panda slapped him to death. Run. This is a panda. We're not its match. Chu Quangren's rough voice rang out. The people from King Yun's sect were not fools either, so they also started running. The panda chased while the people of the King Yun sect and the teeming sect ran. Along the way, the demonic beasts in the mountain forest all prostrated on the ground, and the birds scattered in fright. The small courtyard was calm as ever. Mu Jiuwang was feeding the turtle, while Yifan was chopping wood seriously. The current Yifan had a faint smile on his face. The hatred in his eyes had disappeared, and he was more like a mortal now. However, every crack on the firewood he chopped out was perfectly straight, as if it had been measured beforehand. Even if one slid one's hand down the edge of the chopped firewood, one wouldn't find any thorns or cuts on one's hand. I finally reached the first stage of wood chopping. Yifan smiled faintly. Mu Jiuhuang occasionally glanced at Yifan, and each time, she became more curious. In her eyes, Yifan seemed to have cultivation at times and was immortal at other times with no cultivation at all. She was greatly shocked. One must know that she was now in the greater vehicle realm. Yet she was unable to see through Yifan's current state. The only thing she could be sure of was that the current Yifan was more like a normal person. The aura of a celestial cultivator that he previously had seemed to have been washed away. As for Zhou Changshan, he was walking alpha, having a lot of fun. He even strolled to the green mountain outside town. There, he found a stone slab where he carved some lines on with a rock, making a simple chessboard. The man and dog started playing chess. Woof, woof, woo. After more than 10 rounds, Alpha was dejected once more. Don't be so dejected. You can now play half a game against me. One day Zhou Changshan encouraged Alpha as he patted his head. Alpha raised his head when he heard Zhou Changshan's encouragement. His large dog eyes were filled with anticipation as he waited for the second half of Zhou Changshan's sentence. Zhou Changshan smiled faintly. He didn't expect the dog given by the system to be so smart. He joked, "One day, you'll be able to play for a little while longer against me." Woo-woo. Alpha thought that Zhou Changshan was encouraging him, but he didn't expect Zhou Changshan to tease him instead. The puppy thus lowered his head and whimpered. Zhou Changshan laughed out loud when he saw Alpha's expression. It had been a long time since he had laughed so relaxedly. Woof, woof. Suddenly, Alpha barked at the forest with a fierce look. What's in the forest? Zhou Changshan, who was laughing out loud, was also shocked. A dog's nose and senses were very sensitive. As an animal caretaker in his previous life, he knew this very well. Whoosh, there seems to be some small animal moving in the forest. Woof woof, Alpha barked and ran into the forest at the speed of light. After crossing the forest, a huge panda walked over. Roar, the panda glared at Alpha and roared. To think a puppy dared to block its way, how bold. The panda raised its huge paw, which was the size of a small mountain, and slammed down with terrifying power. Meanwhile, Chu Quanggren's divine will was locked onto the panda as he fled. He wanted to estimate the distance between them. Not good. Where did this puppy come from to think it's blocking the way in front of the panda? Isn't it courting death? Chu Quanggren was bewildered and helpless. The beast-taming sect had always liked animals, but now, he couldn't save the pup. After all, he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone a puppy. However, with this time, they could run even further. He would strive to reach the small courtyard of that expert as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chu Quanggren retracted his divine will and used his vital spirit to speed up his escape. The panda's palm landed on the ground, creating a huge pit and stirring up dust. However, it did not hurt Alpha. Rather, there was not even dust around Alpha. The panda's movements were simply too slow for him. The moment the panda's palm landed, Alpha had already left his previous position. Alpha stared at the panda before him. If it was an unpardonable human before him, he would have killed the other party long ago. What a pity. It was a panda. Master should like a panda, Alpha said indifferently. He thought of subduing this panda to make his master happy. Roar, seeing that its attack had missed. The panda pounded its chest with both fists, and 2 fists the size of hills smashed down. However, Alpha was unmoved. With a tap of its feet, the point turned into a line, and the line turned into a plane. A chessboard with crisscrossing lines instantly appeared. Then, the panda was enveloped by the chessboard. Its 2 fists that were smashing down landed on the chessboard, but the chessboard remained unscathed. The sky-devouring dog stood on the chessboard and a huge sky-devouring dog Dharma appeared. The huge sky-devouring dog Dharma opened its mouth, which was as huge as a black hole. ready to swallow the sun and the moon in the sky. In front of the sky-devouring dog Dharma, the panda's size was nothing. It was like a mountain compared to the stars. Simply insignificant. Woof, the sky-devouring dog barked at the panda, its terrifying aura shocking the latter. The panda raised its arms and looked at the sky-devouring dog in front of it. A bloodline pressure crushed it. The panda's body began to shrink until it was the size of a cub. Yin. The panda shrunk back into a cub, and it was so scared that it whimpered while running into the forest. Upon seeing this, Alpha retracted his sky-devouring dog Dharma, then wagged his tail as he ran back to Xiao Changshan, using his head to rub against Xiao Changshan's pants. Alpha, what's wrong? Seeing Alpha rubbing against his trousers, Xiao Changshan thought the puppy was playing with him. However, Alpha looked into the forest again. Xiao Changshan was stunned. Could it be that Alpha had found something good and was pointing it out to him? What is it? Xiao Changshan stood up and walked towards the forest. Pulling apart the leaves and branches, he managed to pry open a small gap in the shrubbery in front. FCK. A panda. Xiao Changshan immediately saw a panda cub as tall as his calf. It was hiding in the grass, shivering. As an animal caretaker in his previous life, he had also raised a panda before. He used his hand to grab the back of the panda's neck and lifted it, holding its fate in his hands. Xiao Changshan was very clear that lifting a panda this way was the most energy-saving method. After all, if he hugged the panda would resist. But if one grabbed the panda by the back of its neck, the panda would then be under one's control. Roar. After being lifted by Xiao Changshan, the panda was about to let out a low roar. Woof, woof. Alpha barked straight at the panda, and the latter instantly flinched and didn't dare to growl anymore. It obediently allowed Xiao Changshan to carry it. This is really rare. I can't believe I'm seeing a panda in the world of celestial cultivation. Xiao Changshan carried the panda back and placed it on the green stone slab. This is great. Xiao Changshan looked at the panda in front of him. It made him feel as if he had returned to his previous life. It was as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land. In the future, I'll take care of you. You'll be called Rongrong, Xiao Changshan said with a smile, using his hand to caress Rongrong's body, appeasing its mood. Not far away, the people from the Qingyun sect and beast-taming sect were originally running in a hurry, but after some time, they suddenly realized that no creature was chasing them. The panda isn't chasing us anymore. So what are you guys running for? A disciple at the back of the line asked. It's not chasing us anymore. I don't know either. I'm just following the person in front. The person in front answered. The crowd finally stopped. Perfected King Yun and Chu Quangren stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. They nodded and went back the way they came. They wanted to find out what had happened. After all, the panda wouldn't give up on them for no reason. Chu Quangren also wanted to go back and bury the dog's body. Hence, the people from the two sects slowly walked back the way they came from. Following this, the tens of thousands of people present all gasped. They actually saw the panda that had been chasing after tens of thousands of people being held by Xiao Changshan. Yet, it didn't even dare to make a sound. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb the senior's peace. Perfected King Yun said in a low voice and used his vital spirit to send the message to all disciples, asking them to leave. Previously, he had thought that the senior who had given him a calligraphy piece with sword intent was a greater vehicle realm expert. Even back then, he was already highly shocked. However, at this moment, he felt ignorant. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well who was shocked when he suddenly came out of the well and saw the vast sky. Everything he thought of was wrong. At this moment, he finally realized how insignificant he was. To think the senior could even play with the panda as he pleased. How could he merely be a greater vehicle realm expert? The senior was probably even more powerful than the greater vehicle realm. In fact, he might even be a legendary ancient emperor. Chapter 21. As for Chu Quangren from the beast-taming sect, the fear had stunned him. This Chu Quangren looked at Xiao Changshan before him and the panda in his arms, which he was stroking. He was dumbfounded. Xiao Changshan was like a statue, unmoved. Chu Quangren had never seen such a scene before. Panda was the mount of the beast-taming sect's founding patriarch. It was fierce. And according to sporadic records, the panda could even eat a greater vehicle realm cultivator. However, the mortal before him was treating the panda as a toy. Most importantly, the panda cooperated obediently and didn't dare to move. Sect leader. That senior is a peerless expert. As for the one beside him, it's the legendary divine beast, a sky-devouring dog. Elder Wang quickly explained the situation to Chu Quangrun. Even though Elder Wang was using his vital energy to transmit the message, Chu Quangrun could still feel the fear in Elder Wang's emotions. A peerless expert sky-devouring dog. Chu Quangrun was shocked. No wonder. To him, the senior in front of him was no different from a mortal. It was because he was too weak. As for the sky-devouring dog, was it the little dog besides senior? It was the little dog that had stopped the panda. The sky-devouring dog was a divine beast that was even more terrifying than the panda. It was rumored that it could devour the sky and the moon. Even if the beast-taming sect's patriarch climbed out of his coffin, he wouldn't be a match for them. However, it seemed like the sky-devouring dog listened to the words of the expert in front of it. Also, the previous obstruction should have been instructed by the senior. Hiss! Chu Quangrun gasped. He was more shocked than ever. His face turned from shock to paleness, and the fear in his heart was indescribable. Hi, you're the previous buyer of my painting. Zhao Changshan turned around and saw perfected King Yun. This man was his source of money. Senior, it's me. It's indeed me. Perfected King Yun laughed and answered quickly. Senior Zhao Changshan was stunned. He was only a mortal, and they were cultivators. How could they call him senior? But on second thought, this person didn't seem like he was out of his mind. Calling him senior should be referring to him as a senior in calligraphy. It was no wonder that the system's skill mastery reward had enhanced his calligraphy. In the path of calligraphy, seniority had always been determined by calligraphy skill, not by age or status. This was the so-called accomplished people or the masters. There was no harm in calling him senior. Who is this person beside you? There are so many people from your sect. Why are you here? Zhao Changshan stood up and looked into the distance. He saw tens of thousands of people. He was also slightly nervous. There were so many people. He was afraid they were there to fight. This was the world of cultivation. It was normal for two sects to fight. However, these people's cultivation base was not enough to compare with the Reverend Daying. He recalled a miniature sun behind Reverend Daying's back when he had seen him make his move on the street. Moreover, he had the demeanor of an expert. Unlike these people, who were just here to fight for their sects, they all had fear in their eyes. They didn't even have the contempt that cultivators had for mortals. At first glance, he could tell that person was from a weak sect. It was like heaven and earth compared to Reverend Daying. Senior, this is the sect master of the beast-taming sect, Chu Quangrun. Our two sects are in a disagreement, Perfected King Yun explained hurriedly. However, before he could finish his explanation, Zhao Changshan interrupted him. All right, I understand. Listen to me. Go back. Let's call it a day. Zhao Changshan waved his hand and said to Perfected King Yun and Chu Quangrun. Zhao Changshan thought, your sects have arranged a fight, and these disciples look afraid. Aren't you embarrassed? Even I can't stand it anymore. Then, Senior Chu Quangrun pointed at the panda, pondering how Senior would deal with it. Without the senior's suppression, the panda would run back again. The might of the panda was not something they could resist. You're talking about Rongrong ill raise it in the future, Zhao Changshan said with a smile. A giant panda's living environment in the wild was terrible, not to mention that this was the world of immortal cultivation. What if Rongrong encountered some powerful demonic beast and swallowed Rongrong in one bite? He should handle this matter and not be careless with it. Chu Quangrun was overjoyed when he heard this. The senior was going to suppress the panda himself. That was great. With the senior's help, the panda would not be able to cause any more trouble, and beast-taming sect would be considered to have survived this calamity. You guys continue chatting. He'll be leaving first. Zhao Changshan lifted the panda. This panda was still in a state of shock. It must have been frightened by the fight between the two sects. After all, the panda was still small, and it was normal for it to be afraid of strangers. I am different and am immortal. So, Ronggong would feel at ease with me. Xiao Changshan thought to himself as he rushed home. Only perfected King Yun and Chu Kuangren were left there. At perfected King Yun's order, tens of thousands of cultivators from both sects returned to the King Yun sect. After a round of conversation, the two of them were extremely shocked. That was because they had discovered a shocking setup. Chu Kuangren asked, "You're saying that Senior has already predicted the birth of the panda?" Perfected King Yun said, "That's right. This was all part of the Senior's plan. Senior predicted that the panda would be born, so he had the black tortoise and the sky-devouring dog take action to send your daughter and Elder Wang back. With your daughter and Elder Wang's hint, you will come to the Baiwan continent. At this time, the Senior predicted that I would attack the Haitian sect, and the result of the attack must have been within his expectations. The Black Mountain Taoist sacrificed the sect to increase his strength and wanted to attack Yuali. This included the panda that arrived later. The Senior is truly meticulous." The more perfected King Yun guessed, the more shocked he became. Every step was closely linked, and his guess should be correct. After hearing what perfected King Yun said, Chu Kuangren nodded his head repeatedly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought about it carefully, and it was indeed so. He only felt that it was unimaginable and even more terrifying. Meanwhile, a figure riding on a snow wolf stealthily left the Kingian sect under cover of the night. Looking determined, "Senior, I'm here." Shu Yiren flicked the leather whip in her hand, and the snow wolf king under her leaped up, disappearing in front of the moon. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the ground in a barren land in Yan town. The Heaven Secrets Dao compass shows that it's here. Could it be related to the expert who killed the Black Fiend Taoist and the Black Blood Chess Saint? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's head retracted the silver light from his body, revealing his true appearance. "Well, it's just in time. I can transform into a wandering Taoist and slowly search for my chance." Chapter 22. The following day, the sun rose from the east as usual, and Xiao Changshan was also awake. There were a lot of plans for today. First, he would sell some calligraphy and paintings on the streets to exchange for copper coins. Next, he would renovate the small courtyard. The environment of the small courtyard wasn't suitable for Ronggong's life. "If I want to expand the courtyard area, I'll need a lot of money." When Xiao Changshan thought of the 20 taels of gold from before, he felt pity for it. "Jior, after feeding the tortoises, go find a few craftsmen to renovate the courtyard," Xiao Changshan ordered. "All right." Mu Jiwang nodded, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Craftsman. Xiao Changshan was walking on the street, preparing to head to the town's pawnshop. He wanted to ask how much his paintings could be pawned for. A rich man like perfected King Yun must be rare. Now was when he urgently needed money and could not try his luck. "I can predict the great fortune of the heavens and the good fortune and misfortune. I'll start the divination with 1 copper coin. If it's accurate, you can give me more. I'll give you 10 taels of gold if it's inaccurate." A loud voice was heard. Xiao Changshan looked over and saw that a fortune-telling stall had appeared before him since God knows when. At this time, a white-robed, beardless, middle-aged man had his eyes closed as he called out. It was the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. In front of the stall, people would pass by from time to time to ask. When everyone left, they all had grateful expressions. "Young man, it's our fate to meet each other. Why don't I read you your fortune?" Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's master said with a smile. "Hee hee." Xiao Changshan chuckled, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What ability did this kind of wandering Taoist have to predict the fate of the heavens? He had met many wandering Taoists in his previous life, so he didn't have a good impression of them. If they could directly calculate the winning numbers of the lottery tomorrow, wouldn't they have become rich long ago? Does he even know how to read fortunes? As for the cultivation world, he didn't believe it. Cultivation was a heaven-defying act. Who could predict their fate? "Little brother, you don't believe me?" Hearing Xiao Changshan sneer, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion frowned. Countless cultivators on the 5 continents of the mainland of Tianyuan begged him to tell their fortunes, but he still did it according to his mood. Today, however, He came to a small town and was questioned by a mortal. I don't. Zhao Changshan shook his head and said seriously. You seeing Zhao Changshan didn't look like he was lying. The pavilion master was even angrier. A mortal was questioning him. Was that appropriate? He could not tolerate that. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion slammed 100 taels of gold on the table. I'll read your fortune. You'll have to give me a copper coin if it's accurate. If it's not, these golds are yours. Hiss. Seeing 100 taels of gold, and the gold even emitting a dazzling light, Zhao Changshan silently gasped. This was 100 taels of gold. Enough for him to live the rest of his life without worry. Aren't you afraid that I'll lie on purpose? Zhao Changshan looked at the pavilion master and said solemnly. As long as he insisted that the man's calculations were inaccurate, wouldn't these 100 taels of gold be his? However, Zhao Changshan maintained his sincerity and wasn't tempted by money. He said it out loud. I have a mirror here. It's an immortal treasure that can test the authenticity of a person's words. You can try it out. The Heavenly Secrets Taoist took out his Heavenly Secrets mirror. The Heavenly Secrets mirror was an ancient treasure passed down from generation to generation. Detecting lies were only one of its various functions. Oh, I'll try then. Zhao Changshan was interested. He sat down opposite the pavilion master and looked in the mirror. After recalling what he knew, it seemed he was the only one who knew about yesterday's fight between the Qingyan sect and the teeming sect. He thought for a moment and said, there was a fight at the back of the mountain outside the town yesterday. As Zhao Changshan spoke, the Heavenly Secrets mirror lit up with a green light. This means you're not lying. If you lie, it will show red. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion explained. Zhao Changshan nodded. It seemed that this realm was indeed a treasure in the cultivation world. It even knew about the fight between cultivators yesterday. All right, you can start the divination. Do you want me to write a word? Or do you want me to read my fortune through my face? I'll cooperate with you. Zhao Changshan said. As for whether this wandering Taoist would renege on his debt, he didn't need to worry at all. Many people were watching them. With so many witnesses, he wasn't afraid that this wandering Taoist would go back on his word. No need to go through so much trouble. I'll know once I calculate. The pavilion master said arrogantly. His divination art could predict anything from the ninth-level heavenly tribulation realm experts to mortals on the mainland of Tianyuan. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion lightly twirled a spell with a faint smile on his lips. Today, he was going to let this mortal experience his skill. What do you guys think? It's 100 taels of gold. I want it. We're waiting for the results. If it's accurate, let's get him to read our fortunes too. The residents of Daying Town were all curious as they waited for the results. Zhao Changshan, on the other hand, was indifferent. The wandering Taoist was probably using a trick to deceive people. If he didn't get tricked by the wandering Taoist and allowed him to grasp his psychological weakness, the wandering Taoist wouldn't have had any chance to find out anything. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master chanted a spell, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. His brows gradually furrowed, and his expression turned serious. Such a tough mortal's fate fog blocking my sight. HMPH. It's a pity it will not stop me. After all, the Taoist of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master sneered. He used the Heavenly Secrets art and charged toward the mist. Break it open and let me see what's inside. Heavenly Secrets Taoist laughed in his heart. But suddenly, his expression changed, and his body trembled, just as his Heavenly Secrets art was about to break through the fog. A brilliant pressure of the great Tao descended. If he hadn't dodged in time and used his substitute body to block it, he was probably dead by now. This is impossible. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master looked at Zhao Changshan in disbelief. Was the person in front of him a FC-king mortal? This big shot came from God knows where and was making fun of him. Senior must be joking. I'm just a swindler. All of this gold is yours. The pavilion master knew that the person in front of him was a big shot, so he quickly apologized. His back was already drenched in a cold sweat. In the ring, the substitute body had already been crushed into ashes. He would have turned into a pool of ash if he had not reacted quickly. No, not even his ash would be left. How you haven't told me the result yet? Zhao Changshan was dumbfounded. You just made up a lie. And it ended just like the how boring is that? I Roman too can't figure it out. The pavilion master said helplessly with a wry smile. However, he was a little nervous in his heart. Could it be that the senior doesn't intend to let me go? However, he didn't have any enmity with the senior. The pavilion master could only smile and hand the gold to Zhao Changshan as a serious apology. Chapter 23. Senior, please don't make things difficult for me. I can't predict your fortune. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master smiled bitterly. Hee. If you knew this would happen, why did you promise this in the future? Don't predict such unpredictable things like fortune and fate. Zhao Changshan laughed and said, if he didn't intend to swindle, he wouldn't have had such an ending today. It was a lesson for this wandering Taoist. As for the 100 taels of gold, Zhao Changshan only took 10 taels. Senior, these are all yours. Please don't refuse them. The pavilion master quickly said. He was panicked. This young man was an expert, and the pavilion master knew he couldn't defend him. Moreover, the words of this expert were the same as the admonishment his master had given him when he had first entered the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Predicting the Heavenly Secrets was a treasonous thing. However, after cultivating the art of Heavenly Secrets to perfection, he no longer cared about it because he could use other means to eliminate the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, no one could remind him. Only today, when he had made a fool of himself in front of Senior, did he truly come to his senses. The apprehension and nervousness he had felt when he first entered the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion again welled up in him. The Senior was reminding him if he predicted many heavenly secrets, it would eventually lead to a karmic backlash. The senior was a kind man. No need. Since the previous rule was 10 taels of gold. It's 10 taels of gold. Just remember not to do such a thing in the future. Zhao Changshan said indifferently as he left with the 10 taels of gold. He left the pavilion master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion alone to reflect on his actions. Tisk, this man is a swindler. After all, he is not to be trusted. Let's leave. There's nothing to see here. The surrounding crowd also dispersed in an uproar. If the Taoist couldn't read anything, what kind of fortune teller was he immediately? Everyone lost interest. On the streets, Zhao Changshan looked at the 10 taels of gold in his hand, feeling happy. I've been quite lucky recently. First, someone bought a piece of calligraphy. And then I met a wealthy swindler. He'll have money now to renovate the courtyard. I just don't know if Jiuer has found the craftsman. Zhao Changshan thought. Dansheng continent. On a vast sea, a few masters were floating in the void, and their powerful kai activities caused the sea to surge. Fellow Taoist Jiwang, it's impossible for us to be craftsmen for others. That's right. We're all cultivators at the third level heavenly tribulation realm. Don't even think about insulting us even if we're not your match. We also have our dignity. 5 middle-aged men stood in front of Mu Jiuwang, each holding a different weapon. These 5 people were the sect leader and elders of the Heavenly Building sect. When they were still weak, they were construction workers. However, due to fate, they obtained an opportunity and evolved into Taoism through construction work, becoming powerful people. Haha, it seems you guys don't like to be persuaded. Mu Jiuwang chuckled. The aura around her turned cold. A powerful aura burst out, instantly suppressing the 5 people. Ard, what are you trying to do? Ah! The 5 of them shouted. Their faces flushed red. Under the pressure of Mu Jiuhuang's aura, they found breathing difficult. They were like small boats on the sea that could be overturned at any time. No, how is this possible? How can you be so powerful? The 5 of them were shocked, and their faces filled with horror. Even if Mu Jiuwang was a 9-stage heavenly tribulation realm expert, the 5 of them could still escape even if they couldn't defeat him. But now, they realized that they couldn't even escape, because I'm already above the heavenly tribulation realm. Mu Jiuwang said indifferently. His face was cold, but his voice resounded over the entire sea. At this moment, she was more like Emperor Jiuwang, the emperor who controlled life and death. She was different from the courtyard's submissive maid. Senior, do you still remember me? On the way, Zhao Changshan was stopped by Chu Yiren. Chu Yiren smiled affectionately. and her big, watery eyes stared at Xiao Changshan's eyes. "You're so silly." Xiao Changshan looked at the young lady in front of him. Wasn't this the young lady who seemed dim-witted? Did she run out again? Wasn't this girl following Chu Quangren before? Could this girl be Chu Quangren's daughter? "Forget it. He'll take you back," Xiao Changshan said helplessly. They were considered acquaintances, so he couldn't watch this silly girl get abducted. He would bring her back first. Chu Quangren would send people out to look for her, and he would let the Chu family's people take this silly girl back. "Senior, you're taking me back." Hearing this, Chu Yiren felt her heart hammering. "Follow me." Xiao Changshan grabbed Chu Yiren's wrist and brought her back. Chu Yiren felt even more delighted when he held her. "It seems like you've taken a liking to me. Senior, you'll go to your room tonight and settle this matter." Then Chu Yiren lowered her head as she thought, her face filled with excitement and anticipation. Soon, the few of them returned to the small courtyard simultaneously. "Master, who is she?" The first thing Mu Jiuwang saw was that Xiao Changshan was holding a woman's hand. Baffled, she directly asked. After she spoke, she realized that something was wrong with her. She was the senior's maid. How could she question the senior like this? She quickly apologized. "Senior, I'm sorry. Oh, it's nothing. She's an old friend's daughter. Did you find me those craftsmen?" Xiao Changshan waved his hand and said indifferently. He knew that women were always on guard against each other. Mu Jiuwang replied. After knowing Mu Jiuwang had broken through to the greater vehicle realm, the few people from the Heavenly Buildings sect agreed to build the place. After all, Mu Jiuwang had told them that if they came to build the courtyard, they would be able to meet the peerless expert. But all they saw was a mortal. The five of them looked at each other in confusion. That was all. "Since you're here, let's start the job. Transform this courtyard according to my blueprint." Xiao Changshan settled Chu Yiren down in a room. Then, he took a blueprint and handed it to the Heavenly Building sect members. "I want to build a bamboo forest here. We need to expand the pool and the chicken coop." Xiao Changshan planned carefully. According to his guess, the system would give him more animals. He had to expand the yard and not mix up the lives of the animals. A budget of 10 taels of gold was enough. The problem was that they might have a conflict with the inn. Xiao Changshan felt that this matter would be a little challenging to handle when he thought of Reverend Dang's invincible demeanor. However, after looking at the animals and thinking about his future path of invincibility, Xiao Changshan still felt that he had to do this. "Jiur, go to the Dang sect's inn first and communicate with them," Xiao Changshan instructed Mu Jiuwang. If it didn't work, he would go himself. "Alright." Mu Jiuwang nodded. Chapter 24. In the courtyard, the 5 elders of the Heavenly Building sect were renovating the courtyard according to the blueprint. Xiao Changshan was pacing back and forth at the door, a little worried. Dang sect was a cultivation sect in Dang town. There was still one level difference between an immortal cultivator and a mortal. "I wonder how the communication is going. Did Jiur manage to persuade the cultivators? Should I go with her?" Xiao Changshan was worried as he looked at the inn. Meanwhile, Mu Jiuwang walked into the inn and immediately announced her identity. When she released her aura, the cultivators on duty were instantly intimidated. The inn manager was dumbfounded and quickly reported to Reverend Dang. On the other end of the communication device, Reverend Dang quickly agreed humbly. In just a quarter of an hour, everything was settled. Done. Mu Jiuwang smiled faintly. She felt that she could ask her master for some rewards for completing the mission. After all, her master brought back another woman. Phew! In the Dang hall, Reverend Dang cut off the communication and sat limply on the sect leader's throne. Looking aggrieved, he had never thought that the mortal from before could make Emperor Jiuwang speak to him personally. No wonder that mortal was so calm when he saw him. It turned out that he had the Emperor as his backer. At the thought of the Emperor's terrifying might, Reverend Dang immediately ordered the inn to agree to all conditions related to the courtyard. The Emperor is not to be trifled with. She's an existence that can destroy the Dang sect with a single slap, Reverend Dang said with lingering fear. At the same time, he also asked the disciples of the inn to take care of the small courtyards. If there were any trouble, he would ask the cultivators of the inn to go and help. In the courtyard, the 5 elders of the heavenly building sect worked very quickly and removed all the outer walls in no time. Little tortoise, go to the side and wait for a while. Elder Ji walked to the poolside and grabbed the green tortoise with one hand, trying to transform the pool. Suddenly, the green tortoise glared at him. The black tortoise's terrifying aura instantly scared Elder Ji to the point that his face turned pale, making him stagger and fall to the ground. What's wrong? Xiao Changshan rushed back when he heard the voice. The other elders of the heavenly building sect also hurriedly helped Chu Yi. Be careful while working. Don't be so careless. Xiao Changshan observed Elder Ji and found that he wasn't injured. So, he let out a sigh of relief and advised. Yes. Yes, Elder Ji quickly nodded and answered. No longer looking down on him, Elder Ji had just seen the black tortoise Dharma. He finally understood that the mortal before him was not as simple as he thought. As for the opportunity that Mu Jiuhuag had mentioned, he believed it now. I'm going to move these animals away. You guys rest for a while. Xiao Changshan picked up the tortoise and put it in the water basin for the time being. Then, he went back into the house. When Xiao Changshan had left, the other elders all asked with puzzled looks. Big brother, what happened just now? Zuyi said. Shush. Listen to me. Xiao Changshan carried the tortoise and entered the room. He immediately saw Chu Yiren carrying Rongrong to the bed, playing with her happily. As for the panda, because Chu Yiren had Xiao Changshan's aura on her, it did not dare to move and curled up into a ball. Okay. Have fun in the room, and don't run around. I'll only be back at night. Xiao Changshan instructed. He placed the basin with the green tortoise on the table, closed the door, and left. Did Senior just say he will be back at night? Chu Yiren's mind was running wild, but being stared at by the green-furred tortoise also made her tremble in fear, and she hid in a corner with Rongrong. Master, the inn has agreed to let us have the land behind. Mu Jiuhuang reported to Xiao Changshan happily. The people at the inn are so easy to talk to. What are their conditions? Xiao Changshan was puzzled. There are no conditions. He just gave it to us. Mu Jiuhuang shook her head. It was just a piece of land. Why would Dang sect dare to ask for conditions from her master? Well, Xiao Changshan honestly did not expect that things would progress so smoothly. It seems like this Reverend Dang is a good cultivator. Xiao Changshan lamented. He had read too many novels in his previous life, which made him think he would encounter a tyrant the moment he transmigrated. He did not expect Reverend Dang to be so reasonable. I should also send a congratulatory gift whenever Dang's sect has any celebrations in the future. Everything was going according to plan. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was night. When Xiao Changshan returned, he found Chu Yiren shivering in the corner, fast asleep. Helplessly, he could only sleep on the floor. On the streets, undercurrents were surging. The cultivators of the Asura sect had sneaked in during the night when it was dark. Asura sect, a 7th grade sect, was an evil sect that harmed ordinary mortals. They were best at extracting the yang energy of mortals and using it for cultivation. It was an existence that everyone in the cultivation world hated. Let's destroy this inn first. Then, we'll occupy the Dayang sect's territory and start our development from Dayang town. The sect master said with a smile. Dayang sect was merely a 9th grade sect. It would be a piece of cake to take it down. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So this is where your Asura sect escaped to. No wonder we 5 brothers couldn't find you after searching for so many years. Ji's voice was extremely cold. The other 4 elders of the heavenly building sect also had cold expressions. They originally had 6 brothers. Unfortunately, the Asura sect had drained their brother's yang energy using the charming technique, making him die of exhaustion. They had been searching the world for years, but could not find a trace of the Asura sect. However, they did not expect to meet the Asura sect here today. You guys, why are you here? Asura sect leader turned pale with fright. An expert wearing a skull mask told him he would not be discovered if he hid in Dayang town. Arg! Before they could escape, the cultivators of the Asura sect were all killed. Enlightened. This is all part of the senior's plan. Ji looked at the Asura sect corpses on the ground, filled with surprise. The other 4 people all came over to take a look. Meanwhile, in the dark secret chamber, a slave mark in the skeleton-masked man's hand suddenly shattered. Hee. These Asura sect pieces of trash are indeed unreliable. It seems like I have to make some big moves soon. The skeletal man sneered and issued 3 orders. The 3 men who received the order were shocked. A convention of geniuses in Dayang Town. Chapter 25. A great morning would make the day. Zhao Changshan woke up and looked at Chu Yiren, who was lying on the bed, trembling with a helpless expression. This girl was more fragile than he thought. She was so frightened, even by a nightmare. After thinking for a while, Zhao Changshan didn't wake her up. He let her sleep a little longer so she wouldn't cause a ruckus. Walking out of the room, Zhao Changshan was stunned. The original courtyard had been renewed. It was a completely different place from before. A cool breeze blew in a green bamboo forest, and the bamboo leaves rustled as if heaven and earth were singing in harmony. An artificial pond paved with gray cobblestones was at the corner of the wall. Next to it was a rockery, and under the pond, there was an underground canal that led to an underground river. The water flowed freely, reflecting the entire bamboo forest. The chicken pen and dog kennels at the side were also renovated to look like caves. Full of a natural charm, light and shadow flickered, causing the entire small courtyard to be filled with elegance. You guys didn't sleep all night. Zhao Changshan looked at the 5 people from the Heavenly Building sect in shock. These 5 people were so responsible, not even sleeping in the middle of the night. He was delighted with the transformation of this small courtyard. Hearing this, the 5 people from the Heavenly Building sect quickly approached with embarrassed smiles. Senior, everything is done according to your blueprint. Please see if there is anything you want us to change. No, it's okay. The renovation of the small courtyard has been completed. This is your salary. Take a rest, Zhao Changshan said indifferently and gave 10 taels of gold to Zhu Yi. No, we can't accept this. Zhu Yi and the other 4 took the gold and looked flustered. They didn't know if they should take it or not. Senior had already helped them take revenge, which was a great favor. Moreover, it was their luck to do things for the senior. How could they ask for something from the senior? Looking at the panicked look on their faces, Zhao Changshan smiled faintly. He could tell at a glance that these people were simple craftsmen who worked overnight without sleeping, and the results were beyond his expectations. They were honest people. These people must have never seen such a high salary, so they were shocked. He couldn't blame them for this. He had the same reaction when he first saw the taels of gold. You deserve these for the job you've done. Take it. Zhao Changshan smiled, indicating the craftsman to accept the gold. Yes, sir. The 5 elders of the Heavenly Building sect could only nod their heads upon hearing his words. The 5 took their wages and walked out of the small courtyard. Brother, are we just going to leave like this? That senior is an unparalleled expert. He only asked us to help him modify his courtyard. Yet the senior had helped us take revenge on our enemy. Yes. A few of them looked at Zhu Yi. None of them wanted to leave. All matters within the Heavenly Building sect, big and small, were settled with a single vital spirit voice transmission. However, the opportunity to follow an expert could only be encountered and not sought. The 5 had been stuck in the same realm for many years. They had tried all kinds of methods, but had no hope of breaking through. The 5 of them had become the experts they were today because of an opportunity. They valued this opportunity more than countless exp-0 Earths who had passed the heavenly tribulation realm. Well, live in this town with the excuse of work. Yi thought for a while and made a decision. They wanted to live in this small town. Many mortals lived in Dayang Town, and craftsmen were also very common. This way, we can often visit to ask for the senior's advice. The other 4 were overjoyed when they heard this. As long as they could stay in Dayang Town, they would have more opportunities to get in touch with the senior. This was an opportunity for a breakthrough, and no one would give it up. So, the 5 rented a small courtyard not far from the inn. This courtyard is not bad. I heard that a middle-aged man lives next to it. It's secluded, and the main thing is that the small courtyard is closer to senior, Ji said indifferently. Just as they were about to push open the door to the courtyard and enter, a middle-aged man with a white beard walked out of the small house next to them. In an instant, Their eyes met. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The 5 elders of Heavenly Building Sect. The pavilion master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the 5 elders of the Heavenly Building Sect looked at each other in shock. Mu Jiuhuang and Yi Fan also walked out of their rooms in the small courtyard. Those guys from the Heavenly Building Sect did a good job. Mu Jiuhuang complimented calmly. Her fiery red lips curled up. A bold idea suddenly emerged in her heart. She walked directly towards Zhou Changshan. Master, are you satisfied with the craftsman I found this time? Mu Jiuhuang smiled lightly. Her cold face had a bit of charm, which was soul-stirring. If the other experts of the 9 Phoenix dynasty saw Mu Jiuhuang's attitude, their jaws would drop. However, Zhou Changshan only nodded his head in response. Master, aren't you going to reward me? Mu Jiuhuang saw that Zhou Changshan seemed indifferent and remained calm. She bit her lips and mustered up the courage to ask. Shu Yiren's arrival made her feel like she could not calm down. This feeling was extraordinary, and she couldn't even control it. Reward? How do you want me to reward you? Zhou Changshan looked at Mu Jiuhuang. He had no idea why this girl's personality changed suddenly. She would not ask for a salary. Would she? Zhou Changshan thought. He could not agree to that. Thinking of this, Zhou Changshan quickly said, "We've already agreed on the salary. It's written on paper. You can't go back on your word. As for the rest of the rewards, you ask for whatever you want." Zhou Changshan promised. Okay. Then I want senior. How you want me? Zhou Changshan was stunned. He even wondered if the maid wanted him as a reward for what she had done for him. I want senior to cook me a meal, Mu Jiuhuang said after a pause. A blush appeared on her pretty face. She quickly buried her head in her chest as her heart hammered. Phew, that was too close. I almost spoke my true thoughts. Mu Jiuhuang thought to herself. Sure. Zhou Changshan nodded his head. This wretched girl didn't finish her words in one go, making him excited for nothing. However, the 5 craftsmen she found were reliable, so she should be rewarded. Thus, Zhou Changshan immediately agreed. Thank you, master. When Mu Jiuhuang heard this, she was instantly overjoyed. Her face bloomed with joy. Zhou Changshan shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Jiuer to be so easily satisfied. Forget it. It's just a meal. He could fulfill it if Mu Jiuhuang were happy. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Zhou Changshan said indifferently. Chapter 26. Finally, at Mu Jiuhuang's request, Zhou Changshan made a simple bowl of clear broth noodle soup. Thanks, master. Mu Jiuhuang held the bowl of clear broth noodle soup in her hands. Her fair and delicate face was filled with a happy smile. Eat slowly. I'm going for a walk outside. Zhou Changshan looked at Mu Jiuhuang's satisfied expression and smiled. Zhou Changshan brought Alpha with him and went on a fresh morning walk. Hello, senior. Ji and the others happened to meet Zhou Changshan on the street. You guys haven't returned home yet? Zhou Changshan asked. The few of us felt that the business in Dayang town is good and can make money. So we rented a house here and plan to do it for a few years. Juyi and the others said. Zhou Changshan nodded his head. Not bad. Good luck. And do your best. Zhou Changshan said indifferently and continued to walk out of the town. Yes. Juyi and the others quickly nodded, revealing a touch of joy. They looked at each other and nodded. It seems like Senior has allowed us to stay in Dayang town. Zhou Changshan was in a good mood as he walked. He and Alpha came to the green stone slab again and played another dozen games. The result was obvious. Alpha lost again. The only difference was that 3 streaks of light streaked across the sky today. They were 3 immortal cultivators flying over. Looking at the flowing light, Zhou Changshan sighed silently. He still wanted to cultivate. I wonder how long it'll take to complete the System Zoo mission. Zhou Changshan was in a bad mood. The 3 rays of light turned into an arc and landed in the Dayang sect. Seniors, why have you come to my Dayang sect? Reverend Dang looked at the 3 people before him respectfully. The 3 people before him were the sect leaders of the first raid sects of the Beihuang continent. They were Reverend Zhang Ziyan, Reverend Qian Chang, and Reverend Ba Shan, all from the 2nd level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. We've formed an alliance with a few first-grade sects, and we're going to use Dayang Town's territory to hold a tournament of geniuses of the Beihuang continent. Reverend Zhang Xian's voice was soft and gentle. Still, it was filled with a commanding tone, not allowing Reverend Dayang to refuse. It's Dayang's sex honor. Reverend Dayang quickly agreed. Cold sweat rolled down his back. He didn't dare to refuse as the aura of Reverend Zhang Xian had locked onto him. Reverend Dayang did not doubt that Reverend Zhang Xian would instantly attack him if he refused. The only thing he could do now was to accept. All right. Prepare the venue in half a month. Invite the mortals as well, Reverend Qiang Cheng said indifferently. But his voice sounded demanding. Sure, in the end. Reverend Dayang, who was only in the Golden Core realm, could not do anything before the Heavenly Tribulation Realm's experts. He could only agree to anything they said. Only after the three had left did Reverend Dayang sit down in despair. How could he not tell that these three people were preparing to gather all the people in Dayang Town? HMPH. The three of them are up to no good. For sure, Reverend Dayang scolded in annoyance. His experienced eyes revealed a deep sense of helplessness. Even if he knew that the three wanted to cause trouble, what could he, a Golden Core realm cultivator, do? Sigh. Reverend Dayang sighed helplessly. It was as easy as flipping their hands for three Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts to destroy the Dayang sect. Reverend Dayang could not escape either. It was impossible to run away. These three first-grade sects were very powerful. In Dayang Town, the strongest was only the Golden Core realm. So he could not resist them. He had no choice. Reverend Dayang looked worried. This matter was simply a dead end. Wait! All of a sudden, Reverend Dayang's expression changed. He suddenly recalled that the Emperor had been to the inn a few days ago. Furthermore, she had asked him to give a piece of land in the inn to the small courtyard behind. At that time, the Emperor had promised him that she would owe him a favor. Reverend Dayang knew the Emperor's promise was worth more than 10,000 pounds. The only way he could deal with this was to find the Emperor. Let's go to that small courtyard. Reverend Dayang's eyes lit up. Since the Emperor had stood up for that small courtyard, she must have had a close relationship with the people in the courtyard. With that thought, Reverend Dayang immediately set off. He could not afford to delay any further. After 15 minutes, Reverend Dayang flew to the front of the small courtyard. He stepped in. In an instant, it was as if he had been walloped. He felt his mind go blank as he was sent flying. Black tortoise. Reverend Dayang was shocked. In his moment of daze, he saw a black tortoise dharma taller than the sky. It stood between heaven and earth. Its four legs like pillars that held up the sky, suppressing the heaven and earth. In front of the terrifying aura of the black tortoise, he was like a small boat, jolting on the rough sea. A mere wave could overturn him. If it weren't for the fact that the black tortoise didn't have any killing intent towards him, he would have been dead by now. It took Reverend Dayang an hour to calm down. Reverend Dayang. Zhao Changshan had just returned from walking his dog when he saw Reverend Dayang sitting at the entrance of his courtyard. Looking inside, it's you. When Reverend Dayang saw Zhao Changshan, he was stunned. Was this the mortal who had come out of the small courtyard with a little puppy? His impression of Zhao Changshan was especially deep. And also that little puppy. Reverend Dayang glanced at Alpha and instantly felt the world spin. In his spiritual sense, the phantom of a divine dog that wanted to devour the sky appeared. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the sky. Reverend Dayang was stunned and could not snap out of his shock for a long time. Shocking, this was too shocking. He had seen two divine beasts on the same day, two incomparably terrifying divine beasts. Reverend Dayang. What's wrong? Zhao Changshan asked again. Reverend Dayang had suddenly stopped moving. Could this be the enlightenment of immortal cultivators? As soon as Zhao Changshan finished speaking, Reverend Dayang felt that his mind had cleared. The pressure from the sky-devouring dog disappeared in an instant. The pressure has disappeared. It's this more? No, it's this senior before me. Reverend Dayang was incomparably shocked as he looked at Zhao Changshan in disbelief. This person in front of him had suppressed the pressure of the sky-devouring dog with just a single sentence. It was truly unbelievable. Suddenly, he recalled the calmness of this senior when he saw him, and instantly understood. The senior in front of him had a high cultivation level, which was why he had determined that the senior was immortal. Chapter 27. Reverend Dayang. Please come in. Reverend Dayang had previously stood up for the mortal and was willing to give him a piece of the inn's land for free after some discussion. He was a role model in the immortal cultivation world. Xiao Changshan's impression of the Reverend Dayang was perfect. After you, Master. Reverend Dayang panicked when he saw Xiao Changshan make an inviting gesture and quickly took half a step back. That was a peerless expert. He should never walk in front of him. The Emperor went to the inn probably because the senior didn't want to expose his identity. The Emperor and senior should be good friends. Reverend Dayang guessed. Seeing Reverend Dayang had allowed him to enter first. Xiao Changshan's favorable impression of the Reverend Dayang had gone up another level. Where else could they find such an elegant, easygoing, humble, and polite immortal cultivator? However, Xiao Changshan didn't stand at the ceremony either. After all, if the two of them were too polite, they might not even be able to enter the courtyard today. Master, you're back. Mu Jiuhuang saw Xiao Changshan had returned and shouted happily. Reverend Dayang followed closely behind Xiao Changshan. This time, it was as if he had entered an ordinary courtyard. There was no obstruction at all. The black tortoise Dharma disappeared again. Reverend Dayang heaved a sigh of relief. The senior in front of him was indeed a peerless master. As for the black tortoise and the sky-devouring dog, they were just the senior's spirit beasts. He followed Xiao Changshan into the house and heard Mu Jiuhuang calling Xiao Changshan master. It's Emperor Jiuhuang. The emperor called this senior master. Reverend Dayang was dumbfounded. Emperor Jiuhuang was at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person on the mainland of Tianyuan. Now, she called this man her master. If the world's experts knew about this, their jaws would drop. Jiuer, this person is Reverend Dayang. He's a super expert in Dayang town and our respectful guest. Hurry up and make some tea. Xiao Changshan instructed Mu Jiuhuang. Mu Jiuhuang nodded and smiled. She glanced at Reverend Dayang and then turned to make tea. No, please Reverend Dayang was flustered when he saw the emperor going to make tea. This was the great Emperor Jiuhuang. How could she make tea for a golden core realm cultivator that would be inappropriate? Reverend Dayang, there's no need to be so polite. My house is simple, and there aren't many people here. There's only a green tortoise, a little puppy, a panda, and my disciple. It's usually boring here. We finally have a visitor. Please have a seat. Xiao Changshan said indifferently as he sat down on a chair. When Reverend Dayang heard this, he quickly sat down as well. Since the senior had asked him to do it, how could he dare not sit? After a short while, Mu Jiuhuang served tea. She poured a cup for Xiao Changshan first, then another for Reverend Dayang. After pouring the tea, she stood behind Xiao Changshan obediently. Reverend Dayang, thank you for allowing us to use the land behind the inn. Xiao Changshan raised his teacup, took a sip, and looked at Reverend Dayang. It's nothing. It's just a piece of land. Reverend Dayang quickly said. It was just a piece of land. Compared to this senior, it was nothing. This time, I'm here to invite the two of you to the Tournament of Geniuses in half a month. May I know if Reverend Dayang asked tentatively. Feeling nervous. The Tournament of Geniuses. Xiao Changshan frowned. Reverend Dayang was a good person. Not only did he give him his territory, but he also invited him to the Dayang sect to watch the Tournament of Geniuses. He was a kind man. As for Reverend Dayang, sitting opposite him, he felt extremely uneasy when he saw Xiao Changshan frowning. He could feel his heart hammering. This senior must have already known about Reverend Zhang Xian and the others. Would he think my invitation was a little abrupt? If the senior refuses, we'll be doomed. Without waiting for Reverend Dayang to consider the consequences, Xiao Changshan's brows relaxed, and he said, Sure, we'll go. Not only did he want to go, but he also wanted to bring a big gift. That's great. Reverend Dayang exclaimed subconsciously. With the senior going, what could the three heavenly tribulation realm experts do to them? With the emperor present, she could suppress the three of them, not to mention the senior there. This matter was settled. On that day, I will send my disciples to pick you up. Reverend Dayang cupped his fists and said happily, Sure. Xiao Changshan returned the gesture as well. His impression of the Reverend Dayang an immortal cultivator, had changed. After sending off Reverend Dayang, Zhao Qingshan was in a good mood. It turned out that interacting with immortal cultivators could also be so carefree. Master, you seem to like this Reverend Dayang a lot. Mu Jiuhuang looked at Zhao Qingshan's happy face and asked. Yes. Zhao Qingshan nodded. If there were more immortal cultivators like Reverend Dayang in the cultivation world, he would be a symbol of the cultivation world. Mu Jiuhuang looked at Zhao Qingshan and nodded, silently remembering Reverend Dayang's name in her heart. Then, she sent out a message, asking the people of the Nine Phoenix dynasty to give the Dayang sect some resources. A junior acknowledged by a senior would be worth helping. That night, Reverend Dayang received enough resources to form a 5th grade sect. Reverend Dayang and Patriarch Kai Young couldn't sleep out of excitement. In the small courtyard, seeing it was almost noon, Zhao Qingshan then remembered Chu Yiren was still in the room. When he entered the room, Chu Yiren trembled as the tortoise stared at her. She squatted in a corner, shuddering. Rungrong, the panda, squatted beside Chu Yiren. The girl and the panda hugged each other and fought their fear of the tortoise. Are you trying to scare others again? Zhao Qingshan walked in and smacked the tortoise's head. The tortoise instantly wilted and quickly retracted its head. Seriously, are all women on the mainland of Tianyuan afraid of tortoises? Zhao Qingshan looked at Chu Yiren and the panda in confusion. He smiled faintly and said, You're a giant panda. You weren't afraid of anyone in my previous world. Without the black tortoise's intimidating aura, Chu Yiren and the panda finally recovered from their fear. Let's go. It's already noon. Don't stay in the house all day, Zhao Qingshan said indifferently. Chu Yiren quickly nodded in agreement. If she stayed with this tortoise any longer, she felt she might be scared to death. As for the panda, it obediently rolled over and hugged Zhao Qingshan's leg, becoming a pendant on his leg. It finally understood that in this small yard, it could only hug this person's leg tightly to avoid being bullied by the tortoise and sky-devouring dog. Chapter 28. Zhao Qingshan smiled faintly. This panda was just like the one he had raised in his previous life. It liked to hug people's legs. Soon, 2 people and a panda walked out of the room. Ding, new task: feed the panda. Reward: big lucky blind box. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Zhao Qingshan's mind. PFFD. Just tell me, what's in the blind box? Is it a rooster or an ant? Ironating panda system. What a joke! I can even say that Rongrong is the god's mount. Zhao Qingshan said in disdain. He had already figured out the system's trickery. It would do it again and again. He would be a fool if he could still be fooled after 3 times. However, to complete the system's character as soon as possible. Zhao Qingshan nodded helplessly and accepted the mission. Rongrong, let's go eat bamboo. Zhao Qingshan grabbed the panda by the neck and brought it to the newly built bamboo forest. As expected, pandas loved bamboo shoots. When they were in the bamboo forest, the hidden nature of the panda seemed to have been unearthed. Soon, it picked up a bamboo shoot from the ground and started to gnaw on it. Is this even the panda I know? Chu Yiren looked at the panda in disbelief. At this moment, the panda exuded a silly and cute feeling. She could not help but want to stroke it. But it's understandable. Even the black tortoise and the sky-devouring dog are the senior's spirit beasts and have been tamed by the senior. A mere panda is nothing. Chu Yiren thought to herself as she looked at Zhao Qingshan with admiration and adoration. A person like the senior is truly too lofty. I'm not worthy of being the senior's Tao partner. Chu Yiren's eyes flashed with disappointment as she thought. But then, his eyes lit up. If I can't be the first wife, then I'll be his concubine, Chu Yiren thought to herself. Her gaze was filled with determination. She had found her small goal again. That was to become the senior's concubine. Yes, you must do it. Chu Yiren, you can do it. She even secretly clenched her little fists to cheer herself on. Ding, detected host feeding the panda. Mission reward: big lucky blind box. After the panda finished eating the bamboo, the system's notification sounded. Just open it. This time, Zhao Qingshan didn't wait any longer. He directly opened the blind box. There were animals in the blind box anyway, so there was nothing to hide. Ding, the blind box opened. Congratulations! Host, you have received one chaos ant. The system's notification rang out. Xiao Changshan saw a palm-sized ant appear in his palm. However, Xiao Changshan was not surprised. Although an ordinary ant might not even be the size of a thumb, this was the mainland of Tianyuan, a world where countless races coexisted. Even an ant that was 100 meters tall was not rare in this place. An ant the size of a palm was only considered ordinary. You can live under the bamboo forest. Then, Xiao Changshan said indifferently. The ant nodded and followed Xiao Changshan's body, directly climbing down. Hey! This little ant is quite sensible. Xiao Changshan smiled faintly. But he was curious. The green tortoise given by the system could lay eggs. The dog rewarded by the system could play chess. Then, what kind of outstanding abilities did this ant have? Could it be that it could dig a tunnel? Xiao Changshan was puzzled, but he didn't investigate it in detail. After all, there was still a long way to go. He would slowly find out in the future. Just like that, he continued his peaceful life. Shu Yiren stayed in the small courtyard and gradually became familiar with everyone. As for the green tortoise, Alpha, Rungrong, and Xiao Ma were all playing in the zoo built in the backyard. Xiao Changshan had also given that ant a name. It was called Xiao Ma. After the meal, everyone entered a state of rest. Xiao Changshan was resting on a rocking chair while Rungrong ran over and hung on Xiao Changshan's thigh, not daring to stay in the bamboo forest. It couldn't afford to offend the black tortoise in the pool, the ants in the bamboo forest, and the little puppy that came to visit from time to time. Only by hanging on the senior's thigh and becoming a pendant on the senior's thigh could he feel a sense of security. Everything was so peaceful, quiet, and beautiful, until a shrill zither tune suddenly rang out outside Dayang town. On the streets, countless residents were woken up by the noise. Who is playing instruments in the middle of the night? What a rude person. Everyone complained in their heart. Although the zither sound was melodious, it was lunch break, and almost reached the small courtyard. However, it was stopped by the ant. How dare you disturb master's rest? I can't let you off easily. The two ant antennae suddenly glowed red and instantly locked onto the people outside Dayang town. I'll do it. The tortoise in the pool stretched out its head and was prepared to attack. A chessboard also appeared under sky-devouring dog's feet. Let me do it, Xiao Ma said indifferently. Then, its figure flashed, and it disappeared from the small courtyard. In the next moment, his figure appeared outside Dayang town. In the distance, there were two graceful women in purple. They wore white veils. But even so, one could still feel the peerless beauty under the white veils. Senior sister Feng Ling, the Guangling song you just sang was really good. When will I be able to reach this level? You hear? The junior sister said in envy. Then, the two began to play and giggle like young girls. Senior sister, why did you hit me? Yuir suddenly let out a pained cry as a palm-sized handprint appeared on her face. I didn't hit you. Didn't you hit me? Senior sister Feng Ling asked in confusion. On her forehead, there was also a big bump. Instantly, the two girls' expressions changed, and they became alert. They were the geniuses of the Divine Sound sect and weren't fools. They quickly realized that someone was making fun of them. Who's that? Come out! Yuir's expression changed as she shouted. In the next moment, they saw an ant walking upright. It rubbed its fists, wiped its palms, and directly attacked the two purple-dressed girls. Then, there was a shrill scream. The two purple girls had never thought an ant would hit them. Boo-hoo, senior sister. I'm going to tell master and let him take revenge. Yuir, whose head was swollen, hugged Feng Ling and sobbed. Yes, let's go back and find master. Master will be able to avenge us. Feng Ling nodded, and the two flew back to the Divine Sound sect. Chapter 29. The girls were back outside the gate of the Divine Sound sect. Who are you? How dare you impersonate senior sister Feng Ling and Yuir? That's right. Senior sister Feng Ling and Yuir are so graceful. You two pigheads. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You're nothing compared to senior sister Feng Ling and Yuir. And you still want to sneak into our Divine Sound sect? You're courting death. A few disciples guarding the mountain stared at the two purple-robed girls in front of them with disdain. Feng Ling and Yuir looked helpless. They seemed to have lost their identity jade plate while they were escaping. Anger boiled in the two of them. They even wondered why they were so unlucky that day. Feng Ling, Yuir, an ant beat us. The two of them tried their best to explain. However, the disciple before them did not believe it at all. The two fairies who had descended from the heavens were graceful, slender, and agile as if they were the lovers of one's dreams. However, these two fairies suddenly woke up and turned into two bloated water buckets. No one would recognize them. You were even beaten by an ant. This is the funniest joke I've heard today. Come on, let the ant hit me then. If you don't leave, don't blame us for beating you up. A male disciple sneered as he lifted the jade flute and was ready to blow it. The attack method of the Divine Sound sect was unique. They used music to kill. Their disciples also used weapons such as a zither, a jade flute, and various other weapons. Junior brother, if you continue like this, senior sister will never teach you how to play the flute again. Feng Ling's expression turned gloomy, and she spoke in her low voice. HMPH. Demon? How dare you impersonate senior sister Feng Ling? It'll make you regret this for the rest of your life. The male disciple said as he took action. The sound of the jade flute spread, and the resonant sound of killing seemed to penetrate gold and shatter stone. Attacking Feng Ling. HMPH. She snorted. Seeing this, Yuir was furious. She took out her long zither and plucked it with her 10 slender fingers. The sound of the zither reverberated. The sound of the zither and the flute collided, and the male disciple was forced back a dozen steps. His face pale. Senior sister, it's really you. The disciple who was guarding the mountain felt his heart skip a beat. The zither sound was senior sister Yuir's unique technique. Within the great hall of the Divine Sound sect, a few elders played the zither harmoniously. The melodious sound of the instruments reverberated in the hall, forming a force that was difficult to describe. This disciple wishes to meet the master. Feng Ling and Yuir's voices sounded outside the hall. Finally, the sound in the hall stopped, and they heard a powerful voice. Come in. Hearing this, Feng Ling and Zai Yu were overjoyed and walked into the main hall. What's going on? You guys were beaten up. The sect leader Lion Shenian pressed down on the zither with both hands and stared at Feng Ling and Zai Yu. A look of confusion appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Feng Ling, the two of you are at the deity incarnation realm. Even if you can't beat him, you should be able to escape. Right. Who did this? The goddess of our Divine Sound sect has been bullied. This is a disgrace to our sect. The elders of the Divine Sound sect were all furious. We were beaten up by an ant. Seeing the sect's elders so indignant, Zai Yu directly said, Ants. Even an ant can have a cultivation base above the deity incarnation realm. Tell us what exactly happened. Lion Shenian was puzzled. There was no ant king among the demonic kings of the Beiwang continent. Where did such a powerful antrace demonic beast come from? It's like this. 15 minutes later, Feng Ling Zai Yu explained the entire situation. HMPH. It should be a newly born ant demon in the Beiwang continent. You two are quite unlucky. Let Elder Sun go with you to kill this ant demon. The sect leader, Lion Shenian, snorted coldly. After he sat down, a green-robed elder, Sun Wukong, who had an extraordinary temperament, received the order. Then, under Elder Sun Wukong's lead, the three of them once again arrived at Dayang Town. Feng Ling, was this where you were beaten up? Elder Sun Wukong asked. Yes. Feng Lin answered. Don't worry. The ant tribe demonic beasts live in groups. They won't move so easily. They must still be around Dayang Town. I'll use sound waves to investigate. I'll be able to find that ant monster soon and take revenge for you too. Elder Sun Wukong said arrogantly as he took a dark green jade vessel flute from his sleeve. It was small at the top and large at the bottom and shaped like an egg. Who? In an instant, a deep voice spread out in all directions like a tide. The sound waves spread across the space. Whether it was the 7-star bugs in the grass, the wild beasts running in the dense forest, or the people in Dayang Town, they were all detected by the sound waves. Soon, the sound wave arrived in front of the small courtyard. They are so persistent. The ant snorted coldly. It moved its feelers and appeared in front of Sun Wukong and the other two again. Looking at the chaotic ant that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Sun Wukong was stunned because his sound wave had not detected the existence of this ant. Elder Sun, that's him. Ziyu pointed at the chaotic ant and said happily. With Elder Sun around, they could defeat the chaotic ants. Don't worry. Although this ant can avoid my sound wave detection, I can feel that it has not reached the emperor-level aura of a demon emperor. It should be a demon king. It's so easy to suppress a demon king. Elder Sun Wukong said arrogantly again. He raised the vessel flute in his hand again and prepared to blow it. Before Sun Wukong could blow, the chaotic ant smacked him into the ground. The vessel flute also fell to the side. Ah, Elder Sun. Seeing this, Feng Ling and Zai Luan were shocked. Elder Sun was an expert at the first level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Although he had only broken through recently, he was still an expert at the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Heavenly Tribulation realm experts were existences that stood at the peak of this world. Yet, he was smacked into the ground just like that. This is bad, you ear. Let's run. Feng Ling was shocked. She saw the chaotic ant walking towards them and tried to escape quickly. But where could they run? How could Feng Ling and Ziyu outrun the speed of chaos ants? The chaotic ant slapped Feng Ling and Ziyu instantly into the ground. After Elder Sun Wukong was hit, he instantly understood that he could not deal with the ant before him. A jade talisman in his hand turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the horizon. That was a jade talisman to call for help. Sun Wukong once again sought help from the Divine Sound sect. The chaotic ant naturally sensed this, but it did not stop it. Instead of waiting in line to deal with them individually, it was better to deal with them all at once. It would not let these people disturb his master anymore. Chapter 30. Sect Leader. The ant beast is a high-level Heavenly Tribulation realm beast. I can't defeat it. Quickly send reinforcements. Within the Divine Sound sect's main hall, the sect leader, Lion Shenian, and the other powerful beings looked at the distress call with grim expressions. This ant beast doesn't seem simple. Forget it. Everyone, follow me. The sect leader, Lion Shenian, stood up. Her aura turned cold as her third-level Heavenly Tribulation realm cultivation erupted. Sect leader, you've broken through again. All the elders were overjoyed. A third-level Heavenly Tribulation realm cultivator was one of the leading forces in the Beihuang continent. Come out. Lion Shenian smiled. Her entire body exuded a valiant aura that did not lose out to men. Several beams of light flew out from the Divine Sound sect and landed outside Dayang town in a few seconds. Sect leader. This is the ant. Sun Wukong saw that sect leader Lion Shenian had personally come to help and instantly felt more confident. He pointed at the chaotic ant. Slap. However, when he finished speaking, the chaotic ant smacked again, and Sun Wukong fell to the ground. HMPH. How dare you hurt my disciples? Set up the formation. Lion Shenian's face turned gloomy, and she shouted out coldly. The elders behind her formed a formation as the sounds of the zithers clashed in the air. The zithers' sounds seemed to flow in the mountains and streams, and the chirping of hundreds of birds formed a natural sound of nature. The sound of the zither was melodic and gentle. Just listening to it made one's heart calm and intoxicated. Sect leader's divine tune is great. Feng Lin and Ziyu, who had their backs against the huge rock and were shivering, grinned with their pig-like faces. Even the two of them fell into it and were momentarily dazed. This was the terrifying part of practicing the divine tune. The beautiful sounds of nature made people feel as if they were in a valley, looking at the peak and calming their hearts, forgetting all the world's troubles, forgetting to resist, forgetting to fight, and then being obliterated by the hidden killing intent. It was called the God-practicing tune because, according to the records of the Divine Sound sect, this tune had once killed a god. Heh! The chaotic ant sneered and moved its feelers. It took the zither from Feng Ling's ring. Then, he gently prodded it. Clang! The sound of a zither rang out. Lion Shenian's heavenly sound seemed to be swallowed up in an instant. No matter how Lion Shenian played the zither, he could no longer make a sound. Great sound of hope. In an instant, Lion Shenian and the others' expressions changed. The spiritual instruments in their hands seemed to have lost their souls as they fell to the ground. Feng Ling and Zai Yu's faces turned pale. This was the great Tao that the old ancestor wanted to impart to them. This was the great sound of hope recorded in the sect's records. The loud sound was the most beautiful in the world. It could just be a note. Or it could be a song. As soon as the loud voice came out, all sounds became silent. This was the realm the founder of the Divine Sounds sect had been pursuing all his life. Greetings, Senior. Lion Shenian's entire body trembled in excitement. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes as she knelt, listening to the baptism of the great sound of hope. The barrier of the realm in her body disappeared like water flowing into a channel. Heavenly Tribulation Realm 4th level. Lion Shenian's aura fluctuated as she broke through. Greetings, Senior. Upon seeing this, the elders knelt one after another. How could they not understand that the ant in front of them was neither a demon king nor a demon emperor? It was an existence that surpassed the demon emperor. Don't make any noise during rest time. Master doesn't like it. The chaotic ant plucked the strings again, and the power of the zither carved a line of words on the ground. Lion Shenian replied hurriedly. Shocked, she recalled Feng Ling's description and instantly understood. It was noon when Feng Ling was playing the zither. It was the sound of the zither that had disturbed the master behind this senior. Hiss! Lion Shenian gasped. This senior ant god could produce loud sounds with a wave of his hand. Even the founding ancestor of the Divine Sound sect could only sigh in admiration at such a technique. Then the master behind the ant god was. She didn't dare to imagine anymore. That senior was probably an invincible existence on the entire mainland of Tianyuan. Sect leader. What kind of existence is that senior? Feng Ling and Zai Yu walked over. Their faces, swollen to the size of a wash basin, were ghastly pale. You two are so lucky. If that senior intended to kill, you would have been dead long ago. Lion Shenian sighed. She then passed down an order that all the disciples of the Divine Sound sect were to remain silent as long as they were traveling in the moral world during rest time. Those who disobeyed the order would be expelled from the Divine Sound sect. The line of words that the chaotic ant had written had long disappeared. As for the Divine Sound sect, they had all returned to the sect under the orders of Lian Shenian to prepare for the Dayang sect's tournament of geniuses that would be held in half a month. As for Lian Shenian, she went to the Qingyan sect. He, old Taoist King Yun, I've broken through to the 4th level Heavenly Tribulation Realm. You heartless man. Wait to be beaten by me. Lion Shenian smirked. She had just broken through the Heavenly Tribulation Realm 1,000 years ago. That time, she had lost to perfected King Yun. However, it was different this time. She was acquainted with an invincible senior. This time, she would defeat perfected King Yun. The chaotic ant returned to the small courtyard. At this moment, Zhou Qingshan also woke up from his nap. It's comfortable. I can't cultivate as I did in my previous life. Health is more important. Zhou Qingshan stretched his muscles and bones, again lifting Rongron's neck and putting it back in the bamboo forest. What gift should I give to the Dayang sect? Zhou Qingshan took Alpha to the street again. Reverend Dayang was a good person. He had even given him a piece of land for free. The gift must be expensive, generous, and high class. Most importantly, he couldn't give them mortal items, and they had to have some immortal kai. Zhou Qingshan was in a daze as he pondered. Senior. At this moment, a joyful voice was heard. Zhou Qingshan was stunned. He raised his head and saw the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master. You're the fortune teller from before. Zhou Qingshan looked at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master in confusion. He frowned. Could this person be setting up a stall in Dayang Town? Seeing Zhou Qingshan's frown, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master quickly laughed and said, I don't set up a stall for fortune-telling anymore. I'm just selling some small items and doing some business. As the Pavilion Lord of Heavenly Secrets explained, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He couldn't help but feel nervous facing such an expert. Not bad. Zhou Qingshan nodded. It was great to admit one's mistake and correct it. Zhou Qingshan lowered his head and glanced around. The stall contained atragram plates, talisman papers, and other items. Zhou Qingshan nodded. This could be considered the old profession of fortune-telling in front of him. Suddenly, Zhao Changshan's eyes lit up. He remembered that this fortune-teller seemed to have a celestial magical artifact that could detect lies. Since that was the case, he might buy the mirror and give it to Reverend Dayang. Zhao Changshan stated his intention. Chapter 31. What you want to buy my mirror eye. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was stunned. The Heavenly Secrets mirror was a sect item passed down from generation to generation in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. He couldn't sell this. The Heavenly Secrets mirror belonged to the sect, and he was going to pass it on to the next sect leader. Senior, do you want to take a look at other things? I have other treasures in my room. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master chuckled embarrassedly. No matter what, he couldn't sell the Heavenly Secrets mirror. Sure. Zhao Changshan nodded. Naturally, he saw the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master frown when he mentioned his intention to buy the mirror. It was apparent that the mirror was a very important treasure. He would not force others. So, Zhao Changshan naturally would not force him. Senior, please. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was overjoyed. If the senior wanted his Heavenly Secrets mirror, he would have to give it to him. Fortunately, Zhao Changshan did not insist. So, he invited Zhao Changshan into his room. Where's the treasure? Let me see. Zhao Changshan sized up the room. Other than a green futon and a bed, he saw nothing else. Senior, look. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master took out a large pile of treasures from his ring. These are all his assets. The senior could take them if he wanted. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was chopping wood in the small courtyard. Mu Jiwang was feeding the green turtle. And only Chu Yiren did not know what she was doing. No, she didn't dare to do anything. The people in the small courtyard were all existences she could not afford to offend. Black Tortoise, Sky-devouring dog, chaotic ant, Panda, and the emperor. Any one of them was more powerful than her. Suddenly, Chu Yiren, the proud daughter of the beast-taming sect, felt defeated for the first time. The only person she dared to approach was Yi Fan. Yi Fan's aura was no different from a mortal's. So Chu Yiren didn't feel any pressure talking to him. Senior brother Yi Fan, I heard you were senior's only disciple. Don't you need to cultivate? Chu Yiren asked curiously. She saw Yi Fan was either chopping firewood or fetching water every day. Yi Fan did everything that mortals did. He was even more serious than when she was cultivating. Chu Yiren was extremely puzzled. Yi Fan had become the disciple of such a powerful person, but instead of cultivating, he was doing what ordinary people would do daily. However, Yi Fan only smiled. Cultivating. After he finished speaking, he continued to chop firewood. A faint smile hung on the corner of his lips as if he was extremely satisfied with everything. All right. Chu Yiren nodded helplessly. In her heart, she guessed this was a kind of Tao the senior had given her, but she couldn't understand it at all. It's so boring. Chu Yiren cupped her face with her hands, placed her arms on the table, and sat down. She looked at the sky above the small courtyard with her big eyes. In her mind, Zhao Changshan's figure emerged. Then, the corners of her lips slowly curled up. She didn't know why, but when she saw Zhao Changshan, her heart pounded fast. A mysterious feeling welled up in her. It was as if she had seen the senior in her previous life. She felt extremely safe and warm even if she was just by her senior's side. In Dayang sect, many disciples were anxious. Half a month was almost up. However, the arrangement of the venue had not been decided yet. They were all waiting for Reverend Dayang's orders. During this half a month, Reverend Dayang did not care about anything else and had been in seclusion. Before he entered seclusion, he had ordered all the sect affairs to proceed as usual. What should we do? Are we going to wait for the sect to be exterminated? What's the point of the sect leader going into seclusion at this time? Could it be that he can directly soar from Golden Core realm to the Heavenly Tribulation realm? Not only did the sect leader go into seclusion cultivation, but the patriarch also chose to cultivate in seclusion. Every one of the Dayang sect's disciples had a worried expression as they sighed. Look, the roof of the main hall seems to be moving, a disciple suddenly said. Immediately, everyone's eyes looked over. Then, a loud explosion was heard. A terrifying energy fluctuation came from the Dayang sect's main hall. All they heard was a hearty laugh on the hall's roof. An afterimage directly flew out from the rubble. That afterimage was the Reverend Dayang. Ha ha ha. Come on. Reverend Dayang's face was filled with joy as he laughed at the sky. His aura was brutal, and his red hair danced in the air. As soon as the Reverend Dayang's voice fell, the dark clouds that covered thousands of miles and the clear sky suddenly gathered and formed a sea of dark clouds. The lightning was like a flying snake in the dark cloud sea, twisting and surging. It carried a terrifying aura as if it would fall at any moment. Nascent soul thunder tribulation. The sect leader is about to break through to the nascent soul realm. The disciples of the Dayang sect were all excited. Now that he had broken through to the nascent soul realm, the Dayang sect could rise from a 9th grade sect to an 8th grade sect, facing the thunder tribulation in the sky. Reverend Dayang's expression was calm. He had enough resources now, in his ring, to pass the thunder tribulation. He had stored a pill that could help him become a heavenly breakthrough realm expert. He was 100% confident that he could survive a small nascent soul thunder tribulation. With a loud explosion, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket struck down Reverend Dayang with a violent aura. Reverend Dayang's expression was calm. He did not panic. He swallowed an elixir and faced the thunder tribulation directly. He aroused the vital spirit around his body, and a sun appeared behind him. The sun released a 7-colored and blazing light as it slowly rose. The thunder tribulation, which was as thick as a bucket, collided with the miniature sun. The two extreme forces collided, and the explosive power turned into countless light streams, bursting out a dazzling white light. After the light dissipated, a light rain drifted by. Reverend Dayang was bathed in the light rain. The aura around him continued to rise and then stabilized. In his dantian, the nascent soul cracked open and took the shape of a baby. That was the nascent soul of the Reverend Dayang. He had completed his breakthrough. Yay! That's great. From now on, our Dayang sect will be an 8th grade sect. 8th grade sect, 8th grade sect. The disciples of the Dayang sect immediately cheered. Everyone was in high spirits, and the previous gloomy atmosphere was swept away, until a low voice rang out. But, will our sect still be around in half a month? Hearing this voice, everyone fell silent again. So what if the sect leader had broken through the nascent soul realm? Half a month later, the 3 first-grade sects would descend upon the Dayang sect. Facing those behemoths, the Dayang sect was in imminent danger. The disciples of the Dayang sect lowered their heads in disappointment again. The sect was about to be promoted to an 8th grade sect, but now it was facing the crisis of being destroyed. HMPH. Who told you that our Dayang sect was going to be destroyed? Reverend Dayang, who had completed his breakthrough, landed from the void and snorted coldly. But sect leader. Half a month later the disciples stammered. So what, aren't they just a few first-grade sects? Remember, there's an expert behind our Dayang sect. A first-grade sect doesn't have the qualifications to destroy my Dayang sect. As for the competition venue, well, just casually set it up, Reverend Dayang said indifferently, looking calm. With that senior here, what could 3 heavenly tribulation realm cultivators do when Emperor Ji Yuan made her move? She could suppress it with a flip. Not to mention the senior. After speaking, he walked away, leaving behind a group of shocked disciples. There's an expert in Dayang sect. FCK. That's breaking news. He doesn't even care about the 3 first-grade sects. What kind of expert is he? Could it be Patriarch Kai Yang? Impossible. Patriarch Kai Yang's cultivation level isn't that high. Otherwise, our Dayang sect would have been a first-grade sect long ago. Looking at the sect leader's expression, it's true. Do you guys think it may be the janitor who sweeps the floor? Everyone became increasingly excited, and the gloomy atmosphere that shrouded the entire Dayang sect had swept away. Countless cheers replaced it. They had forgotten about the intense preparation of the venue. With an expert around, what was there to be afraid of? Zhao Changshan did not know about any of this. He was in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master's room, frowning as he looked at the gaudy items in front of him. Don't tell me all of these are celestial artifacts. Zhao Changshan looked at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master doubtfully, as he thought, this wandering Taoist must have some connections to get so many treasures. However, it should not be worth much. After all, how could a wandering Taoist buy a real celestial treasure at most? It was some ordinary spiritual artifact abandoned by cultivators or a half-finished product made by a weapon-forging master. Xiao Changshan had once heard that these two kinds of immortal artifacts were generally very cheap because they didn't have complete functions. Most of them were just decorations. Ordinary people would not buy celestial artifacts. I guess so. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master nodded hesitantly. He didn't know how to answer such a senior. Even if it's called a celestial artifact, it doesn't seem to be precious in front of the senior, but it was indeed a celestial artifact. Xiao Changshan saw that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was hesitating and nodded his head. He had some thoughts in mind. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. It wasn't a good celestial artifact, just some defective goods. Then I'll take this painting. Xiao Changshan picked out a painting from a large pile of treasures. On it was a picture of a raging flame. The only thing that Xiao Changshan felt was not bad was this painting. However, there were many flaws in the content of this painting. He only needed to go back and make a few simple changes. I'll take this painting. How much is it? Xiao Changshan said indifferently. Although he had used up the 20 taels of gold from before, he still had some capital that he kept as a last resort. Although this painting looked good, it was only average and could not be considered good. He had excellent painting skills, so he naturally understood the value of the painting in front of him. No need. He'll give it to you. Your guidance has already surpassed these treasures. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master quickly answered. Out of the 100 taels of gold previously, the senior only took 10 taels. He already felt bad about it, even though this Nanaming Flames painting was extremely precious. Since the senior wanted it, he could not be stingy about it. Chapter 32. Giving me for free. Xiao Changshan was stunned. He didn't expect this wandering Taoist to be so generous. However, Xiao Changshan felt he should not take advantage of the situation. How about this? I'll bring you a painting after a while. I guarantee it's the same as this one. However, it's just an ordinary painting, not your celestial artifact. Xiao Changshan smiled and said. Outside the Qingyan sect, Lion Shenian held her zither and floated in the air. She plucked the strings gently, and a melodious sound resounded throughout the Qingyan sect. However, the Qingyan sect's mountain-protecting formation made the sound of metal clashing. This was her newly comprehended musical power. HMPH. Lion Shenian. Are you done? Finally, a deep voice came from the Qingyan sect. Perfected King Yan instantly appeared outside the mountain gate as his voice fell. HMPH. Since you dared to come out, let's fight. Lion Shenian's lips curled up. The charm of a mature woman was directly emitted, causing the disciples on duty to reveal infatuated expressions. HMPH. I'm not afraid of you. You're the loser. Perfected King Yan snorted and disappeared. Even if they wanted to fight, they couldn't do it in front of the Qingyan sect. Lion Shenian chuckled. She was now at the 4th level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm, so her confidence exceeded. She immediately followed. Then, the disciples guarding the mountain could only see bursts of vital spirit light in the sky. They could not see anything else. In the hall, Huo Qingyan circled Wang Guoli. Junior sister, why aren't you worried when the master fights with someone? The sect leader of the Divine Sound sect was able to shake the mountain's protective formation. So she's obviously an expert at the 4th level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Our master is only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Huo Qingyan was extremely nervous. When two Heavenly Tribulation realm experts fought, no matter which side won, it would leave a significant injury. Oh, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, the master comprehended the senior's calligraphy and had already crossed the 5th level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Wang Guoli said indifferently. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Huo Qingyan let out a sigh of relief. No wonder. According to his master's personality, he dared to fight with someone stronger than him. It almost shocked him. So it wasn't that. In the distant sky, Lion Shenian strummed the strings of her zither, and countless murderous and sonorous notes pierced through the void like sword lights, bombarding Perfected King Yan. Even the space seemed to be distorted. "You're no match to me." Perfected King Yun's expression was calm as he threw out a group of attacks. The sword rays formed by the sound waves were instantly shattered. Gotcha! The sound of the long sword shattering could be heard in the air. "You've reached the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. I'm not playing anymore. It's not fun." Lion Shenian's expression changed. She kept her zither and prepared to leave. However, Perfected King Yun suddenly appeared next to Lion Shenian and hugged her slender waist. 2 hours later, Perfected King Yun and Lion Shenian lay in the grass and gasped for breath. They looked satisfied. "Sigh. I haven't told Liuo Lai that I'm her mother for all these years. Will she hate me?" Lion Shenian leaned against Perfected King Yun with a helpless expression on her face, thinking back to the past. The two of them were the core disciples of the King Yun sect. However, when they investigated, they discovered that their master's deaths were related to a patriarch of the Divine Sound sect. Thus, Lion Shenian changed her sect and voluntarily destroyed her cultivation. She changed her appearance and entered the Divine Sound sect to investigate the truth. However, after so many years, she had already become the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect. As for clues, there was still no news. "Don't worry. Yueli is our daughter. She has never hated you. She misses her mother." Perfected King Yun shook his head. "I must take revenge for her. I feel that I'm getting closer and closer to the truth. You and Yueli, give me a little more time," Lion Shenian said with a firm tone. Perfected King Yun agreed. They couldn't let go of their grudges over their master's death. "There's one more thing I want to ask you. How did you break through so quickly?" Lion Shenian looked at Perfected King Yun with interest. She could only break through to the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation realm under the guidance of an expert. Moreover, she had heard that when Perfected King Yun fought with the Black Mountain Taoist, he was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Had he broken through to the 5th level in just a few days? It was a little bizarre. It's a long story, but to make it short, I met an expert. Perfected King Yun told Lion Shenian about Wang Yueli's calligraphy and how he discovered that the senior was an expert. He spoke in an extremely respectful tone. After he finished speaking, he took out the calligraphy piece. Opening the calligraphy, Lion Shenian's face turned pale. The calligraphy contained a supreme sword intent. She instantly felt as if her brain had been struck by lightning. Seeing this, Perfected King Yun quickly put away his calligraphy. "What a terrifying sword intent! Is there anyone who can resist that sword?" Lion Shenian muttered in shock. Seeing this, Perfected King Yun smiled faintly. Back then, wasn't he just as shocked? "King Yun, are you talking about the senior you met in Dayang Town?" Lion Shenian snapped out of her shocked state and realized something was wrong. She furrowed her brows and asked. An inexplicable intuition suddenly rose in her heart. "It's in Dayang Town." "What's wrong?" Perfected King Yun asked doubtfully. "Does that expert also have a very powerful aunt?" Lian Shenian continued to ask. As a woman, her intuition told her that there was a high chance that the expert behind the ant was the same person as the one Perfected King Yun had met. Ants no. However, that senior had a turtle and a dog with him. That turtle is the divine beast Black Tortoise. As for that dog, it's the divine beast Sky-devouring dog. Perfected King Yun shook his head and said in a respectful tone. He had never seen any ants in the senior's courtyard. However, Lion Shenian's brows were tightly furrowed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was similar. That ant had surpassed the heavenly tribulation realm. They had one thing in common with the divine beast Black Tortoise and the divine beast's sky-swallowing dog that Perfected King Yun had mentioned. Powerful. It was ridiculously powerful. "I think the expert we met might be the same one." Lion Shenian's voice was heavy as she slowly revealed her thoughts. Perfected King Yun was shocked as he sat up from the ground, standing right in front of Lion Shenian. Chapter 33. You also met that expert. Perfected King Yun looked at Lion Shenian in surprise. Lion Shenian looked at Perfected King Yun, and her face flushed red. She rolled her eyes and threw Perfected King Yun's clothes at him. "Put on your clothes first." "Oh." Perfected King Yun grinned and put on his clothes. As he put on his clothes, Perfected King Yun listened to Lion Shenian's explanation and frowned. You're saying you met an ant that can play the zither? Perfected King Yun frowned. Didn't the senior's dog know how to play chess? Although he had never seen that ant before, he was sure the senior was the only one with such an extraordinary animal. Shenian, you almost all lost your lives. Perfected King Yun's face turned serious. He couldn't even describe how terrifying that senior was. How about this? Shenian, go and apologize to the senior again. Remember, you have to be sincere. Otherwise, there will be no end to your troubles. Perfected King Yun stopped smiling and said with a serious face. Lion Shenian nodded. After hearing what Perfected King Yun said, she suddenly realized that she had been too rude. She didn't even apologize to the master personally. She was insincere. You should go now. The earlier you apologize, the better. Perfected King Yun said in a serious tone. He felt that this matter could not be delayed. In the small courtyard, the tortoise's 4 legs were sliding in the pool, swimming with its back facing the sky. Alpha was drawing a chessboard on the ground. Its left claw held a black chess piece, and its right foot held a white chess piece. It was playing chess with itself. The ant was crawling around in the bamboo forest. Only the panda took a bamboo shoot, hid on the bamboo pole, and ate the bamboo while trembling. It had no choice. It could not offend all of them. Doggy, are you bored suddenly? The tortoise in the pool turned over and looked at Alpha. Tortoise head, I'm not that bored. I'm studying how I can win master in chess. Alpha said indifferently. His eyes were still on the chessboard. Sigh. Don't think about it anymore. It's useless no matter how much you think about the master's level. Why don't we go out and play? It's so boring to stay in this small courtyard every day. The tortoise said again. It's not boring. I can go out with master every day. Alpha shook his little head. I'm bored. Let's go to the North Sea. I heard that it's very lively there. The tortoise suggested. When its master was around, it didn't dare to run out of the small courtyard. But now that his master wasn't here, he could play. So Mao, are you going? The green tortoise asked the chaotic ant. I'm fine with anything. The chaotic ant waved its antennae and said casually. Panda, come with us. We will bring you to see the world. Okay. The panda nodded its head thoughtfully. These were the 3 experts, and they wanted to take it out to play. I was delighted to go. Then let's go. The green tortoise said calmly. With a swipe of its claw, the 4 of them disappeared instantly. Yi Fan, chopping wood at the side, looked at the tortoise and the others leaving and smiled. He didn't say anything and continued chopping wood. What was different from before was that the cracks on the firewood that had been chopped out were extremely smooth. There were no wooden spikes. But now, the firewood that Yi Fan chopped out had nothing. It was in a normal state. Like a child picking up an axe and randomly chopping. It seemed that he was more like a mortal. The North Sea was the largest ocean in the Baihuang continent. The mainland of Tianyuan was similar to Earth. Land took up a tiny portion of the continent. The rest was the ocean. Thus, the demonic beasts of the sea race were also exceptionally powerful. In the past, the most powerful person in the human race would have been Mu Jiuhuang, who was at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. However, on the surface, no one in the human race could break through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm like Mu Jiuhuang, except for a few patriarchs of the Zhangshan continent. However, those people were already ancient figures in the sect's forbidden area, struggling on their last breaths. Unless the sect was going to be destroyed, there was no way they would make a move. Compared to Mu Jiuhuang, who was a new emperor with unlimited potential for improvement, there was no comparison at all. However, among the sea race, more than 20 people were known to be at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. All these years, the sea race would have wreaked havoc if it weren't for the 9 Phoenix dynasty's suppression. At this moment, above the North Sea, the wind and waves surged, causing white waves to appear on the sea. The white waves rolled like white dragons. Grandpa, is there a 10,000-year-old soaring dragon under the North Sea? A young girl looked at her white-bearded old man. Yes. I bought this information from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master. The white-bearded old man smiled. For this information, He had given up all the wine he had hidden for 10,000 years. He was the patriarch of the Xingyan sect in the Zhongshan continent, one of the few people in the human race with a cultivation base of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. His age added up to at least 100 years old. 100,000 years ago, he had a Taoist name, Emperor Xingyun. However, after Mu Jiuhuang reached the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm, he gave up the title of a great emperor. He only allowed others to call him Taoist Xingyun. Then, Grandpa, can you catch it cough? Xinglinger asked with a smile. However, the little girl only said one sentence before she started coughing. Of course. It's just a mere 10,000-year-old soaring dragon, Taoist Xingyun said with a smile, but there was a deep worry in his eyes. The little girl in front of him was the most outstanding disciple of the Xingyan sect. In terms of seniority, she was his granddaughter for many generations. She was born with the profound yin spiritual body and was a genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. However, her natural lung meridian was defective, which caused her to be unable to condense spiritual energy. Her current cultivation was only at the deity incarnation realm. If the damage to her lungs could be cured, her granddaughter could even become the second human emperor after Mu Jiuhuang. However, they still could not treat the injury even after looking for famous doctors. Helplessly, after hearing that the 10,000-year-old soaring dragon could heal the lung meridian, Taoist Xingyun brought Xinglinger to the North Sea to try his luck. It's coming. Taoist Xingyun's expression changed. He could already feel a terrifying power fluctuating under the water. In the rolling white waves, a huge figure was approaching Taoist Xingyun and Xinglinger. He, Linger. Watch how your grandfather makes his move. Taoist Xingyun stood up and released his Kai. The terrifying Kai of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm burst out. However, the next moment, he was shocked. In the sky, 4 extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared. Emperor Xingyun. Long time no see. Are you satisfied with the trap we've laid out? The 4 9th-stage heavenly tribulation realm experts of the demon clan stood in 4 directions, surrounding them. Chapter 34. The 4 sea kings of the demon clan sneered, and their auras burst out. Ha ha ha, Taoist Xingyun. We've spent a lot of effort to lure you out, to make you believe that Soaring Dragon can treat the lung meridian. One of the sea kings even personally took action. The 4 of them fixed their eyes on Taoist Xingyun. There weren't many experts at the 9th level heavenly tribulation realm in the human race, but they could comprehend the laws at a deeper level, and their combat power was more terrifying. That was why the sea race had not made a move. However, in the dark, the sea race had been planning this all along. As long as the 9th level heavenly tribulation realm experts of the human race were weakened, the sea race could launch an all-out attack without any worries. Taoist Xingyun was one of the plans of these people. HMPH. Despicable. Taoist Xingyun looked at the 4 of them and frowned. He was very powerful, but he knew he couldn't defeat 4 experts of the same realm. Moreover, Xinglinger was there. He could not let anything happen to her. Old man, don't even think about running. The soaring dragon has already sealed the surrounding space. Do you think you can escape with this little girl under our joint attack? The whale shark king sneered and threw a punch at Taoist Xingyun. The punch contained the terrifying power of the ocean. Like a giant shark, it came out to devour the sky and the earth, biting toward Taoist Xingyun. This was a unique attack method of the sea race. Their attack could be combined with their body. Furthermore, they fought on the sea surface, their home ground. They could continuously draw power from the sea. HMPH. Could it be that I, Taoist Xingyun, have not made any progress after all these years of seclusion? Taoist Xingyun shouted angrily as well. He stomped his foot, and a huge galaxy appeared around him. There seemed to be stars moving in the galaxy. This was his star domain. In an instant, he opened the star field. He knew he could not escape, but Xinglinger had to leave. Old thing, do you think it's that easy to stall time? The 4 sea kings looked at each other and attacked with all their might. A huge force struck the star domain, and the stars in the galaxy seemed to tremble. However, Taoist Xingyun held on to it. accumulating his most powerful attack. He could only open up a short passage by striking out with this attack. He wanted to send Xinglinger away the moment the passage was opened. The 4 Sea Kings continued to attack, and the huge waves drowned the star. However, Taoist Xingyun was an experienced expert at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Under the joint attack of the 4, his expression did not change. Even though he did not counterattack and was purely resisting, the meridians in his body even showed signs of shattering. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Xinglinger asked nervously. Her young face was filled with worry. "Don't worry, Linger. It'll be fine." Taoist Xingyun smiled and fixed his eyes on the gaps between the attacks of the 4 Sea Kings. Now, Taoist Xingyun was overjoyed. A light beam shot from his hand, aiming at the space next to the Whale Shark King. Crack! With a crisp sound, a crack in the array in front of the Whale Shark King opened. "Linger, go!" Taoist Xingyun was overjoyed. He took Xinglinger and turned into a beam of starlight, flying toward the crack. However, as he flew out, the space in front of him changed suddenly. The surrounding space was a cage formed by countless seawater. Hee, Taoist Xingyun, it's a pity I intentionally revealed that flaw to you. If it were any other time, you could notice it. But today, you brought another person with you. The Whale Shark King sneered. That was what would happen when you have things to care about. Despicable. Taoist Xingyun was shocked and helpless. He could only use all his strength. Otherwise, he and Xinglinger would be unable to escape today. Taoist Xingyun's power increased sharply, but the sea cage exploded. Linger. Taoist Xingyun was shocked. They could feel that the explosion of the formation was extraordinary. Their spiritual power would be seriously injured. He had no choice but to cover Xinglinger with all his spiritual energy and bear the force of the explosion. The huge shock wave exploded on Taoist Xingyun's body, leaving a bloody mark. However, after the formation exploded, he took Xinglinger and escaped. Go after them. Taoist Xingyun is seriously injured. He couldn't escape far. The Whale Shark King shouted, and the 4 Sea Kings went after Taoist Xingyun. Grandpa. Xinglinger panicked when she saw the pale-faced Taoist Xingyun. Behind her were 4 Ocean Kings. At the same time, the Green Tortoise and the other 3 appeared above the North Sea. The 4 Sea Kings again. Taoist Xingyun, running away in a hurry, suddenly saw the Green Tortoise and the others. He was instantly shocked. They didn't expect the sea race to dispatch 8 Sea Kings to attack him instantly. Taoist Xingyun, where are you running to? The Whale Shark King and the others had caught up. Several attacks were launched at Taoist Xingyun and his granddaughter. In the face of the 4 terrifying attacks, Taoist Xingyun turned around quickly and stood in front of Xinglinger. He immediately fainted. Ha. So it's my demon race's Sea King. Nice to meet you. The Whale Shark King and the other 3 flew over, and when they saw the Green Tortoise and the others, they cupped their hands to show their friendliness. Sea King. The Green Tortoise felt that the name sounded powerful. Doggy. From now on, don't call me Tortoise Head. This name isn't nice. From now on, call me Sea King. From now on, I'm the Sea King. The Green Tortoise said with a smile. He was extremely satisfied with this name. Not bad. You guys have given me a good name. You can go now. I'll spare your lives. The Green Tortoise said indifferently. Several demons besieged one human. If this were before, the Green Tortoise would have killed these demons directly. However, these few people had given him a very nice name, so he would let them go for the time being. What do you mean? Fellow Taoist, do you want to compete with us for Taoist Xingyun? HMPH. 4 against 4. Could it be that fellow Taoist is confident of winning? When the Whale Shark King and the other 3 heard the Green Tortoise's words, their faces instantly turned gloomy, and they stood out. The Sea Kings were experts at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Every Sea King was an incomparably arrogant existence. How could others threaten them? In an instant, the Whale Shark King and the other 3 were in high spirits. Chapter 35. Well, you little rascals are trying to challenge me, aren't you? Go. Panda. The Green Tortoise looked at the Sea King before him and said disdainfully, Roar. When the panda heard its boss call it, it was instantly overjoyed. Boss Black Tortoise had asked him to do something. In an instant, the panda's body expanded hundreds of times, and the panda reappeared in the world. What's going on? This is the panda. The whale shark king and the other 3 sea kings paused. Facing the terrifying aura of the panda, they had no way to resist. Under the terrifying aura of the panda, they were like leaves in the face of the surging waves, ready to be destroyed at any time. Senior, we didn't know your identity before. Please forgive us. The whale shark king and the other 3 quickly admitted defeat. The panda's aura pressed down, but the tortoise, dog, and ant didn't move. The 4 of them were no match for the panda alone, not to mention these few, who seemed to be the big brothers of the panda. The mental state of the whale shark king and the other 3 had already collapsed. Where did these old monsters come from? However, as the sea king, his reaction was still swift. The whale shark king and the other 3 instantly obeyed and hurriedly begged for mercy. However, the panda didn't listen to them at all. These days, even the panda had scared them. He was angry. How could he give up a chance to vent his anger? A palm smacked down on the 4 sea kings. The 4 sea kings still wanted to run, but when faced with the panda's furious slap, their bodies turned into a mist of blood and were blasted to death 1,000 meters away. After killing the 4 sea kings, the panda's mood instantly brightened. Boss, sea king, did I do well? The panda shrank back again and looked at the green tortoise with a dazed expression. Well done. Come with us in the future, the black tortoise said indifferently as he looked at the white waves in the river. A 10,000-year-old soaring dragon was trapped and struggling madly. The whale shark king and the other 3 captured this soaring dragon. The purpose was to lure Taoist Xing Yun into the trap. But now, the panda had killed the whale shark king and the other 3. The soaring dragon could feel the terrifying might of the 4 beasts. It was afraid of being implicated and struggled frantically. He was about to break the formation and escape. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking pressure enveloped it, and the cold aura made it shiver, not daring to move at all. Please spare my life. Please don't kill me. The 10,000-year-old soaring dragon hurriedly knelt on the surface of the sea. Its long body was bent and prostrated, trembling in fear. Don't worry. We don't eat meat. In the future, if there's anything fun in the North Sea, let us know immediately, the black tortoise said indifferently. But a green light entered the space between the soaring dragon's eyebrows. In an instant, the materializations of the black tortoise, the sky-devouring dog, and the chaotic ant appeared in the soaring dragon's mind. The soaring dragon was so frightened that he gasped, My lord. After 2 hours, the soaring dragon finally spoke in a hurry. The few people in front of him were legendary peerless divine beasts. The soaring dragon had already shrunk in size due to fear, and those rolling white waves had all calmed down. It was scared. The few people in front of it were supreme big shots. If he could get the favor of these big shots in front of him, wouldn't he be able to take off? At the first moment, the soaring dragon knelt on the ground and said anxiously, He'll be able to do it, my lord. The black tortoise said indifferently. He didn't expect that. Although he didn't find anything fun this time, he got a good name. The Sea King. This name is domineering. I like it. Doggy. Sao Mao. Panda. Don't you think it's very domineering? The black tortoise was filled with joy as it looked at the sky-devouring dog, the chaotic ant, and the panda. Rongrong. Yes. Alpha replied indifferently. He drew a chessboard in the air and fiddled with the game on it. The chaotic ant did not speak. Only Panda Rongrong hurriedly flattered. The Sea King's amazing. The Sea King is domineering. Not bad. You have a lot of potentials. Hearing Rongrong's flattery, the black tortoise cast an appreciative look at it. Seniors, please save my grandfather. At this moment, Xing Linger cried and held the unconscious Taoist Xing Yun, asking for help from Black Tortoise and the others. She had naturally seen the panda kill the whale shark king and the other 3 with a single slap. Moreover, the panda was flattering the green tortoise. It was obvious that these people were all super experts. Since they were willing to kill the whale shark king and the other demonic beasts, they were naturally on the human side. Xinglinger instantly understood the key point in a few seconds. He immediately asked for help from Black Tortoise and the others. Okay, I'll do it. The chaotic ant was about to attack when it saw the little girl cry for help. No, you can't. However, the Black Tortoise managed to stop the chaotic ant. The chaotic ant was stunned. Its feelers shook, and it looked at the Black Tortoise. What, you want to watch him die? The chaotic ant said. No, it's easy to save this old Taoist. But look at this little girl's body. The Black Tortoise said slowly. The chaotic ant looked over and then moved its feelers. The profound yin spiritual body and inborn injury to the lung meridian. The chaotic ant was stunned. This was a little difficult to resolve. Then, bring her back for the master to see, Alpha said indifferently as he played chess. No, if we bring her back, won't master find out that we sneaked out? The Black Tortoise shook its head hurriedly. When it remembered that its master had said he would make soup out of it, its body quivered. Little girl, come to Dayangtown Station by yourself. But don't tell us that you've seen us before. Do you understand? The Black Tortoise instructed. Xinglinger nodded quickly while carrying the severely injured Taoist Xing Yun. But she was extremely shocked. These divine beasts were already powerful. But they still had a master. Then wouldn't the master behind them be even more powerful? Xinglinger was overjoyed. Wouldn't her grandfather's injuries be cured with such a terrifying expert? That's great, she thought. Senior, you'll remember it. Xinglinger's young face revealed a determined expression as she nodded. The Black Tortoise nodded. Then, his figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he was back in the small courtyard. At the same time, Zhao Chengshan took the painting he got from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master and returned to the small courtyard. Outside Dayangtown, Xinglinger, carrying the unconscious Taoist Xing Yun, headed toward Dayangtown with a determined look in her eyes. The sect leader of the Divine Sound sect, Lian Shenian, had an apologetic look on her face. Her gaze was filled with apprehension as she stood beside the inn. Chapter 36. Lian Shenian's expression was solemn outside the inn, and her heart was filled with apprehension. After listening to Perfected King Yun's analysis, Lian Shenian understood how terrifying this senior was. That day, she was lucky, or she would have died. Following Perfected King Yun's advice, Lian Shenian arrived at the inn. However, she was extremely nervous. After all, if she were to barge into such an expert's courtyard, would she anger the senior? Or perhaps, the moment she entered, the big ant would suddenly attack again, and the terrifying power would directly hit her. At this moment, Lian Shenian was like a little girl who had just entered the cultivation world. She was extremely reserved. If the disciples of the Divine Sound sect saw that their usually decisive and tough sect leader was in such a feminine state, their jaws would drop. Forget it. You'll have to apologize to senior sooner or later. Lian Shenian, when did you become so cowardly? Lian Shenian said in a self-deprecating manner as she revealed a bitter smile. Then, she made up her mind. In an instant, she stepped out and came to the door of the small courtyard. However, the moment she got close, she was instantly stunned by the scene in front of her. She saw the Nanaming Flames painting of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master. However, at this moment, a young master in a green robe was holding the 9 Phoenix Dynasty's Phoenix feather brush and drawing on the Nanaming Flames painting. One must know that these two treasures were the treasures of the two experts in the world. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was stingy. Not to mention this Nanaming Flames painting. Once this diagram was out, cultivators below the 5th level Heavenly Tribulation realm would find it difficult to resist. As for the Phoenix Feather Brush, as the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect, it had naturally attended the meeting hosted by the 9 Phoenix Dynasty. He had seen the Phoenix Feather Brush once during the conference. That Phoenix Feather Brush was the most precious item of Emperor Jiuhuang. Emperor Jiuhuang was a heroine whom even she admired. She had single-handedly become the #1 emperor after the Emperor Death era on the mainland of Tianyuan. However, these two treasures were now in the hands of the young man in front of him. How could Lian Shenian not know that the young man in front of him was probably the master the chaotic ant had spoken of? It was the supreme existence that she admired. Sen. She was just about to call him senior. But the scene in front of her made her feel as if she had been struck by lightning. Zhao Changshan was holding the phoenix feather brush with a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, he was willfully drawing on the Nanaming Flames painting. He looked extremely calm. It was as if they were just a few casual strokes. It was like a child picking up a paintbrush and drawing on the wall. However, as the brush fell, the originally silent Nanaming Flames painting seemed to burn instantly. It was as if an unparalleled inferno had appeared in her mind. The countless flames between heaven and earth seemed to burn in the inferno. The terrifying flames contained the terrifying Great Tao of Fire. The entire world was destroyed in front of the Great Tao of Fire. All that was left was a sea of flames. What a terrifying fire concept. What a terrifying painting technique. Lion Shenian stood at the entrance of the courtyard. She was shocked beyond words. It was as if he had been scared out of his wits. He was in a daze, and it took him a long time to recover. Well, this is barely acceptable. After finishing the painting, Zhao Changshan smiled faintly. This Nanaming Flames painting was an immortal magic treasure, but the level of the painting was challenging to describe in words. With the help of the phoenix feather brush, he drew a few simple strokes on the painting. However, with his superb painting skills, he could still easily adjust the painting to its best state. Now, this painting is already of a very high grade as a congratulatory gift. Zhao Changshan smiled faintly and put down the phoenix feather brush in his hand. He looked up and saw an extremely valiant-looking woman standing outside the courtyard. However, the woman seemed to be in a daze. That was right. Lion Shenian was indeed in a daze. She heard Zhao Changshan say that this painting was barely acceptable. Is Senior's realm that hard to predict? Could it be an ancient emperor? Lion Shenian was shocked. After a long time, she finally came back to her senses. She just happened to see Zhao Changshan looking over. In an instant, his heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed. Senior, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Lion Shenian quickly apologized. She had already seen the painting of such an expert. She wondered if she would be angered by it. On her forehead, beads of sweat could be seen. Even her back was covered in a cold sweat. The Zhao Changshan in front of her was too terrifying. Senior. Zhao Changshan looked at Lion Shenian and frowned as he thought, who is this person? Why did she call me senior? He didn't seem to be as old as this woman. However, Zhao Changshan was slightly stunned. He suddenly recalled that he was painting just now. Could it be that she is another painting enthusiast? Zhao Changshan guessed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his guess was accurate. He remembered that perfected King Yun had called him a senior in calligraphy. Even though he was not a powerful immortal cultivator, this person must have been standing outside the door and saw him painting. No wonder. Although he couldn't cultivate, and the system didn't let him cultivate, his painting skill had already reached great success. Zhao Changshan said indifferently. Since she was a fan of painting and calligraphy, he would like to invite her to the small courtyard to discuss her painting skills. This was also an excellent way to relax. In a world of cultivation, there were not many people who loved calligraphy and painting. Hearing that Zhao Changshan was letting her in, Lion Shenian was overjoyed. The senior didn't blame her but let her in. So, Lion Shenian walked carefully, retracted her cultivation, and slowly walked in. Please take a seat, Zhao Changshan said with a faint smile and sat down. Me? Lion Shenian was incomparably shocked. This was a supreme expert, and she didn't dare to sit down with him. Of course. Have a seat. There's no need to be so formal. Zhao Changshan smiled faintly and said to the room, Jiur, there's a guest. Make some tea. Yes. Mu Jihuang, whispering to Chu Yiren in the room, heard Zhao Changshan calling her and quickly responded. As for Lion Shenian, she sat opposite Zhao Changshan as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Her face was filled with nervousness and apprehension. Zhao Changshan smiled faintly. He could tell she was nervous, so he found a topic to discuss. What do you think of this painting? Chapter 37. Zhao Changshan had a faint smile on his face. Since they both loved painting and calligraphy, He must have placed too much emphasis on etiquette. That was why the person in front of him was so nervous. Zhou Changshan understood, so he directly found a topic. As long as there was a common topic, even those silent could speak eloquently and endlessly. It was a saying from where he came from. Senior's painting is the most realistic one I've ever seen. Just by looking at it, I feel like him in it. It makes me feel like I'm in a sea of fire and in contact with this world of flames. Lian Shenian quickly answered with a respectful expression. This painting contained the supreme great Tao of fire. Even she didn't dare to look at it for a long time. After watching for a long time, she felt her eyes begin to burn and hurt. Even her divine consciousness was starting to hurt. This was due to being burned by the law of fire. If she continued to watch, it would become extremely dangerous. There are still some flaws. Zhou Changshan shook his head. Although he was a great calligrapher, the original creator of this painting was not very good. He didn't handle it well in some aspects. For example, the light and shadow at the corners of the fire and the use of lines. From how he drew, one could tell that this person's painting skills were excellent, but he was probably just an aficionado and not a real artist. Otherwise, he would have noticed these details. Of course, it was also possible that he did not have a good foundation. Although Zhou Changshan had repaired the painting and covered the flaws with other methods, this painting forever lacked the inner charm that was difficult to make up for. Flaw Lian Shenian was taken aback. The Nanaming Flames painting before her, whether it was in terms of art or the great Tao of fire, was filled with a fierce spirit. She really couldn't think of any flaws. The original creator of this painting didn't have a good foundation, which led to the difficulty of the post-production. It's like a house. It's easy to lay the foundation but not strong enough. No matter how gorgeous the house is, it will become fragile after a strong wind blows. Zhou Changshan explained calmly and patiently. Senior, do you mean Lian Shenian furrowed her brows? Her face was filled with doubt. Even though what Zhou Changshan said was extremely easy to understand, and she even caught some of it, she still couldn't understand it accurately. Let me put it this way. For example, there are mountains, rivers, and forests. Only countless existences can construct this world. However, when the endless flames devour everything in the world, it is impossible for the flames to survive alone. So, this is the flaw of this flame painting. Zhou Changshan explained patiently. Although this painting described the ferocity of the flame in an extremely realistic manner, there were only flames in this painting. As the saying goes, solitary yin cannot grow, and solitary yang cannot exist. If only flames existed, how could this patch of flame still burn so vigorously? Even if 2 small stones were added, it might look abrupt and uncomfortable, but the whole painting suddenly became more charming, harmonious, and sophisticated. Zhou Changshan's expression changed as he picked up the phoenix feather brush and added 2 more strokes to the painting. He added a piece of grass. After the fire burned, it was pitch black. The grass was lifeless, leaving only some wood chips. However, in Lian Shenian's mind, within the endless flames, even though the grass had been burnt to the point where it no longer had any signs of life when a gust of wind blew past, new grass would grow out. The grass was dark green and firm. Compared to the grass before, it was tougher and more vibrant. Then, the fire continued to burn, and the grassland lost its vitality again. However, the grass grew again, and the cycle repeated itself. The grass grew stronger, and the fire grew fiercer. The 2 destroyed each other, but they also relied on each other and survived. Suddenly, her expression changed, and her eyes lit up. She suddenly had a realization. That's right. I study the zither. No matter what kind of music I choose, I want to pursue perfection. But just like this flame in front of me, as the saying goes, solitary yin doesn't grow long. I pursue the ultimate music. But what if there is more noise? Her expression changed, and she wanted to try playing the zither with her heart. She didn't need to care about so many failures or the disharmony of the notes. She didn't need to care about the disharmony of one note. She would just return to her original state. You'll be happy when I play the instrument. He'll play the instrument when I'm happy. There was no need to pay attention to any rules and constraints. Only the joy in the heart. A zither appeared in Lion Shenian's mind as she thought of this. She closed her eyes and played the zither in her mind. Countless notes burst out at the same time. It was as if she had returned to the time when she had just broken through the heavenly tribulation realm with the sound of the zither. At that time, she was still playing the zither according to her heart. However, after so many years of pursuing a higher realm, her mind was placed on how to play the ultimate note. How could she use music to reach a higher level and break into a higher cultivation realm? Under the subtle influence, he had forgotten the state of mind when he first came into contact with the zither. Wasn't it because she liked to play the zither that she could break through to the heavenly tribulation realm so quickly? If she were happy, she would play the zither. This understanding rose in her heart. Buzz! The long zither in her mind suddenly buzzed. She didn't need to play it, but she could already make melodious music. The sound of the zither rang out on its own. Lion Shenian was immersed in this melodious zither sound, and the barrier of the realm in her dantian disappeared without a trace. At this moment, her cultivation base had another breakthrough. The 5th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Lion Shenian's eyes suddenly opened. Her eyes were bright, and her face was filled with joy. In just a few days, she had broken through from the 3rd level to the 5th level. That was something that she didn't even dare to think about before. All of this was because of Senior. The Senior was too terrifying. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lion Shenian quickly expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. It's just a small trick. Zhao Changshan smiled indifferently and said, the Tao of painting and calligraphy was very petty compared to the great Tao of those immortal cultivators. As for him, he only had the system's support and some understanding of painting and calligraphy. The tea is ready. At this moment, Mu Jiuwang came over with 2 cups of tea. Please have some tea. Mu Jiuwang placed the 2 cups of tea on the table before Lian Shenian and Zhao Changshan. Jiuwang Lian Shenian was instantly shocked to see Mu Jiuwang. She was dumbfounded. That was Emperor Jiuwang. Why is she here? However, just as Lian Shenian was about to stand up, Mu Jiuwang smiled and motioned for her to sit down and not make a sound. Only then did Lion Shenian sit down in shock. However, she had never thought that the great emperor, the strongest human in the mainland of Tanyuan, would be serving tea. You two know each other. Seeing Lion Shenian's reaction, Zhao Changshan asked in confusion. There was a temple fair before, and we met once. Mu Jiuwang was the first to speak. It was a grand event of the 9 Phoenix dynasty and a grand event for Mu Jiuwang to ascend the throne. Senior is a reclusive expert. We can't expose our identity as immortal cultivators. Otherwise, if we disturb Senior's peace, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the same time, Mu Jiuwang transmitted a message to Lian Shenian using her vital spirit. Lian Shenian received the vital spirit voice transmission and nodded. Jiur, since you know him, why don't you sit down and chat with him? Zhao Changshan asked. Master, there's still something cooking in the kitchen. I'll excuse myself. Please continue your conversation. Mu Jiuwang said faintly and returned to the kitchen. All right, then. Zhao Changshan nodded in agreement. Lian Shenian looked at Mu Jiuwang's back in disbelief. She was shocked. Senior. Shiz. Lian Shenian didn't expect that the great Emperor Jiuwang had just been serving tea. She even addressed Senior as master. Oh, she is my maid. Jiur. Zhao Changshan smiled faintly. Maid. Lian Shenian's entire being was dumbfounded. Even the great empress was a maid of this Senior. This Senior was genuinely terrifying. That was the human race's #1 expert. And she was serving tea. Lian Shenian was extremely shocked. Just as Lian Shenian was still in shock, an extremely tender voice suddenly rang outside the courtyard door. May I ask if you can save my grandfather? It was a little girl who looks to be only 8 years old. She was carrying an adult's body on her back, and her eyes were sparkling with tears. Her face was covered in tears, and she looked dirty. The little girl was Xing Linger. She carried Taoist Xing Yun's body and followed the tortoise. Because she felt that the tortoise was so strong that the person who could kill her grandfather could not kill him. He would be able to save her grandfather. When Zhou Changshan and Lan Shenian heard the voice, they both looked toward the door. Then, he saw Xinglinger and Taoist Xing Yun. Someone's injured. Zhou Changshan looked over and saw Taoist Xing Yun in Xinglinger's arms. At this moment, Taoist Xing Yun was covered in bright red blood. His white robe was dyed red, and he looked terrible. It was as if he could die at any moment. Help me save this person. Bring this person in. Zhou Changshan looked at Lian Shenian. He wanted Lian Shenian to help him carry the heavily injured Taoist Xing Yun into the house. However, Lian Shenian thought Zhou Changshan wanted her to carry Taoist Xing Yun alone. So, Lian Shenian stood up and walked to the door of the small courtyard. She picked up Taoist Xing Yun with one hand. When Zhou Changshan saw this scene, he recalled how Mu Jiu Wang had carried Yi Fan and was slightly shocked. Why are all the women here so strong? Chapter 38. Lian Shenian carried Taoist Xing Yun to Zhou Changshan's room alone. Taoist Xing Yun. Mu Jiu Wang was stunned. She instantly recognized the injured old man. It was the Xingyun emperor who had passed the great emperor's position to her. At that time, she had just broken through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm and defeated Taoist Xing Yun, taking down the great emperor in one go. However, Mu Jiu Wang was clear that Taoist Xing Yun had already developed the intention to retire during that battle. That was why he gave her a chance. Otherwise, how could she, who had just broken through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation realm, defeat the Xingyun emperor at most? She would be on par with the Taoist Xing Yun. Although now, Taoist Xing Yun was no longer his opponent. But even so, the people who could hurt him on the streets were as rare as phoenix feathers and killing horns. Why did he suffer from such heavy injuries? You guys go out first. Ill-treat this old man, Zhou Changshan said to Mu Jiuwang, Lian Shenian, and Chu Yiren. The three of them nodded and walked out of the room. Emperor, Lian Shenian bowed to Mu Jiuwang. Sect leader Lian, there's no need to be so polite. In the eyes of the senior, we are all ordinary people. Do you understand? Mu Jiuwang's phoenix eyes squinted as she said in a low voice. Understood. They were all intelligent people. In an instant, Lian Shenian understood that this senior was hiding in the moral world and playing around. I'm just curious. Who could hurt Taoist Xing Yun? Mu Jiuwang asked in a low voice. Taoist Xing Yun was extremely powerful. According to reason, crossing the heavenly tribulation realm meant invincible in the era when the greater vehicle realm did not exist. A few sea race brats ambushed that brat. Suddenly, the tortoise's voice rang out. Senior Black Tortoise. You mean the one who injured Taoist Xing Yun was the Sea King of the Sea Tribe? When Mu Jiuwang heard this, she looked at the green tortoise respectfully. Seeing this, Lian Shenian also reacted. This tortoise should be the divine beast that Taoist King Yun had mentioned. The black tortoise. She quickly followed suit and bowed. After paying his respects, his eyes scanned the small courtyard. Then, he noticed the divine beast ant in the bamboo forest and the grass in the backyard. Greetings, Senior. Lian Shenian quickly greeted the ant. However, the ant only glanced at her and wandered into the grass. Luckily, my intuition was right. This ant does have the same master as the black tortoise. Lian Shenian was happy. Not long after, Zhou Changshan walked out of the room. Little girl, don't cry. Your grandfather will probably wake up tomorrow. It's just a small injury. Don't worry. Zhou Changshan looked at the 7-year-old girl in front of him and said with a faint smile. The old man's body was extremely tough. He had already taken care of his injuries. As long as he had a good rest, he would probably be fine by tomorrow morning. Thank you, big brother. An innocent smile appeared on Xinglinger's face. She no longer cried. Jiuer, take the little girl to wash her face first. Zhou Changshan looked at Xinglinger's crying face and instructed Mu Jiuwang. Mu Jiuwang nodded in agreement. I'll go with you. Xu Yiren followed Mu Jiuwang. Yi Fan, go and sell some firewood tonight. Get some money for us to have a taste of meat tonight. Zhou Changshan looked at the sudden guests in the small courtyard and could only give such an order. Yi Fan had been chopping firewood recently. It had almost filled up a small room. Yes, master. Yi Fan nodded. He carried the basket and went to sell firewood. When Lion Shenian heard this, she realized the senior had a disciple. She quickly looked at Yufan. After all, the senior was strong, and even Emperor Jiu Huang was only the senior's servant. Then how strong would the senior's disciple be? However, she was stunned at first glance. Senior's disciple is immortal. Lion Shenian was filled with shock. However, after the initial shock, she was slightly astonished. She looked at Yufan. He was indeed immortal, but his walking speed seemed to be very slow. But it also seemed to be very fast. It was extremely strange. She even saw Yufan smiling at her. She was dazed for a moment. She rubbed her eyes. When she looked at Yufan again, he had already disappeared. What? Lion Shenian looked at the scene before her and didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell if the senior's disciple was mortal, just like Xiao Changshan. The feeling Yufan gave her was weird, like he was between a mortal and a cultivator. The feeling that Xiao Changshan gave her was that of an actual mortal. Could this be the realm of an expert? Lion Shenian was puzzled. However, Xiao Changshan did not notice Lion Shenian's reaction. Meanwhile, in a secret room in the Divine Sound sect, a tall old man had a shocked expression. You're saying that Lion Shenian has already crossed the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation realm? The old man sat on the futon with a ruthless expression. That's right. An elder reported. I thought of turning her into a human cauldron when Lion Shenian gets stronger. Back then, I killed her master because I fancied her constitution and wanted her to become stronger, so I could devour her. However, her cultivation level is the same as mine. If I continue to let her stabilize her cultivation, my plan will be ruined. Set up the formation. When she returns, cooperate with my plan and take her down in one go. The Divine Sound sect's patriarch said ruthlessly. Yes, patriarch. Below, vice sect leader Qin Shu sneered. He had been eyeing the position of sect leader for a long time. Since the patriarch was going to make a move, he only had to cooperate. He had no idea about the evil plan of these two people. In the small courtyard, Lion Shenian told Xiao Changshan how she had disturbed his rest by playing the zither at noon. However, she didn't expect Xiao Changshan didn't care at all. So you like to play the zither too? It just so happens that I've recently written a score for the zither. Unfortunately, I don't have a zither. Since you like to play the zither, I'll give you this score. Xiao Changshan said indifferently as he handed over a page of his score to Lion Shenian. At night, everyone gathered in the small courtyard and had a meal. Lion Shenian took advantage of the night to comprehend half of the score. The following day, Taoist Xing Yun woke up early in the morning. Grandpa, that's great. You're awake. Xing Linger's surprised voice was heard from the room. Senior, you're busy. I'll take my leave. Lion Shenian also excused herself. After all, she had been out for a long time. Furthermore, she wanted to return to the Divine Sound sect and play the score. She could feel that the score contained boundless power. Chapter 39. Divine Sound Sect. Lion Shenian rushed back from the courtyard with a look of joy on her face. After paying a visit to an expert, her cultivation broke through again, and she also received a song written by the senior himself. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to enter seclusion cultivation. Where are the disciples guarding the mountain? However, when Lion Shenian returned to the mountain gate, she saw no disciples on guard in front of the entrance of the Divine Sound sect. Her brows furrowed, and she suddenly had the intuition that a storm was coming, as if something was going to happen. After all, he had given the order that the disciples guarding the mountain could not leave their posts at any time. Just as she was puzzled, a disciple suddenly flew out of the mountain gate. Sect leader. The patriarch has come out of seclusion. Please head to the sect's main hall now. The disciple reported. He had just gone to report. Vice sect leader Qin Shu had already instructed him to do this. The patriarch has come out of seclusion. Lion Shenian frowned. All these years, she had suspected that this patriarch of the Divine Sound sect had killed her master. However, all these years, she had only seen this patriarch of the Divine Sound sect when she succeeded in the sect leader position in the Great Hall. The reason he gave was that he had been in seclusion. The strength of the sect's patriarch was above her, so she had not found any clues. She was elated when Lion Shenian heard that the patriarch had come out of seclusion. She could finally get some news. "You will be on duty here," Lion Shenian instructed the disciple and flew in. In the main hall, a tall old man sat on the seat of the sect leader. He had a black Suona horn at his waist and was full of killing intent. He sat down. Fang Ling, Sai Yu, Sun Wukong, and the other core disciples and elders who supported the sect were all trapped. When Lion Shenian stepped into the main hall and saw this scene, her brows furrowed as she instantly felt something was wrong. "Sect leader, run, the patriarch wants to kill you." Sun Wukong immediately burned the blood essence in his body to break through the restriction, and shouted in panic. Lion Shenian was shocked as she looked at the ancestor of the Divine Sound sect in shock. She was just about to investigate the clues, and the patriarch was going to make a move. "Sect leader, leave quickly. They have set up the killing array." Elder Sun Wukong continued to shout. Feng Ling and Zai Yu, who were at the side, also quickly gave Lion Shenian a look. "Haha, it's too late to leave now." Sitting on the second seat, Qin Shu sneered with a ferocious expression. He waved his hand, and a stream of light shot out. Buzz! A trembling sound was heard. At the same time, a light shield lit up in the hall. The hall door was instantly locked, and no one could go out. The killing array instantly closed. "Lion Shenian, you will die today." Qin Shu sneered. As long as Lion Shenian died, he would be the next sect leader of the Divine Sound sect. "It's over. If you left just now, you might have a chance. But now, you can't go." Sun Wukong shouted in despair. Feng Ling and Zai Yu were also discouraged. Even though the patriarch's cultivation state was on par with the sect leader, they were already being controlled. The patriarch had the help of the vice sect leader and the others. The killing and trapping arrays were activated at the same time. He couldn't beat him, and he couldn't escape either. In Sun Wukong's eyes, sect leader Lion Shenian would surely be dead. Qin Shu and the others also thought so. "Lion Shenian, are you going to end this yourself? Or do you want us to do it?" The Divine Sound sect's patriarch spoke coldly from the leader's seat. He opened his cold eyes and looked down at Lion Shenian. Qin Shu smirked. Very soon, the position of sect leader would be his. Hearing this, Lion Shenian's face was filled with confusion. "Patriarch, why do you want to kill me if you want the position of the sect leader? I can give it up," Lion Shenian said indifferently. Even though she had her suspicions that the Divine Sound sect's patriarch might have something to do with the murder of her master, she didn't have any concrete evidence. Hee, there's no need to pretend anymore. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. I was the one who killed your master. Taoist King Shan. Patriarch Suona sneered. He stopped pretending. He directly confessed. In any case, she was already in a situation where death was inevitable. Lion Shenian could not escape even if she had wings or screamed until her throat went hoarse. "It's you." Indeed, Lion Shenian's face turned cold, and her voice turned low. Her eyes focused, and her gaze was extremely cold. It was as if 9 heavens of profound ice slowly swept across the faces of Qin Shu and the others. Those caught by Lion Shenian's gaze all shuddered as a chill ran down their spines. In the end, Lion Shenian's gaze finally landed on the patriarch. Even the patriarch of the Divine Sound sect felt his heart skip a beat when he met Lion Shenian's gaze. The moment his eyes met Lion Shenian's, the patriarch of the Divine Sound sect felt the threat of death. He instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. Right now, he was surrounding and trying to kill Lion Shenian. However, he was threatened by Lion Shenian instead. How could he endure this? "HMPH. You've angered me. So, I want to kill you myself." The patriarch stood up and removed the black Suona horn from his waist. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. "This is bad. Sect leader, move quickly," Sun Wukong shouted. Once the patriarch used the Suona horn, there would be casualties. Moreover, the Suona horn itself was extremely overbearing. Those trapped elders all had extremely anxious expressions on their faces. It's no use. Even though you've just broken through to the 4th level heavenly tribulation realm, you're still nothing in front of me. The patriarch's face was gloomy. He raised the Suona horn, and a loud and clear voice rang out instantly. The sound of the Suona was ear-piercing, and the terrifying melody caused Sun Wukong, Fang Ling, and the others to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was unbearable. Lion Shenian, you're dead. Qin Shu sneered as well. He was indeed no match for Lion Shenian, but the patriarch was. If the patriarch killed Lion Shenian, he would be the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect. Activate the killing array. He sneered and shot out another stream of light. Instantly, the killing formation in the hall was activated, and countless notes flew out like blades. The concentrated rhythmic attacks rained down on Lion Shenian, sect leader, Sun Wukong, Fang Ling, and the others anxiously shouted. Beside Qin Shu, no one noticed that an elder's eyes focused as a message was silently sent out from his sleeve. Bypassing the formation. Chapter 40. What the patriarch from the Divine Sound sect was the one who had killed her master. They want to harm Lion Shenian. In Xing Yun sect, perfected King Yun stood up from his seat in shock after receiving the news. According to the information, Lion Shenian's current situation was extremely dangerous. Yuali, take your senior brother along. Bring all the disciples of the sect and head to the Divine Sound sect as fast as you can. Perfected King Yun sent a voice transmission to Wang Yuali. He then turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the hall. Head to the Divine Sound sect. This old man fought with the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect a few days ago, and he's not satisfied yet. Now, he's going to start a group fight. Wang Yuali didn't know what was going on, but she still called Huo Qingyun and gathered the cultivators of the sect, ready to set off. However, perfected King Yun sent another message. Yuali, actually, the sect leader of the Divine Sound sect is your biological mother. After being afraid for so many years that Wang Yuali might have a grudge in her heart, he was trying to find a suitable time to say it. But now, Lion Shenian was in a precarious situation and was even trapped within the killing array. Facing the patriarch of the Divine Sound sect, there was no way that someone with a cultivation base of the 4th level heavenly tribulation realm could survive. Perfected King Yun had no choice but to say it now. It was likely that this would be the last time the mother and daughter would see each other. Wang Yuali's entire body trembled when she heard the news. She stood there in a daze. She had thought that her mother had died long ago. That was why her father had not told her until now. But now, her father told her that her mother was still alive. Wang Yuali was instantly shocked. She only felt that her mind was completely blank, and she was at a loss. This should have been a happy occasion, but she had just discovered that her mother was in danger. Junior sister, take some people and hurry over. Huo Qingyun's expression darkened, and he became serious. He rode his sword and flew toward the Divine Sound sect, bringing with him the many experts from the Qingyun sect that Wang Yuali had dealt with. Perfected King Yun even burned his blood essence and turned it into a light beam. If anything were to happen to Lion Shenian, he would have the entire sect buried with him. In the main hall, the power of Patriarch Suona seemed to be able to pierce through gold and shatter stone. The sound of the Suona horn was overbearing and powerful. Sun Wukong and the others vomited blood. As for Qin Shu and the others, they naturally didn't feel good. The patriarch is mighty. The patriarch is so domineering. Even though they were not feeling well, the people who followed Qin Shu were still cheering and shouting. Whether they could kill Lion Shenian or not would depend on their ancestor. HMPH. Hearing the cheers of the people in front of him, Patriarch Suona was extremely happy. He blew the Suona horn with even more force. The overbearing sound was like a small mountain. The small mountain was majestic and terrifying as it crashed toward Lion Shenian. Hee, old man. I didn't expect that after investigating for so long, you actually killed my master. My master treated you well in the past. Lion Shenian sneered. She casually took out a long zither and sat down in the void. She plucked the strings of the zither with her bare hands, and a few soft and gentle sounds came out. The Suona horn's power, like a small mountain, slowed down. Lion Shenian had yet to make her move. She was waiting for Patriarch Suona to answer her. As for Patriarch Suona, he only laughed in disdain when he saw his attack slowing down. To him, this was just Lion Shenian's final struggle to seek death. The old man King Shan has treated me well, but he's stupid. I got close to him because I found out that your physique is suitable to be a furnace tripod. Who knew he wanted to persuade me to go on the correct path? So I killed him. Patriarch Suona sneered ferociously as he started to blow the Suona horn again. The stacking of power and the descending array instantly broke the few soft notes that Lion Shenian had sent out earlier. Master, Elder Sun Wukong, Feng Ling, Sai Yu, and the others watched as Patriarch Suona's attack was only 1 foot away from Lion Shenian. They all shouted anxiously. Outside the mountain gate, perfected King Yun also felt it. He used all his strength to hit the protective formation of the Divine Sound sect. How dare you attack Shenian? I'll bury your entire Divine Sound sect. A domineering voice rang out. A huge crack appeared on the Divine Sound sect's grand formation. Huo King Yun, Wang Yuali, and the others who had followed him were also attacking the mountain protecting formation madly. A muffled sound of an explosion rang out within the Divine Sound sect's main hall. The trap array outside the hall was blown up, stirring up smoke and dust. Behind the dust, there was no sound. The battle had ended. Shenian, perfected King Yun, exploded on the spot. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have gone crazy. The power around his body smashed toward the Divine Sound sect's mountain protecting formation without restraint. Each attack carried the weight of 10,000 kadi. In a few minutes, the Divine Sound sect's mountain protecting formation was instantly shattered. Perfected King Yun turned into an afterimage and rushed in madly. Wang Yuali followed behind perfected King Yun and hurriedly rushed into the hall. Her young face and big watery eyes were already sparkling with tears as if she was about to die. On the other hand, Huo King Yun was commanding the disciples of the Clear Sky sect to surround the Divine Sound sect. Elders, please help me. If any fish escape the net, please capture them. Huo King Yun stood outside the formation with a grave expression. Mother. 2 anxious shouts were heard. What are you shouting for? I'm not dead yet. A voice filled with anger and joy suddenly came in the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, everyone saw Lion Shenian stepping on Patriarch Suona. You! How is that possible? You've crossed the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation realm. Also, what was that song just now? The Divine Sound sect's patriarch had thought that victory was already in his grasp, but suddenly, the tune that Lion Shenian's turn changed. It was a terrifying sound that carried an endless killing intent. In just a moment, his Suona horn could no longer be played. He was instantly defeated. Sect leader, please spare my life. When Qin Shu and the others saw this scene, their legs trembled, and they knelt on the ground. Sect leader, I'm a beast. Please spare my life. This old man forced me. Sect leader, you have to believe me. Qin Shu cried out loudly. Patriarch Suona, who was being stepped on, was shocked, and his face flushed red. You are worse than a beast. Chapter 41 Chapter 41 What old monster is Thaddy? Chapter 41 What old monster is Thaddy? Translator 549-6-339. Who is this old fellow scolding? Sect master. Let me kill this old fellow for you. Qin Shu stood up and walked towards the Suona ancestor. He was filled with righteous indignation and shamelessly placed himself on the opposite side of the Suona ancestor. She, a bisexual like you is a fence visitor. You dirty my eyes. Lion Shenian said disdainfully as she slapped Qin Shu's head off. Qin Shu died on the spot. The people who followed Qin Shu shrank back in fear. That's great. Sheng Yin. You're fine. Perfected King Yun picked Lion Shenian up and shouted happily. Lion Shenian blushed like a ripe peach as she was hugged. Put me down. There are so many people watching. Lion Shenian said angrily as she patted Perfected King Yun's shoulder heavily. Perfected King Yun coughed twice and only then did he notice that there were still so many people present. Most importantly, Wang Yuali was present. He hurriedly put Lion Shenian down. Wang Yuali also rushed over. Her mood was like a roller coaster ride. Hey! Lion Shenian quickly responded and pulled Wang Yuali into her arms. Perfected King Yun also wanted to go over and hug her when he saw this heartwarming scene. However, Lion Shenian rolled her eyes at him. Why are you joining in the fun when you're reunited with your daughter? Perfected King Yun felt a little awkward, but it didn't seem right for him to stand alone at the side. Then, he saw Patriarch Suona. Old fellow, you harmed my master and even dared to have designs on Shen Yin. A person like you should be skinned by 1,000 cuts and burned to ashes. As he spoke, Perfected King Yun grabbed this Suona patriarch and beat him up angrily. Sun Wukong and the other elders were released by the people of the King Yun sect. Sect master is mighty. Sect master is domineering. A few elders followed, just as they thought that the sect master would die. The sect master's anger actually changed. The terrifying aura of a 5th-level tribulation transcendence realm was instantly released. Coupled with that divine tune, it instantly suppressed the Suona patriarch. Shen Yin, what's going on? Weren't you at the 4th level of the tribulation transcendence realm before? Perfected King Yun, who had killed the Suona ancestor, walked over and asked curiously. Previously, when the two of them fought, Lion Shenian was still at the 4th level of the tribulation transcendence realm. However, he had already reached the 5th level of the tribulation transcendence realm in a day. Wasn't this too fast? Wang Liuoli raised her head and stopped the flood in her eyes. She also looked at Lion Shenian in confusion. Even the elder that Perfected King Yun had planted in the Divine Sound sect was extremely curious. He was already prepared to help. Who would have thought that Lion Shenian would be able to suppress the Suona ancestor with a backhand? It's that senior, Lion Shenian said respectfully. Her eyes filled with respect. At this moment, he could feel how terrifying Xiao Changshan was. If Senior hadn't given her pointers and the zither score, she would have been in danger today. However, with Senior's plan, everything could be reversed with a flip of his hand. That Senior is really too terrifying. He can actually predict the future. Lion Shenian's mind trembled. In the courtyard, Taoist Nebula woke up. He looked at his body in disbelief. He had actually recovered in a day. Fellow Taoist Xingyun, Mu Jiu Wang stood beside him and greeted him with a faint smile. 9 Phoenix Great Emperor. Taoist Nebula was stunned. He looked at Mu Jiu Wang and was surprised. Mu Jiu Wang saved him. When did Mu Jiu Wang's medical skills become so good? However, despite his surprise, Taoist Xingyun still smiled and said, "Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist 9 Phoenix. It wasn't me. It was the master who saved you." Hearing Taoist Xingyun thanking her, Mu Jiu Wang hurriedly shook her head. She did not dare to take the credit for her master. Master? Taoist Xingyun was shocked. Staring at Mu Jiu Wang, he was dumbfounded. Fellow Taoist 9 Phoenix. What nonsense are you spouting, Gamquat? Even if you saved me and wanted to do a good deed without leaving your name, there's no need to make up a master. Right. As Taoist Nebula spoke, anger appeared on his face. They were all existences at the peak of the human race. Yet they still made such a joke. Did you think it was funny? However, before Mu Jiu Huang could explain again, Xinglinger said, "Grandpa, it's true. Big brother saved you." Big brother. Taoist Nebula frowned. For a moment, he felt a little confused and did not know what these people were talking about. "Let's go. Follow me to see Master." Mu Jiu Wang didn't explain and walked out of the room. Seeing this, Taoist Nebula followed him out. Then, he saw a young man chopping firewood. Every swing of the axe was like a mortal chopping firewood. There was nothing special about it. However, the more he looked at the axe, the more fascinated he became. It was as if he was comprehending some great Tao. Taoist Xingyun only came back to his senses when Yufan smiled at him. What happened to me just now? Taoist Nebula reacted and realized that his mind was in a trance. Looking at this young man again, he was still ordinary. Strange. Taoist Nebula was extremely shocked. Even though he had lived for 100 years, he had never seen such a strange thing. However, he knew that the cultivation of this person in front of him was definitely not lower than his. This was the vigilance of someone who had lived for 100 years. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for saving my life. Taoist Nebula hurriedly bowed to Yufan with extreme respect. In his heart, he could accept the fact that the Empress had acknowledged him as her master. After all, at their level, wanting to advance further was simply harder than ascending to the heavens. Elder, you're too polite. However, the one who saved you is master, not me. Yifan smiled faintly and returned the favor. He also knew Taoist Nebula, but Taoist Nebula did not know him. What, you have a master? Taoist Nebula was shocked. The young man in front of him had already made it impossible for him to pry into the mantras. However, this person still had his master. What kind of old monster is that? Taoist Nebula muttered in a low voice. Could it be an old monster that was even older than him? However, he was only saying it for himself. The old monster he mentioned did not have any negative implications. He was just lamenting that he had lived for 100 years and did not know such an expert. However, the black tortoise and the other divine beasts heard it. In an instant, the terrifying auras of the black tortoise, the heaven-devouring dog, and the heaven-murder ant directly crushed over. Chapter 42 Chapter 42 A merely damaged lung meridian. That's all. Chapter 42 A merely damaged lung meridian. That's all. Taoist Xingyun was so terrified that he fell to the ground, trembling. In his sea of consciousness, he saw a black tortoise that was as tall as the sky. Its 4 legs were like pillars that supported the sky. Endless sea water surged around its body as if it wanted to drown the heavens. A huge divine dog stood on the chessboard that was densely covered with chess lines. The stars were on the chessboard, and the galaxy was on the chessboard. It opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to devour the sky and the moon. There was also a divine ant that walked out of the chaos. The aura of chaos around its body spread, and the infinite space collapsed. Black tortoise, heaven-swallowing dog, chaos ant. Hiss! Taoist Xingyun gasped. His cultivation of the 9th stage tribulation transcendence realm was nothing in front of these divine beasts. Facing these 4 powerful auras, Taoist Xingyun felt like he was a leaf in the wind that could be torn apart by the hurricane at any time. He sat on the ground, not daring to move at all. Oh, you're awake. At this moment, Zhao Changshan came back from his morning walk. Taoist Nebula walked out, but he was sitting on the ground, and his body seemed to be trembling. Zhao Changshan was slightly stunned. He was puzzled. Could it be that the old man's injuries had not recovered yet? It shouldn't be. According to his advanced medical skills and the old man's strong body, he should have recovered. However, Zhao Changshan still walked over to help the old man. As Zhao Changshan approached, Taoist Xingyun instantly felt the pressure of the black tortoise and the other divine beasts disappear. Is it this person in front of us? Taoist Xingyun was old and experienced. How could he not feel that it was because of Zhao Changshan's appearance that the black tortoise and the other divine beasts withdrew their pressure? With a whoosh, he hurriedly stood up. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Taoist Xingyun stood there like a lackey and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Zhao Changshan. No need. It's not a serious injury. However, you need to pay the medical fees. Zhao Changshan waved his hand and smiled. Medical expenses. Taoist Nebula was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had heard of the term medical treatment. However, it was understandable that a senior would ask for medical fees after saving him. But this time, he left in a hurry and did not bring any treasures with him. How should he repay Senior? Taoist Haiyun hesitated. Zhao Changshan looked at Taoist Xingyun, who was hesitating, and paused for a moment. Did this old man not understand what he said? After all, the word medical was not common on the Tian Yuan continent. After thinking for a while, Zhao Changshan said tactfully, "Spent a lot of money to save you." The clothes of the grandfather and grandson in front of him were extremely expensive. He had never even seen some of the threads on their clothes before. One look and you could tell that he was rich. Since he was a rich man, he had at least saved him from the gates of hell. It was not too much to ask for medical fees. Right. I understand. But I don't know what Senior wants. Taoist Nebula asked. He was at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, and was extremely clear that it was extremely difficult to treat injuries at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Senior must have used supreme divine medicine and great divine powers. The price he paid was not light. No matter what kind of spiritual treasure Senior wanted, he had to agree the kindness of saving his life was not something that could be measured by cultivation resources, spirit stones, or treasures. Even if the Senior wanted some treasure of Nebula sect, he would go back and get it. Then ill speak. You have to be mentally prepared. Xiao Changshan looked at Taoist Xingyan and confirmed again. He was afraid that asking for 20 gold taels was too much and would scare the grandfather and grandson. Your life-saving grace is priceless. No matter how much. I will definitely do it. Taoist Nebula said respectfully. Yes. Xiao Changshan nodded. It seemed that the old man in front of him was also a loyal and kind person. He would take a little less. 10 taels of gold then. Xiao Changshan saw the good character of the old man and directly gave him a 50 discount. 10 taels of gold. Taoist Nebula was stunned. Shock, doubt, fear, panic, and other emotions appeared in his heart at the same time. When Xiao Changshan said 10 gold taels, he was indeed shocked. Senior's great kindness only costs 10 taels of gold. Could it be that he had done something wrong that made Senior angry and Senior wanted to chase him away? Do you want to add more points? Taoist Xingyan asked cautiously. Senior saved his life, and he only asked for 10 taels of gold. To Taoist Xingyan, 10 taels of gold was like a stone on the roadside. It was as insignificant as dirt. Roman 2. Increase the bid. Hearing this, Xiao Changshan was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. It seemed that this old man was really rich. Compared to perfected King Yun, he was much richer. Moreover, the old man had taken the initiative to increase the price. Xiao Changshan admired this kind of behavior. Then add another 5 taels of gold. Xiao Changshan smiled. 5 taels of gold. This. Taoist Xingyan was completely dumbfounded. What did he do wrong to make such an expert like Senior not even want his own reward? Fellow Taoist Xingyan, Master has hidden himself from the mortal world and is now immortal. Everything can be done according to the etiquette of mortals. Just as Taoist Xingyan was in a daze, Mu Jiawan's vital essence voice transmission notification arrived. Conceal the mortal world as a mortal. Perfected King Yun instantly understood. When one's cultivation realm reached a certain level, everything that one had once pursued and treated as treasures would become empty and meaningless. When he became Emperor Nebula, he had the same mentality. This was the state of mind that only invincible experts had. However, the Senior in front of him had a higher realm and had reached the point of returning to his original state. He had chosen mortals as his starting point and played around in the world. After thinking this through, Taoist Xingyan understood that the Senior had asked for 15 taels of gold, but he did not mean to vent his anger on him. Senior, 15 gold taels. I'll go to the exchange firm to get it. Ling wait here. Taoist Xingyan said and gestured to Xiao Changshan. He then walked out of the courtyard, pretending to go to the exchange firm to withdraw money. In fact, he went out to find a pawn shop and pawned a piece of jade on him for 20 taels of gold. This old man is really honest. Xiao Changshan looked at Taoist Xingyan's back and sighed. He didn't expect this old man to withdraw money without hesitation. It was indeed worth saving. Little girl, what's your name? Where are you from? Xiao Changshan sat down with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Xingling and asked gently. Xiao Changshan had a deep impression of Xingling weak body when she carried her grandfather on her back and begged for help outside her courtyard. Big brother, my name is Xingling I came from the Central Heaven continent with my grandfather. Cough cough. Xingling tender face carried a happy smile as she answered in a childish voice. Due to her constant illness, she had been following Taoist Xingyan and had never interacted with anyone of her age. Even though Xingling was already 8 years old, her behavior was similar to that of a 5-year-old child. The big brother in front of him had cured his grandfather. He was a good person. This was Xingling impression of Xiao Changshan. The Central Heaven continent. That's far away. Xiao Changshan was secretly shocked. This grandfather and grandson were indeed from a wealthy family. He had heard people mention that the Tian Yuan continent was divided into 5 continents: North Barren continent, South Bu continent, West Bull continent, East Victory continent, and Middle Heaven continent. Between the 5 continents, There was a huge ocean in the middle. It was difficult for ordinary people to cross it. In the ocean, there were also demon beasts of the sea race. They were all existences that killed without blinking. According to the residents of Dayang Town, there was once a fisherman who was fishing at the edge of the northern wilderness sea. However, he was swallowed by a catfish sea demon that was hundreds of feet long. It was extremely terrifying. For ordinary people, there was only one way to go to other continents, using the immortal sex teleportation array. However, every time they used the teleportation array, they would have to spend a lot of money to exchange for spirit stones. 10,000 taels of gold could only be exchanged for one spirit stone. Those without a family background generally did not dare to cross continents like this. Ahem. While Xiao Changshan was shocked, Xing Ling coughed twice. After coughing, Xing Er's originally rosy and tender face suddenly changed. It became as pale as paper. And even her breathing became a little intermittent. Xiao Changshan was slightly startled. With his advanced medical skills, he could tell at a glance that this was not a simple cough. Ling come over and let Big Brother take a look. Xiao Changshan called Ling over. Although Xing Ling looked a little painful, she still listened to Xiao Changshan and walked over. Xiao Changshan observed carefully and his face turned cold. This was a damage to the lungs, and it was congenital. In mild cases, it might cause the body to be weak and often fall ill. If it was serious, his meridians would be blocked and he would suffocate to death. It was extremely dangerous. Big Brother, am I going to die soon? I feel so uncomfortable. Xing Ling face was filled with pain, and her large eyes were glistening with tears. How could Xiao Changshan not know that Xing Ling was being tortured by the pain? She was terrified. Don't worry, Ling Big Brother can cure your grandfather and you. This is just a small illness. Xiao Changshan consoled. But Grandpa brought me to many famous doctors before. But they were all helpless. Xing Ling sobbed. That's because their medical skills aren't as good as Big Brother's. Big Brother will be able to help you recover immediately. Xiao Changshan patted Xing Ling head, his heart aching for this little girl. Her lungs were damaged. If she had not met him, Xing Ling might have fallen asleep in pain. Fortunately, he had previously used the shell of the turtle to make some ointment. Neighbors with damaged lungs had only applied a little ointment and their lungs had recovered. Because the neighbors didn't use much, Xiao Changshan still had a big bottle left. Ling wait. Xiao Changshan walked into the room and took out the remaining bottle of ointment. He rubbed a little on Ling throat. Ling go in and lie down for 15 minutes. Jiu take Ling with you. Xiao Changshan ordered. Big Brother. Really? Ling tender face lit up with hope. It was obvious that she had been tortured by the constant coughing. Don't worry. It's just a small injury to the lung meridian. Big Brother was able to treat this illness with ease. Chapter 43 Senior. You must take this 100 gold. Chapter 43 Senior. You must take this 100 gold. 15 minutes later, Taoist Nebula pretended to exchange for gold. He walked into the courtyard and handed over 15 gold taels to Xiao Changshan. This is what I exchanged from the exchange firm. Please accept it. Taoist Nebula said lightly. His tone was extremely respectful and his posture was extremely low. In front of Xiao Changshan, he didn't feel any pressure. In fact, Xiao Changshan gave him the feeling that he was an out-and-out mortal. However, the more it was like this, the more shocked he was. Such an expert had returned to his original state and was already so powerful that he could not understand it. Xiao Changshan looked at the 15 gold taels and was extremely happy. He looked at Taoist Xingyun and his favorable impression of him was already bursting. Sit down for a while. Ling is receiving treatment in her room. Xiao Changshan put away the gold and gestured for Taoist Xingyun to sit down. Heal 1. Taoist Nebula was stunned. Ling lungs should be damaged. If I'm not wrong, it should be congenital. But you don't have to worry. It's just a small problem. It'll probably be better in a while. Xiao Changshan said confidently. Even if Xing Ling lungs were damaged, it would be more likely to block her meridians than normal. Ordinary doctors would not be able to treat it. However, it was not a big problem for him, who had advanced his medical skills. Moreover, Although the turtle rewarded by the system was not a divine beast, the effect of the turtle shell being used as a drug primer was still surprisingly good. Previously, when he treated Yifan, he had used the powder ground from the turtle shell. The effect was amazing. Are you treating Ling Er's lung meridian injury? Taoist Nebula was stunned when he heard that. For Ling Er's suckegg, he had searched for all sorts of divine doctors and explored all sorts of forbidden grounds, even though these were not too difficult for him. However, despite his 9th level tribulation transcendence cultivation, he stood at the peak of the human race. However, this congenital lung meridian injury could only be suppressed through various methods. This time, he had also captured the 10,000-year-old Tong Jiao to take out the gallbladder of the 10,000-year-old Tang Jiao, which had the effect of suppressing meridians. At the very least, it could buy Ling Er a year's time. However, these were only temporary solutions. Even if he suppressed the pain of his lung meridian being damaged, he still could not complete his cultivation. Innate defects were the most difficult to treat. Big brother, I don't cough anymore. I feel like there's a warm current in my body. While Taoist Xingyun was in shock, Ling Er walked out of the room. His face had turned pale a quarter of an hour ago, but now, it had turned red. As he spoke, his voice was clearly raised. Compared to before, anyone could hear it, and he was much more energetic. Ling Er won. Taoist Xingyun was greatly shocked. How could he not tell that when Ling Er spoke, the Qi in her body was clearly able to flow freely? This was a sign that his lungs had been repaired. Ling Er, come over and let Grandpa take a look. 1. Taoist Xingyun was overjoyed. He called Ling Er over with an extremely happy expression on his face. Then, a hand was placed on Ling Er's wrist. She wouldn't know if she didn't look, but she was shocked when she saw it. Taoist Xingyun was dumbfounded. Other than the fact that Ling Er's lungs had been healed, there was actually a trace of terrifying sea power in her body. No, to be precise, it was a terrifying power that surged like the sea. It was a power that carried the supreme law of water. Is this the power of the black tortoise? Taoist Xingyun suddenly remembered that the turtle in the pond was the terrifying black tortoise. The shadow of the black tortoise that was as tall as the sky lay between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura made him tremble all over just thinking about it. The black tortoise's aura was too terrifying. This is a plaster used to treat the lung meridian. Although it has been treated, it still needs a few more courses of recovery. Take these plasters, Xiao Changshan said lightly and handed the ointment made from turtle shell to Taoist Xingyun. To him, this ointment could be found by the green-haired turtle whenever he wanted it. But Ling Er couldn't. Ling Er's body was truly damaged from birth. A body that was damaged from birth must undergo long-term recuperation and changes. Otherwise, it would cause other diseases. It's too precious. Taoist Nebula held a bottle of ointment in his hand. He could clearly feel the terrifying black tortoise aura contained in it. This was made from the turtle shell of the black tortoise, and its value had long surpassed any spirit herb on the continent. Furthermore, it was such a big bottle. Senior, this is 100 taels of gold. Please accept it. Taoist Xingyun had an idea. He immediately recalled that this senior in front of him had been playing around in the mortal world. It just so happened that other spirit weapons, magic treasures, and cultivation techniques were definitely worthless in the eyes of Senior. He even abandoned them like worn-out shoes. However, gold was something that experts who hid in the mortal world would accept. Therefore, Taoist Xingyun took out all the gold that he had exchanged for the jade. Senior, Ling Er's illness has already spread to almost all parts of the continent. Please don't refuse, or I won't be able to rest Casey. Taoist Nebula immediately knelt down and begged. The tortoise shell was simply too precious. Even if the senior didn't want to pay, he couldn't take it for free. If he really took it for free, he would feel uneasy and unable to sleep or cat in peace. All right then. Xiao Changshan looked at the old man kneeling before him and agreed. The old man in front of him was a good person. He was the kind of person who would repay the kindness of others with a spring. Moreover, the other party had an imposing manner, as if he would kneel on the ground and not get up if he did not accept the 100 taels of gold. If an old man knelt down to him, his lifespan would be shortened. Zhao Changshan hurriedly accepted it. For the old man, he could travel across several continents. The family definitely did not lack this 100 taels of gold. He could just accept it. Thank you. Seeing Zhao Changshan take the 100 gold taels, Taoist Xingyan's face was filled with joy. If the senior was willing to accept his gold, it meant that he had acknowledged him. Such an expert senior must not be offended. Then I wish you a safe journey back, Zhao Changshan said lightly. One of the grandfather and grandson in front of him was kind-hearted and adhered to his principles. The other was cute and sensible. However, it made people's good impression of him multiply. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. Taoist Xingyan and Xingling bowed to Zhao Changshan again. Jiu go and see him off, Zhao Changshan ordered. This grandfather and grandson pair were too polite. He couldn't be rude. Chapter 44 Bookstore Preparing 1. Chapter 44 Bookstore Preparing 1. Please. Wind and clouds surged above the North Sea. The two terrifying auras were like mountains, causing the space to become extremely heavy. Mu Jiuwang stood opposite Taoist Xingyan with a cold and indifferent expression. Her phoenix eyes were filled with an unprecedented domineering aura. The aura you have now is that of Mu Jiuwang, who fought with me back then. Haha, come on. On the opposite side of Mu Jiuwang, Taoist Xingyan laughed and took the lead. After recovering from his injuries, it was Taoist Xingyan's first time making a move. He raised his hand and punched out, instantly forming a galaxy. The Milky Way roared. Countless stars trembled, and the terrifying power of the stars enveloped Mu Jiuwang. On the surface of the sea below them, the waves were surging, and the huge waves formed a water tornado that surrounded Mu Jiuwang. The terrifying power contained within it shook all the great demons in the deep sea. If the previous sea kings were here, they would also be terrified when they saw Taoist Xingyan's attack that contained a terrifying killing aura. Sister Mu, be careful. Xingling watched the battle from below. Her small face was filled with shock. This was the first time she had seen Taoist Xingyan in action over the years. Haha. Ling you should worry about your grandfather. Mu Jiuwang smiled and raised a fist. Her red long sleeves turned into a shadow and instantly broke through the galaxy. This punch seemed extremely slow, but it was extremely fast. It instantly landed on Taoist Xingyan's chest. With a muffled groan, Taoist Xingyan was sent flying. His figure retreated hundreds of meters before he stopped. Your realm. Taoist Nebula was hit by a punch. But Mu Jiuwang did not really use her strength. So Taoist Nebula's injuries were not serious. It was just some superficial injuries. With Taoist Xingyan's strength as a 9th-tier tribulation transcendence, he could completely recover on his own. However, Taoist Xingyan could not be bothered to recover from his injuries. He stared at Mu Jiuwang in horror, because he could sense that Mu Jiuwang's punch was just a light one. He didn't really make a move. Otherwise, he would not have survived. Could it be that you've already? Taoist Nebula stared at Mu Jiuwang with a pair of experienced eyes. He was shocked. An extremely bold guess suddenly appeared. That was that Mu Jiuwang had already broken through to the Mahayana realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to defeat him so easily. Mu Jiuwang nodded. The news of her breaking through to the Dasheng realm had not been leaked, and she did not want to leak it either. She had been investigating the organization behind Taoist Blackfiend for a long time. She wanted to hide her strength and unleash it at a critical moment to completely expose that organization. Is it Senior Taoist Nebula asked again? That's right. Mu Jiuwang nodded. There was nothing to hide. Then, she transmitted her true essence, and a golden light entered Taoist Xingyan's mind. Breaking through to the Mahayana realm quat. Taoist Xingyan received Mu Jiuwang's vital essence message and his body shook violently. It contained the method of breaking through to the Mahayana realm from the Earth Dog Fist. However, the laws of the Tan Yuan continent have changed. The lightning tribulation of the Mahayana realm has reached a terrifying level. You need to estimate it yourself. Mu Jiuwang reminded. Then, her figure flashed and she disappeared from the North Sea. As for all of this, Zhao Changshan had no idea. He was alone in his room, looking at the 150 gold taels on the table, feeling happy. I'm rich. You don't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Zhao Changshan smiled faintly and played with a piece of gold in his hand. His plan to open an academy was recalled again. Which of the many books on the blue planet in my previous life should I put in this world? Zhao Changshan began to think. After thinking for a long time, he still felt that the Tian Yuan continent was the world of cultivators. Although those poetry treasures were accumulated over thousands of years, they were not something that cultivators were interested in. Every culture needed a specific background. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Changshan finally decided on 2 topics: myths and legends and web novels from his previous life. Let's start with web novels. Although it was often criticized in my previous life, it definitely wouldn't be out of place in this world. Zhao Changshan walked out of the room. Qiu go and buy some paper. Yi Fan, go and choose some bookshelves. Zhao Changshan instructed them one by one. He was prepared to write the basic novels according to his memory today. Tomorrow, he would test how well the novel sold on the Tian Yuan continent. What about me? And me? I'm also very capable. Seeing that Mu Jiyuan and Yi Fan both had things to do, Xu Yiren hurriedly asked. He had been in the small courtyard for such a long time, but she acted as if she did not exist. He had no part in anything. She was like a person made of air. You, stay at home. Zhao Changshan was really worried. What if this silly girl found a random man to be her husband and was kidnapped? In this world, other than the person who created me and me, which man would not change his expression in front of a beauty? There were many good people in the world. However, there were also many bad people in the West. He would continue to wait for Maniac Chu to come and pick him up. But this Maniac Chu, his daughter has been missing for so long. Why hasn't he come looking for her? Are they really your biological children? Zhao Changshan expressed his deep doubts. I can help too, Xu Yiren hurriedly added. She didn't want to be invisible anymore. She wanted to think of a way to become Senior's concubine. No need. The 2 of them are enough. Zhao Changshan shook his head and lay down on the recliner. He closed his eyes and began to recall those web novels. In his previous life, as an animal keeper, he did not have to be on duty every day, so he had more free time. After work, he would usually watch a few videos on the road, have a simple meal at home, and fall asleep naturally after reading a novel. He had even read some of the divine works over and over again and had a deep impression of them. He'll choose a few books from the red-haired emperor. After some thought, Zhao Changshan decided to test the reputation of the books on the Tian Yuan continent. While he was deep in thought, a sudden fragrance suddenly surged into his nose. In fact, a trace of warmth was approaching him. Rongrong, go down. Zhao Changshan was thinking about something, but he immediately threw a hand out. Rongrong's body was wide and fat. She couldn't be pushed without some strength. Zhao Changshan had experience in this aspect. As a hand sends out a hand, the big hand sends out the big hand. The big hand, the big hand, the small hand, the big hand, the small hand, the big hand, the small 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 hand. Then, he heard a crisp sound. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Even the great Tao was obstructed. 1. Chapter 45. Even the great Tao was obstructed. 1. Translator 549-6-339. Ta 11. A crisp sound rang out. A red mark appeared on Xu Yiren's face. Wu 1F. Xu Yiren instantly burst into tears. Zhao Changshan also frowned. Why was this palm different? He touched it again. A person. Xu Yiren stroked Zhao Changshan's head, confirming that it wasn't fatty. Rongrong. Before opening her eyes in confusion. Then, he saw Xu Yiren beside him. Why is it you? What did you want to do to me just now? When Zhao Changshan saw Xu Yiren, his face darkened. He suddenly remembered the mailbox from before, and that trace of warmth. He instantly became vigilant. Has this Xu Yiren gone crazy? Did he treat me as his husband? 111 just wanted to the senior quat. Yes. I want to massage senior's shoulders, Xu Yiren explained. Blushing. You don't even know how to lie. Don't disturb me. Go find Rongrong to play. I want to think of something. Zhao Changshan snapped at Xu Yiren. The little girl was young, but her mind was not normal. He couldn't cure this. Senior. Xu Yiren looked at Zhao Changshan with a red face. Facing Zhao Changshan, her heart was in a mess. However, he was unwilling to accept it. Senior was the only person who made his heart ache. She thought back to what her sisters had said about her taking the initiative to attack. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her heart, and her face flushed red. Her red lips moved closer to Zhao Changshan. However, Zhao Changshan reacted quickly. This lady was beyond cure, and he had to save her. He slapped Xu Yiren on the head. Senior, you hit me again. 1. Xu Yiren had completely lost her courage from before as she said this in a wronged tone. Behave yourself. Don't think about those messy things all day long, Zhao Changshan said angrily. However, Xu Yiren acted as if she hadn't heard him. The wronged Baba laughed, walked into the room, lay down on the bed, wiped away the tears, and then the gaze became firm again. HMPH. I will definitely succeed. Xu Yiren cheered herself on. In the courtyard, Zhao Changshan helplessly shook his head. This silly girl. Luckily she met me. Otherwise, she would have been heavily injured by now. Retracting her emotions, Mu Jihuang and Yi Fan also returned at this time. Master, you asked me to buy these papers. Do you want some calligraphy again? Mu Jihuang asked doubtfully. Master's calligraphy contained an incomparably terrifying sword aura. Thinking about the calligraphy that Master had written before, he felt a chill down his spine. Yi Fan only smiled faintly and placed all the bookshelves in front of the small courtyard, waiting for Zhao Changshan's arrangements. I plan to open a bookstore, Zhao Changshan replied indifferently. He instructed Yi Fan to place a few bookshelves in front of the small courtyard and set up a small stall. Bookstore master. Are you planning to sell cultivation technique manuals? Mu Jihuang was shocked. Master's cultivation technique was a god-tier cultivation technique. Could Master be thinking of selling a book of that level for gold? Yi Fan, who had gradually become calm, frowned slightly. He knew how terrifying his master's cultivation method was. If his master were to sell it, it would shake the entire Tian Yuan continent. What are you thinking about? I'm going to write my own book and sell it, Zhao Changshan said lightly. Even if he was selling cultivation technique manuals, he had to be talented. Where did the current him come from? I see. Mu Jihuang and Yi Fan were both shocked. Fortunately, their master did not plan to sell the cultivation method. Otherwise, the Tian Yuan continent would be in complete chaos. Bring me my phoenix feather brush. Zhao Changshan sat down in the courtyard and spread out the paper that Mu Jihuang had bought. Mu Jihuang answered and took out the phoenix feather pen, handing it to Zhao Changshan. Quat. In that battle, the two supreme deities fought to the edge of the universe and their great Tao was destroyed. Zhao Changshan used the phoenix feather brush to write lines of words. It took him a few hours to finish writing. The phoenix feather brush is really good. After using it for so long, my hands aren't sore. Zhao Changshan smiled faintly. Then, he raised his head and saw the moon in the sky. I should go to sleep. I'll skill storing tomorrow. After thinking for a while, Zhao Changshan decided to put down his work and walked into the room. He didn't notice the expressions of Mu Jihuang and Yi Fan at this moment. What era is this? Who are these great emperors? Mu Jihuang's magical energy swept across those words, and her pretty face was so shocked that it turned pale. She opened her mouth and said in disbelief. As for Yi Fan, he looked at the person with the same surname as him and was stunned on the spot. Heavenly Emperor Yi, Yi Fan muttered. Suddenly, a lofty feeling rose in his heart. Wasn't this the future he had been looking forward to? At that time, he was still the eldest young master of the Western Bull Continent's Yi family. The genius youth with the highest talent and the hope of becoming an emperor in the future. But now, he only smiled faintly. In his master's book, he had fulfilled all his previous regrets. After that, he tidied up Zhou Changshan's manuscripts, walked out of a small courtyard, and went to print them overnight. If it was before, I would definitely choose this path. But it's a pity that I met Master and gained enlightenment of an even more terrifying mortal Tao. Yi Fan smiled and disappeared into the night. In the night, the aura of a self-cultivator from before completely disappeared. In fact, his heart had become completely ordinary. In the small courtyard, Mu Jiyuan stood rooted to the ground. Her mind was still recalling those figures, and she could not come back to her senses for a long time. She muttered, "Senior, are you someone from that era?" In the pool, the green-haired turtle was diving and spitting out bubbles. Alpha was still studying the chess manual, his eyes shining brightly in the dark night. It was unknown which bush the killing heaven ant was hiding in. The three of them fell silent. As for the fat Rongrong, she looked at the few big shots and didn't say anything. Hugging a bamboo shoot. The bamboo shoot was already in her mouth, but she didn't dare to move. At night, the moonlight was like water, quiet and peaceful. In the room, Zhou Changshan was dumbfounded. The blanket was covered with Chu Yiren's clothes. Through the dim oil lamp, one could even see two pieces of undergarments. Chu Yiren lay under the blanket, wrapped up tightly. Only his head was exposed. "Hoi! You'll sleep on the floor." Zhou Changshan smiled. Chu Yiren was already asleep. He couldn't possibly disturb her. Should he wake her up and let her out? Chapter 46 Black Tortoise and Phoenix Fight 1. Chapter 46 Black Tortoise and Phoenix Fight 1. The next morning, the sky turned white, and the night passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Changshan got up early and walked into the house, ready to do printing work. As soon as he came out, he saw that there were already over 100 copies on the table. "Shizen, I went to store these last night," Yi Fan said respectfully. He also came out of his room early in the morning. He was going to fetch water. "Thank you for your hard work." However, in the future, he still had to sleep on time. Zhou Changshan kindly reminded him, in his previous life, staying up late to cultivate and dying was a very good negative example. "Yes." Yi Fan nodded. With that, he went to fetch water. This had already become his norm. Zhou Changshan didn't say anything. After all, he was seriously injured and survived. In addition, he didn't understand the immortal cultivation method he gave him. It was already very good that Yi Fan could accept the current situation and live a normal life every day. Zhou Changshan walked out of the courtyard and took out the recliner. He lay on the rocking chair and started to set up his stall again. After all, he was too lazy to shout. There might not be people who would buy it even if they shouted it out. And there might not be people who would buy it. Even if they bought it, they might not be interested in the book. Then he might as well not shout. Lying down properly was the correct way to live. Sure enough, they were proceeding step by step according to Zhou Changshan's guess. They had already reached the first step, but no one came. Yi Fan was chopping firewood while the turtle and the others were discussing something. Fatty Rongrong nodded, eating a bamboo shoot. Mu Jiyuan was not in the right state of mind today. Her mind was still thinking about the things in the book. Inside the room, Chu Yiren kicked the blanket away and stretched, revealing her perfect body. Then, he touched the side. "What senior didn't sleep last night?" As Chu Yiren spoke, a look of disappointment flashed across her face, and she began to blame herself. "I had to wait for senior last night. Why did I fall asleep by myself?" Chu Yiren was extremely disappointed. Her plan had failed once again. Woo-woo. Days. They lived peacefully. Zhou Changshan's bookstall had been empty for a few days, but no one had come to buy books. How troublesome. "Do you really want me to shout?" Zhou Changshan thought about it and decided to forget it. If he had the time, he might as well give 2 books to a few children. In Great Sun Town, Other than the cultivators of Great Sun Sect, the rest were all mortals. Mortals could not cultivate, so they naturally wanted to gain fame and become officials. Therefore, the residents of Daying Town were all educated. "Hey, Cowden, let me give you a book to read," Zhao Changshan said as he took out 9 books from the bookshelf and gave them to the children passing by. Thinking back, he was also at this age when he read novels. Children of this age were always full of fantasies. "Thank you, Tianjij." Cowden and the others took the book and ran away. Zhao Changshan looked at them and smiled faintly. In his mind, he seemed to recall his childhood that he could never go back to. The children ran further and further away and gradually disappeared. Sigh. Pack up. It seems that this bookstore can't continue operating. Zhao Changshan looked at the sunset and knew it was time to sleep. Thus, she closed the bookstall, closed the door of the courtyard, and prepared to sleep. Ding. He issued a mission to feed the chaos ants. Reward Phoenix. Phoenix. Tisk. Finally, there's a proper reward. Zhao Changshan's face lit up. If the phoenix came out, wouldn't he be going against the heavens? The system had told him that these animals were completely obedient to him. Phoenixes were also animals. Before he became invincible, wouldn't he be safe with a phoenix protecting him? System. I like you. Zhao Changshan smiled and said with great satisfaction. He walked towards the bamboo forest and took the corn to feed the tortoise, calling for the chaos ants. "Little Ma, come out." As Zhao Changshan's voice fell, a rustling sound came from the grass. The chaos ant walked out from the grass and took the corn. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward Phoenix. The system notification sounded again. Wu took off. Zhao Changshan was delighted. He quietly waited for the phoenix to come to his side. He couldn't help but open his arms, wanting to hug the phoenix. This was the first time he had seen a divine beast. I'm looking forward to it. JPG. Come, Phoenix. Come into my embrace. Zhao Changshan said seriously. Goo goo goo. As if sensing Zhao Changshan's enthusiasm, the big hen that had received the reward from the system jumped into Zhao Changshan's arms. Zhao Changshan's mouth was stuffed with chicken feathers. What the hell? Zhao Changshan looked at the big hen in his arms and was dumbfounded. Where was the phoenix? System. Don't you need to give me an explanation? Zhao Changshan's face darkened. A hen and a phoenix. These were 2 different creatures. Alright. In terms of blood relations, they were not close either. However, the system remained silent. Silence was tonight's. Roman 2. Zhao Changshan was speechless. But for the sake of his invincible mission, he endured it. Then, he put the hen into the chicken coop and went back to his room to sleep. The big hen looked at Zhao Changshan. Why did Master's expression suddenly change? However, the big hen did not care. She raised her head and puffed out her chest as she walked out of the chicken coop as if she was inspecting. Sanguzi, are you still playing chess? Little Ma, you're here too. What is this black and white thing? The big hen raised her head and puffed out her chest, her tone extremely arrogant. The fat man looked at this hen who dared to call him that. He was instantly furious and wanted to make a move. However, all of a sudden, he saw the hen's aura change, and a fire phoenix appeared behind her. The phoenix spread its wings, and endless hell spread out, as if it wanted to burn the heavens. Sob. The fat Rongrong was so frightened that she slid down from the top of the bamboo, her butt rolling on the grass, her arms drooping, her expression dull. Humph. Phoenix. You're really imposing. This is my little brother. Since when is it your turn to teach him a lesson? Black Tortoise, who was sleeping in the pool and blowing bubbles, surfaced. Hee. Black Tortoise. Don't forget who's the boss. Phoenix looked at Black Tortoise, still holding her proud head high. Bah. The winner and loser between the 2 of us have yet to be decided. In terms of boss, I'm the boss. The Black Tortoise was furious. Its aura instantly crushed toward Phoenix. Humph. Phoenix also snorted coldly. Her aura was sharp as she counterattacked. Fei Rongrong was stuck in the middle, dumbfounded. They are fighting again. You 2 go outside and fight. In the grass, the chaos ant that was eating the corn began to glow red. The next moment, Black Tortoise and Phoenix were teleported away. Chapter 47 What a terrifying power 1. Chapter 47 What a terrifying power 1. Teleported by the Chaos Ants. Black Tortoise and Phoenix arrived outside Great Sun Town in an instant. Black Tortoise. I must let you know today. Who is the boss? The rooster puffed out its chest and said arrogantly. Behind her, a phoenix Dharma idol appeared. Raging flames surged, and the endless fire domain seemed to burn the void. Golden light circulated around the phoenix body like a burning divine light. The divine light soared into the sky and illuminated the 9 heavens. HMPH, so be it. The black tortoise also snorted coldly, and its aura erupted. The black tortoise Dharma idol that was as tall as the sky instantly illuminated the heavens. A silver river fell behind it, carrying the aura of boundless seawater. The black tortoise and the phoenix were fighting. The space trembled and the earth trembled. The boundless fire domain of the boundless ocean formed 2 completely different worlds. The battle lasted until the next morning. Early morning. As the weather entered autumn, a hint of coolness gradually appeared. Zhao Changshan got up early to take Alpha for a walk. However, just as he reached the pool, he saw that the green-haired turtle in the pool had disappeared. The hen is gone too. Zhao Changshan glanced to the side, and his face instantly revealed a puzzled expression. Could it be that a thief had entered? But why would a thief steal a turtle and a hen? In terms of value, there was indeed nothing valuable in his dilapidated small courtyard. The most valuable one, the 100 gold, was placed in his room. Looks like he ran out, Zhao Changshan said lightly. His small courtyard was too poor. It was impossible for thieves to come and steal. It should be the tortoise and the rooster who ran out on their own. Looking at the hole in the corner of the small courtyard, Zhao Changshan nodded. It seemed that he still needed to renovate his small courtyard. 100 taels of gold was already considered a fortune for him. Alpha, let's go find those 2. Zhao Changshan brought Alpha along. A dog's nose was very sensitive. Bringing a dog along to look for him would greatly increase efficiency. After all, they were still going to the Great Sun Sect today. Today was the Grand Prodigy Tournament of the Great Sun Sect. The immortal Da Yong was an immortal cultivator that he had a good impression of, so he couldn't be late no matter what. Soon, Zhao Changshan walked out of the courtyard with Alpha. Shu Yiren was still in her room. Zhao Changshan wasn't worried about 100 taels of gold. At the same time, the 3 sects, Dongxian sect and Qingcheng sect, were on their way to Great Sun Sect. In his hand was a magic treasure, a black iron box. There seemed to be a terrifying existence inside the metal box. It was constantly struggling, causing the metal box to shake. The disciples of the sect have already arrived. I have already told my disciples that they will cause trouble once they arrive at the Great Sun Sect. Perfected Zhongxian says lightly. I wonder if that expert from Daying Town will make a move, Qian Cheng said worriedly. Hee, don't worry. I learned the black blood chessboard from Bloodfiend Taoist and the Exploding Heaven sect. How could the Great Sun Sect, a mere 9th rank sect, destroy 2 7th rank sects? It must be that person. Since that person has done all these things, he will definitely protect Great Sun Town. As long as he comes out, I will release this one. When that time comes. The other one laughed. Ha ha ha. The 3 sect leaders who were in the crossing Calamity Realm sneered and increased their flying speed. In an instant, they had already arrived outside Great Sun Town. However, just as they appeared, puff, 2 incomparably terrifying forces, like the Supreme Great Tao, directly sent them flying. The 3 of them flew backward as if they had been hit hard. They spat out a mouthful of blood and a few of their ribs were broken. What happened? Immortal Zhongxian was shocked, and then he looked ahead. At this moment, the 3 of them gasped in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. That's Black Tortoise and a phoenix. The 3 of them stared straight ahead, their faces filled with fear. Their bodies could not help but tremble. They saw a black tortoise that was as tall as the sky fighting a phoenix that seemed to be burning the heavens. The power of the phoenix heavenly flame was awe-inspiring, and the power of the black tortoise's boundless sea water was enough to overturn the sky. The 2 forces collided, causing the space in front of them to shatter inch by inch. Cracking sounds rang out, and endless spatial gales spread out from the spatial rift. After an hour, the three of them finally calmed down. Fortunately, the three of them are really lucky. We were only affected by the ripples of the outermost power. If it was the true power of these two divine beasts, we would have been gone long ago. Perfected Zhangxian and the other two felt extremely fortunate. However, after rejoicing, the three of them had gloomy expressions and were extremely puzzled. These two divine beasts were so terrifying that even when they faced a 9th-level tribulation transcendence expert, they did not feel such a sense of crisis. That also meant that the realm of the two divine beasts was above the 9th level of the tribulation, which was also the rumored Mahayana realm. But, since there is such a divine beast on the continent, why was there no news about it before? The three of them looked at each other in confusion. On the other side, Great Sun Sect, there was a sea of people, firecrackers, gongs, and drums. In the sect, the disciples of the Great Sun Sect were smiling insincerely as they welcomed the people who had arrived. He looked perfunctory. "Hello, senior brother. Please come in." A disciple sat lazily on a small wooden table and called out weakly. He had been here since morning to receive them. At this moment, he was already exhausted. They were welcoming the cultivators who wanted to destroy the Great Sun Sect. What kind of attitude is this? You're only in the foundation establishment realm, yet you dare to speak to me like this? A golden core disciple of the Zhangxian school said arrogantly. The sect master of a mere 9th grade trash sect was not even as strong as an outer sect disciple like him. Before they came, the elders of the sect had already instructed them to cause trouble when they arrived at the Great Sun Sect. The bigger the trouble, the higher the reward when they returned to the sect. Thus, this disciple of the Zhangxian school directly picked on him. With a bang, he slammed his palms on the table in front of him. The vast palm force instantly smashed the table into pieces. A mere 9th rank sect is so perfunctory when it comes to receiving disciples. Are they looking down on our Zhangxian school? The disciple shouted loudly, and the other disciples of Zhangxian school who had followed him also surrounded him. It was as if he was going to make a move at the slightest disagreement. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Both sides were in a stalemate. Chapter 48 What kind of terrifying expert is Thissy? Chapter 48 What kind of terrifying expert is Thissy? I think we should report this matter to that person, Taoist Zhangxian said as he took out a crystal ball from his sleeve. The crystal ball faced the battle in front of him and dripped a drop of his blood essence. The crystal ball emitted a blood-red light. The light lit up, and the figure of the man in the skull mask appeared on the screen. Could it be that you've already found that expert from Dayang Town? The skull-masked man said slowly in a low voice. There was no sadness or joy in his voice. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or disappointed. No, sir. We found two terrifying existences. Perfected Zhangxian's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Then, the scene changed. Within the crystal ball, the scene of the black tortoise and the phoenix fighting appeared. Phoenix. As the scene changed, the skeletal man's voice finally fluctuated. Through the crystal ball, Perfected Zhangxian and the others saw the skeletal man in front of them. He was originally sitting, but now, he had already stood up. He was obviously shocked. What is this place? The skeletal man asked in a deep voice again. In just a moment, he calmed down and his voice returned to its usual emotionless tone. This is outside Dayang Town. The nearby immortal Jade City hurriedly replied. All right. Wait here. I'll bring my men over immediately. On the screen, a black shadow seemed to have appeared behind the skeletal man and was about to leave. But suddenly, the scene in front of them made them gasp. They saw a handsome green-robed man with a slightly angry expression on his face. With two slaps, he slapped the black tortoise and the hen on their heads. I thought you two were captured by someone and actually came here to fight. Zhao Changshan scolded angrily. Black Tortoise and Phoenix lowered their heads instantly. The turtle retreated into its shell, and the hen quickly squatted down, pretending to be well-behaved. In fact, when Zhao Changshan was about to arrive, They had already put away their dharma forms. When Xiao Changshan arrived, he saw a green-haired turtle and a hen biting each other. The ground was covered with chicken feathers. A few pieces of skin had fallen off the turtle's shell. Alpha stood at the side, as if he had sensed something. His gaze was stern and filled with deterrence as he instantly looked in the direction of perfected Zhongxian. Not good. Explode. From the voice of the masked skeleton man in the crystal ball, it was obvious that he was panicking and chanting an incantation. In just an instant, the crystal ball in perfected Zhongxian's hand exploded. At that moment, the crystal ball turned into a wisp of black gas, as if it had escaped from this space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. My lord, seeing this scene, perfected Jade Cheng and the other two were directly scared silly. Even that lord ran away in a panic when he saw this person in front of him. What about them? Should he run? They really wanted to run, but the heaven-swallowing dog's gaze locked onto them. A terrifying aura made them feel like they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. Even the true essence in his body seemed to have been suppressed and could not be used at all. You green-haired turtle, you're quite bold. Xiao Changshan looked at the green turtle and said angrily, then kicked it. This scene was seen by the three of them, and their bodies trembled. This is the black tortoise. This person actually dared to kick the black tortoise. And it was so easy. What kind of terrifying expert was this? What kind of terrifying existence was this? They wanted to escape. They wanted to go home. At this moment, the three of them had the same thought in their hearts. And you, old hen, if you cause trouble for me again, I'll chop you and the green-haired turtle up and stew them into soup. Xiao Changshan glared at the hen and said fiercely. As an animal warden, he was very clear about the nature of these animals. He had to teach them a lesson so that they would listen to him in the future. Hearing Xiao Changshan's reprimand, the old hen shivered and squatted even more obediently. As for perfected Zhongxian and the other two, they were so frightened that they shrank behind the huge rock and did not dare to move. Come back with me. Then we'll go to the Great Sun Sect. Xiao Changshan said impatiently and brought the turtle and the hen home. It was not until Xiao Changshan left that the three of them felt the terrifying aura that enveloped them disappear. Whoosh! The three of them panted heavily. Their bodies were covered in sweat, and even their precious clothes were wet. Shall we run? Perfected Jade Cheng immediately fled. No, we can't run. If we run now, all that awaits us when we return is death. I don't need to tell you about that lord's methods. Right. Taoist Zhongxian was also panting heavily, but his expression had already darkened. Clearly, he was calmly thinking about the problem. Then what should we do now? He couldn't possibly go to the Great Sun Sect. Right, this expert is even more terrifying, Qiang Cheng asked in astonishment. Now, the three of them were in a dilemma. That's right. If we go to the Great Sun Sect, we will die. Taoist Bashan said. No. If we go to the Great Sun Sect, we still have a chance of survival. Taoist Master Zhongxian's expression was firm. His bright eyes shone brightly. His brain was working rapidly as he thought about the current situation. We have to go to the Great Sun Sect. That senior didn't kill us. Otherwise, with that person's methods, the three of us would only be a matter of him moving his fingers. However, since that expert didn't touch us, it means that we still have a chance of survival. Taoist Master Zhongxian analyzed the situation step by step, his voice calming down. The two people next to him were also sect leaders. Otherwise, they would not have been used by the man wearing the skull mask. Soon, they reacted. Right. We have to go to the Great Sun Sect now. This is our chance. As long as we obtain the protection of that senior, we can live. The three of them looked at each other and nodded before heading towards the Great Sun Sect. He returned to the entrance of the small courtyard. Xiao Changshan saw a man in a long robe pacing back and forth in front of the school gate. He was holding a sword in his hand. The symbol on his clothes was a ball of flame. It was someone from the Great Sun Sect who came to receive him. Xiao Changshan smiled faintly and went up to him. Little brother. I'm here. Something happened and I was delayed. Hearing Xiao Changshan's voice, the man turned around and was overjoyed. Chapter 49 Senior. This is our fault 1. Chapter 49 Senior. This is our fault 1. That's great, Senior. You're finally back. I'm Cheng Yang, the disciple of the great Sun Immortal. Cheng Yang was delighted. He had already heard about what had happened in the sect through True Kai voice transmission. The disciples of the Middle Sage School had already surrounded the mountain gate. The two sides had even started to have friction. A junior brother was beaten up and suffered some superficial injuries. The great Sun Immortal sent a message, asking Cheng Yang to invite the senior to the great Sun sect. Only the senior in front of him could suppress the commotion. Senior, can you follow me to the great Sun sect now? Cheng Yang cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Sure. Wait for me to turn that thing over. Zhao Changshan nodded. He had a good impression of Cheng Yang. This Cheng Yang seemed to be of the same age as him, but he didn't have the arrogance of an immortal cultivator at all. He even called him senior because he knew the great Sun Immortal. There weren't many young people who were so humble and polite. You'll wait for senior here. Cheng Yang stood respectfully outside the door and replied. Zhao Changshan nodded. He had wanted Cheng Yang to call him Brother Zhao, but when he saw Cheng Yang's eyes, he seemed a little anxious. After thinking about it, it was indeed true. Originally, he would have set off long ago at this time. However, because of this green-haired turtle and the big hen, so many things had been delayed. Hence, he quickly walked into the room, took the Nanaming Ignis painting, and walked out again. Alright, let's go. He had already handed over everything in the small courtyard to Yi Fan. He originally wanted to tell Mu Jiyuan, but when he saw Mu Jiyuan sitting on the stool in a daze, his eyes were lifeless, as if he had something on his mind. He didn't tell Mu Jiyuan. Yes, I am. Senior, please board the Great Sun boat. Cheng Yang respectfully took out a flying magic treasure and chanted an incantation. In an instant, the flying ship that was laughing with his hands instantly enlarged. It looked as big as his small courtyard. Zhao Changshan was shocked when he saw this. He had only seen flying magic treasures before, but the feeling of being so close still shocked him. Then, he stepped onto the flying boat. Cheng Yang controlled the flying boat and flew towards the Great Sun sect. In a quarter of an hour, the two of them arrived above the Great Sun sect. Zhao Changshan looked down and saw the Great Sun sect. Palaces were scattered everywhere, and spiritual Kai rose with a scorching temperature. Even if one was riding on a spirit ship, one could feel it. However, at this moment, there seemed to be an argument going on below. Let's go down and take a look, Zhao Changshan said to Cheng Yang. Right in front of him was the gate of the Great Sun sect, and he needed to enter through the gate. Hearing that Zhao Changshan was going down, Cheng Yang was instantly overjoyed. He had just thought of controlling the spirit ship and bringing Senior directly to the hall. Since Senior said to go down and take a look, it meant that Senior was prepared to make a move. Cheng Yang had already received information from the Great Sun Immortal about Zhao Changshan's identity as a peerless expert. With such a master taking action, even if the Zhangxian school wanted to cause trouble, they would have to stop. Very quickly, Cheng Yang landed the spirit ship and Zhao Changshan followed him. He saw more than 10 people arguing with the Great Sun sect disciples. After listening for a while, Zhao Changshan instantly understood that these people wanted to pick on him. I say, the few of you know the basic rules of being a guest, right? Coming to someone else's place and not paying attention to etiquette. What kind of logic was this? Zhao Changshan couldn't stand it anymore. These people were just creating something out of nothing and picking on people. What kind of person was the Great Sun Immortal? He did not neglect any of his etiquette when he visited his own small courtyard. As a guest, he had to speak up for the Great Sun Immortal. Who the FCK are you? The disciple of the Middle Sage School who was the first to be picky was slightly embarrassed when he saw Zhao Changshan suddenly speak up. Then, he became furious and was about to curse at Zhao Changshan. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a slap rang out. This slap sent the disciple who had caused trouble directly to the ground. Who dares to hit me? The disciple who had caused trouble was instantly enraged by the sudden slap. He immediately jumped up and drew his sword, wanting to kill. However, the moment she jumped up, she was stunned. Sect Master. The disciple who had stirred up trouble was dumbfounded. Why did the sect leader hit him? Sect Master. I've been holding you down. The disciple wanted to explain, but another slap came over in an instant, directly knocking the disciple who caused trouble unconscious. Perfected Zhangxian was scared to death. As soon as they arrived, they heard Xiao Changshan speaking to Great Sun Sect. How could he not understand that Xiao Changshan had a relationship with the Great Sun Immortal? Fortunately, this disciple did not say anything about his arrangements. Otherwise, Zhangxian school would not exist today. This senior in front of him was not someone he could offend. Taoist Zhangxian hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. This is a disciple that I've taken in under my wing. I'm used to not being polite. I forgot not to blame you. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to the Great Sun Sect. Xiao Changshan nodded his head. This person in front of him had some manners. What, you want our sect master to apologize to the Great Sun Sect? Are you crazy? A disciple said disdainfully. His Zhangxian sect was a first-class sect. A first-rank sect could destroy the Great Sun Sect with a wave of their hand. In their eyes, the Great Sun Sect was no different from an ant. Now, they had to apologize to an ant. However, just as he was about to mock him, before he could finish his words, the voice of perfected Zhangxian sounded. I'm sorry. I apologize to the Great Sun Sect on behalf of Zhangxian sect. Perfected Zhangxian apologized to the disciples of Great Sun Sect. When the Great Sun Sect disciples saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked. This was perfected Zhangxian, a powerhouse in the tribulation transcendence realm. He could destroy them with a flip of his hand. However, it was such an expert who actually apologized to them. The Great Sun Sect disciples present were all extremely shocked. In just a few moments, they all reacted. The reason why Taoist Zhangxian apologized seemed to be because of this person in front of him. Moreover, they could feel that at this moment, perfected Zhangxian had restrained his aura. Even the two sect leaders looked at Xiao Changshan with respect. Could it be that this person in front of us is the expert of our Great Sun Sect that the sect master mentioned? Chapter 50 Another first-rank secti. Chapter 50 Another first-rank secti. Translator 549-6-339. In an instant, all the disciples present understood and were shocked. Their eyes were all on Xiao Changshan. Strange. Why can't I feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from this senior? It's like he's immortal. Could he really be immortal? This shouldn't be the case. If it's true, it's just immortal. How can it be possible for the Taoist Zhangxian to apologize? SHH. Don't speak anymore. Senior's realm must be the legendary return to simplicity. His cultivation is too terrifying, far surpassing that of a tribulation transcendence expert. That's why we can't sense Senior's pressure. The disciples of the Great Sun Sect looked at Xiao Changshan in confusion and communicated with each other through Zhen Yuan voice transmission. However, as soon as they were told that it was because their cultivation realm was not high enough, it was difficult for them to sense the cultivation of their seniors. They all fell silent and did not dare to speak again. Senior, please enter. Cheng Yang made an inviting gesture, extremely respectful. Previously, he had only listened to his master's solemn instructions, so he did not dare to offend him and behaved extremely respectfully. But now, he saw that Xiao Changshan was able to make the three of them keep quiet out of fear just by standing there. He was extremely shocked. He originally thought that he was a tribulation transcendence expert, but he did not expect that he had far surpassed the tribulation transcendence realm. Xiao Changshan nodded and followed Cheng Yang into the Great Sun Sect. Behind them, perfected Zhangxian and the other two hurriedly instructed their disciples not to cause trouble in Dang Town. If a brick or tile was destroyed, they would have to pay 100 times the compensation. Sect Master, why that person just now is just a mortal. Why are you so respectful to him? The troublemaker disciple woke up at this moment and asked in confusion. SHH. Don't talk about this anymore. That senior is a peerless expert. Killing me is like killing a chicken, Taoist Zhangxian said solemnly. Upon hearing this, countless disciples were incomparably shocked. The sect master was an expert in the tribulation transcendence realm. He could easily kill the sect master. Was it the rumored Mahayana realm? Hiss. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. causing the surrounding temperature to rise a little. He hurriedly nodded and noted it down. Under Cheng Yang's lead, Zhou Changshan soon arrived at the square of the competition. The square of the Great Sun Sect's competition was extremely simple. The arena was made of countless red wood and was extremely popular. "You're here." The Great Sun Immortal was sitting on the cloud platform. He saw Zhou Changshan at once. He flew down from the cloud platform in a hurry and bowed to Zhou Changshan respectfully. "Taoist Big Sun. You're too polite." Zhou Changshan helped the Great Sun Immortal, who was bowing and paying respects to himself. This perfected Dai Yang was really too enthusiastic. "Senior, follow me to the cloud platform to observe the ceremony," the Great Sun Immortal said with a delighted expression. He made an inviting gesture and pointed at the cloud platform floating in the air. Zhou Changshan raised his head and looked at the cloud platform in front of him. It was dozens of meters tall. How was he supposed to go up? Even if he went up, he would definitely be smashed into pieces if he fell from such a high height. "No, he'll just find a place to sit." "Oh right. This is a congratulatory gift for you. I didn't have anything to give him, so I randomly chose a painting." Zhou Changshan shook his head. He couldn't fly, so how could he fly up to the cloud platform? Moreover, he still wanted to open the path of invincibility. The experience of sudden death in his previous life told him that if he did not seek death, everything would be much safer. At the same time, he took out a painting that he had obtained from the pavilion master of the secret pavilion. "Is this for me?" Seeing Zhou Changshan hand over the painting, Taoist Daiyan was overjoyed. Senior's item was a supreme divine item. Even if it was just a painting, it indicated that there was at least some fate between Senior and the Great Sun Sect. In the future, if the Great Sun Sect was in danger of being destroyed, perhaps he could ask Senior for help. The Great Sun Immortal solemnly put the Nanaming Igni's painting into his ring. He planned to observe it slowly at night. Dong Xianjun and the other two also walked in with a group of disciples. Seeing these three people, the Great Sun Immortal's heart tightened. These three people were experts in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and they gave him a lot of psychological pressure. However, when he looked at Zhou Changshan beside him, he finally calmed down. There was nothing to worry about with a peerless expert here. Therefore, the Great Sun Immortal went up and was about to greet the three of them. "Big brother Big Sun." "Hello, Big brother Great Sun. The three of us did something wrong previously. Just now, our disciple caused trouble in your Great Sun Sect. Don't worry. After the competition, I will definitely compensate your sect." Perfected Zhong Xian and the others looked at Perfected Dai Yong with a smile on their faces. Their tone was extremely respectful and their postures were extremely humble. Whether or not they could have a relationship with Zhou Changshan now depended entirely on Taoist Big Sun. They were willing to call him brother. Even if they called him something else, they would call him brother on the spot. Taoist Big Sun looked at the three people who were extremely enthusiastic and was dumbfounded. What was going on? When he was still a little tadpole, these people were already overlords. Now, they actually called him elder brother. However, immediately after, the Great Sun Immortal's eyes turned and he instantly understood. These people must have seen that he had a good relationship with his senior, so they came to get close to him. "Welcome, sect leaders," the Great Sun Immortal also said with a smile. As the saying goes, one should not hate a smiling person. The few people in front of him were all experts in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. If he could not offend her, it was better not to offend her. "The Divine Sound Sect has arrived. The Blue Cloud Sect has arrived. The Beast Tamer Sect has arrived." A loud voice sounded as Perfected King Yun, Lion SHC9, Shu Quangren, and the others brought their sect disciples over. Another 3 first-rank sects. What happened today? Why were there so many experts here? The name of the sect was the first grade of the sect, and the Beast Taming Sect seemed to be from Nanbiju. Right. Cries of surprise rang out in the square. These Great Sun Sect disciples had never seen so many first-rank sects before. Looking at the experts who were usually elusive and only existed in rumors, countless disciples felt their hearts about to jump out of their chests. "The three of you." The Great Sun Immortal was also drenched in cold sweat. What was he doing? How could the small Great Sun sect attract so many of them? Although he was puzzled, the Great Sun Immortal still hurried to welcome him. After all, these people were existences that he could not come into contact with on a daily basis. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped. Chapter 51 There are actors, but I don't think the report was successfully. Chapter 51 There are actors, but I don't think the report was successfully perfected. Da Yang. There's no need to be so polite. Lion Shenyan, Chu Quangren, and perfected King Yun were all smiling as if they had met an old friend. The Great Sun Immortal was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Fine beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The three of them were also in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The King Yun sect and the Divine Sound sect were both famous figures in the northern wilderness state. These three experts were actually so polite to him. A mere nascent soul realm cultivator. He was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. What's going on? These sect leaders actually had sect leaders as fellow Taoists. Wasn't this too inconceivable? I heard that recently. Perfected King Yun and the sect master of the Divine Sound sect have both obtained an opportunity and broken through to the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm is so terrifying. The disciples of the Great Sun sect discussed among themselves with disbelief on their faces. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Perfected King Yun and the other two looked at Perfected Bao Shan and the other two with question marks before they arrived in front of Xiao Changshan. Then, the three of them bowed heavily. Senior. The three of them were respectful from the bottom of their hearts. Perfected King Yun and Lion SHC9's eyes were filled with gratitude. If it weren't for their senior, the two of them would have been separated by yin and yang. From then on, they would be separated from each other. However, it was precisely because of Senior's guidance that he was able to break through in a short period of time. Not only did he survive, but he also took revenge for killing his master and reunited with his family. It's you guys. Zhao Qianshan smiled. He knew these people. Perfected King Yun's cultivation wasn't very good, but he liked calligraphy. This woman liked many things. Not only did she have some attainments in painting, but she was also good at music. As for Maniac Chu, Old Chu, you're a little unkind. Did you give birth to your daughter? You've been away from home for so many days. At least send someone to look for you. Zhao Qianshan looked at Maniac Chu with a gloomy face. Fortunately, one of them was in his own small courtyard, so nothing would happen. No one knew what would happen to Chu Yiren if she ran into some bad guys with evil intentions. I know that my daughter is in Senior's residence. That's why. Maniac Chu wanted to explain. The damage caused by the Iron Eater was too great. The Beast Tamer sect was still in the midst of reconstruction. As for Chu Yiren, he knew that he had to find Zhao Changshan. Therefore, Maniac Chu did not stop him. It would be Chu Yiren's fortune and fortune if her daughter could be by the side of such a senior. Maniac Chu had been worried that his senior would despise Chu Yiren, but after so many days, Chu Yiren was still in his senior's courtyard. Furthermore, Chu Yiren had broken through 5 levels recently. It had only been half a month. If this had happened in the past, it would have been something that he would not have dared to think about. Maniac Chu felt that his daughter's actions were correct. Alright, since I've met you, you can bring your daughter home after the grand tournament hosted by the Great Sun Immortal ends. What Maniac Chu was shocked. Was Senior trying to chase her away? He hurriedly wanted to fight for Chu Yiren. If he could follow his senior, Chu Yiren's future and even become a martial monarch realm expert was possible. However, just as Maniac Chu opened his mouth, Zhao Changshan's face darkened and he frowned. Wasn't this Maniac Chu a little too unsuitable to be a father? You must bring your daughter back. If she wants to come back to the small courtyard to play, you are welcome to come back any time. But you're her father. Her home isn't here. Understand? Zhao Changshan said in a deep voice. In fact, he was also reminding Maniac Chu to educate his daughter properly when he returned home. Otherwise, how could she marry someone she caught? Yes, sir. Seeing Zhao Changshan frown, Maniac Chu's heart skipped a beat. He shivered and quickly agreed. After exchanging some pleasantries, the Great Sun Immortal announced the start of the grand competition. The first match. The troublemaker disciple from the Zhangxian school went up against Cheng Yang. Humph. I don't believe that senior will fight in the arena. The disciple of the Zhangxian school stared at Cheng Yang, who was only in the foundation establishment realm, with a vicious expression. Previously, he had been beaten up by the sect master and was holding back his anger. He wanted to fight back on the arena. On the other hand, Cheng Yang's expression was grave. Although the disciple in front of him was only an outer disciple of Zhangxian school, his strength was definitely in the golden elixir realm. Furthermore, he was in the perfected golden elixir realm. If the Great Sun Immortal had not broken through, there was a high chance that he would not have been a match for this Zhangxian school outer disciple. However, Cheng Yang was fearless and just went all out. With senior here, the Great Sun sect was as stable as Mount Tai. However, these small matters could only be handled by the Great Sun sect. Please. Cheng Yang knew that he would definitely lose. So he was already fearless. He drew his sword and circulated the Great Sun technique, causing his body to heat up and flicker with red light. Humph. The disciple of the Middle Sage School grinned with disdain. He did not put a mere foundation-building cultivator in his eyes at all. Immediately, a faint silver light lit up on his fist. It was like an iron wire that surrounded his fist. The strength of the golden elixir realm was completely accumulated in his fists. It didn't look as flashy as Cheng Yang's. Zhou Changshan naturally thought so too. Cheng Yang won. The red light around Cheng Yang was the rumored spiritual power cultivated by cultivators. As for the disciple of the Zhangxian school, his fist was surrounded by a silver light. Could these two people be on the same level? The disciple of the Great Sun Immortal was still the best. Zhou Changshan sighed in his heart. Fortunately, the Great Sun Immortal had a good character. It was a blessing for the Great Sun Town to have such an expert. Eat my punch. On the arena, the disciple of Zhangxian school was already preparing to make his move. Cheng Yang's expression was tense as he brandished his sword, sending out a burst of fire. However, facing the punch of a golden core expert, he knew that he would definitely lose. Therefore, he closed his eyes and waited to be sent flying out of the arena. Instantly, a loud bang was heard. Cheng Yang opened his eyes again. The scene in front of him stunned him. He's acting as me. Cheng Yang looked at the Zhangxian school disciple who had collapsed outside the arena and frowned in disbelief. They could feel that he was bound to fly out under that punch. However, when the fist was only 3 inches away from him, all the power in the fist was withdrawn. Then, it flew over and collided with his sword, directly falling out of the arena. It was obvious that this disciple of Zhangxian school was acting as him. He really wanted to report an actor, but he felt that his report would not be successful. Chapter 52 Chapter 52 Senior. I don't want to leave one. Chapter 52 Senior. I don't want to leave one. The disciple of the Middle Sage School flew out of the arena with a sullen expression, just as his fist was about to knock Cheng Yang out of the arena. Perfected Zhangxian suddenly sent him a Zhen Yuan voice transmission, wanting him to lose. Helpless, he could only withdraw his primeval essence and pretend to be defeated by Cheng Yang. Sect Master. Why is this? The disciple was unwilling to give up. He was in the golden elixir realm, so it was easy for him to deal with a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Cheng Yang. However, he was defeated. If this were to spread out, where would the face of the people of the world go? I'll tell you about this later. Perfected Zhangxian said in a deep voice with a calm expression. At the same time, he also ordered all the disciples of Zhangxian sect to admit defeat if they encountered any disciples of Great Sun sect. He had just sat beside Zhou Changshan. Naturally, they heard Zhou Changshan's muttering. Wasn't the senior reminding them that Cheng Yang would win? How would they dare to disobey? He instantly arranged for his disciples to pretend to admit defeat as long as they fought against the Great Sun sect disciples. Thus, the following competition became one-sided. All 6 of them pretended to be defeated by the disciples of Great Sun sect. This caused countless Great Sun sect disciples to be dumbfounded. They realized that the other side was acting them out, but they couldn't report it. Taoist Big Sun also looked embarrassed. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't the 6 experts who were transcending the tribulation lose face? Today's grand competition will end here. Everyone is just exchanging pointers, not truly fighting to the death. In the Great Sun Hall, a banquet has been prepared to entertain everyone. Taoist Big Sun hurriedly stopped the competition. He did not dare to continue. Zhao Qingshan saw this. He was extremely emotional. Perfected Great Sun is still powerful. Even his disciples are so powerful. Unfortunately, I don't have any talent for cultivation. Zhao Qingshan's blood was boiling as he watched this competition. He wished he could go on stage personally and exchange a few moves. However, the system did not give him cultivation, which was very uncomfortable. Under the guidance of the Great Sun Immortal, Zhao Qingshan, perfected King Yun, and the others arrived at the Great Sun Palace. The interior of the hall was extremely prosperous. The walls were adorned with red crystals that emitted a warm energy. Is this the palace of the cultivation world? It's really impressive. Zhao Qingshan compared this place to his own courtyard and sighed in his heart. At the same time, in the dark chamber, the man wearing the skull mask was like an ancient stone statue. He stood rooted to the ground, and the black shadow behind him did not move at all, until night fell. Only then did he seem to come back to his senses, and slump down on the chair. How was that possible? After the fallen emperor era, why are there still such experts? How did he come back to life? He's definitely some old monster. The skull-masked man's voice became ferocious, like fingernails rubbing against glass. Moreover, his voice was extremely hoarse, causing the entire room to sound like a ghost crying. His tone was extremely surprised. After saying that, he took off his mask. Through the dim light, one could vaguely see what kind of face it was. There was no nose, eyebrows, eyes, mouth, or even ears. He didn't have any facial features on the human body. His entire face was a bloody mess, and there was a force swimming around as if some bug had crawled into his body. He's definitely a martial monarch realm expert. In order to survive, I paid such a painful price. Even my cultivation base. But how did he do it? Not only did he not pay any price, but he also maintained his peak state. The skeletal man put on the mask again, and his tone was filled with disbelief. No. This is our opportunity. As long as we obtain the secret of his survival in the fallen emperor era, and through God, we will be able to live with incomparable power. Suddenly, the black shadow behind him laughed maniacally. The skull-masked man seemed to have calmed down. His voice became hoarse again, filled with malice. He. Good idea. Since we already know this person's identity, let's start setting up a trap for him. Reverend Zhongxian and the others have probably already developed a strange heart. Let the ghost-devouring vine devour them. The skull-masked man sneered and chanted an ancient grey incantation. The curse flew over and arrived at the Great Sun Sect. Senior, let me stay here for a while. I don't want to leave. In the small courtyard, Shu Yurkin's large, watery eyes blinked repeatedly, filled with reluctance. She didn't want to leave the courtyard. And she didn't want to leave Senior either. Be good, girl. Go back with your father. You can't be so careless about marriage. You can come and play any time in the future. Zhao Qingshan said lightly. These few days, he didn't understand if this girl had a problem with her brain. It was because this girl's values were not normal. He was just a passerby. So he still needed Maniac Chu to teach him. Senior. Shu Yurkin still wanted to beg. Maniac Chu grabbed her arm immediately. An expert like Senior liked peace and quiet the most. That was why he hid in the moral world and became a leisurely mortal. This daughter of his was pestering him. If he were to make Senior angry, it would really be a loss. Senior, I will take my daughter and leave now. I promise to educate her well. Maniac Chu said with a smile. Although Chu Yurkin was reluctant, she was also afraid that her senior would be angry. She could only lower her head silently and leave with him. Seeing the two of them leave, Zhao Qingshan was delighted. That's great. A few days ago, I slept on the floor until my back hurt. I can finally sleep in my bed tonight. Zhao Qingshan smiled faintly. In the afternoon, he brought Maniac Chu back. He wanted to try the spiritual dishes of the Great Sun Sect. He had been on the Tan Yuan continent for a long time, but he had never tasted the food of cultivators. However, it was said that the food of immortal cultivators contained terrifying spiritual energy. If an ordinary mortal ate these spirit vegetables, they would probably explode and die. Even though Taoist Daying tried his best to persuade him to stay, Zhao Qingshan still refused. He returned early to settle Chu Yiren's matter. Time's up. Go back to sleep. Don't cause me any more trouble. He looked up at the sky and confirmed the time. Then, he looked at the pond and the chicken coop and warned the green-haired turtle and the big hen. Only then did he turn around and return to his room. Chapter 53 One of the 10 Great Vicious Creatures. Ghost. Chapter 53 One of the 10 Great Vicious Creatures. Ghost. Devouring Vine. Inside the Great Sun sect, perfected King Yun and Lion Shenian saw that it was about time and also took their leave. In the Great Sun sect, only perfected Zhongxian and the other two were left, as well as many disciples. Big brother, big son, let me toast you again. Yes, yes. Perfected Zhongxian, perfected King Sheng, and perfected Bashan all raised their wine glasses and kept calling Big Brother Daying. He called her very warmly and affectionately. Seniors, don't call me that anymore. I can't bear it. The immortal Da Yun's face was covered in cold sweat. After all, Zhao Qingshan had already left. Facing these three people, he didn't have any confidence. It was like an ant standing beside an elephant. Even if the elephant did not have any ill intentions, the ant would still feel fear. Big brother, big son, we are addressing you from the bottom of our hearts. Yes, yes, you will be our big brother in the future. The three of them said sincerely. Being addressed like this was like a small mountain pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated. Although his cultivation realm was far from the three of them, as sect masters, he had a sense of experience in the ways of the world. Seniors, is there anything you need me to do it? If it is, I will do my best. The Taoist big son went straight to the point and stopped probing. When the three of them heard this, they immediately looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and nodded. Big brother, big son, we do have a favor to ask of you. When the great sun immortal heard this, his eyes narrowed as if he had guessed something. He said, is it about that senior? Actually, he had not guessed it. However, at present, this was the only thing that perfected Zhongxian and the other two could ask of him. After all, he was just a small nascent soul cultivator. In front of these three, he was like an ant that could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. Other than that senior, he had no other value. In the world of cultivation, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. As the sect master of a sect, the great sun immortal saw this matter extremely clearly. Perfected Zhongxian, perfected King Sheng, and perfected Bashan all calmed down. He slowly put down the wine glass in his hand. The three of them walked to the front of the great sun immortal and knelt down. What are you doing, seniors? Please rise. The great sun immortal was extremely shocked. He could not afford to have three tribulation transcendence realm experts kneel down before a mere nascent soul realm cultivator. He hurriedly wanted to support the three of them. However, he discovered a terrifying fact. I can't help myself up. The other three were all tribulation transcendence realm experts. It was naturally impossible for a mere nascent soul realm cultivator like him to touch them. Seniors, what exactly do you want? At this moment, the great sun immortal wanted to cry, but had no tears. He knelt down as well. Not only was he kneeling, but he was also prostrating on the ground. He was truly afraid. Brother big sun, get up. The three of them watched as the grand sun immortal knelt down. Their divine thoughts helped the grand sun immortal up. The great sun immortal was speechless. Seniors, please speak. The immortal of Dayang was completely speechless. In the past, he didn't want to kneel, but under pressure, he could only grovel. Now that he wanted to kneel down, those people wouldn't let him. He had to stand in front of them. Helplessly, he could only let the three of them speak, and understand the reason why the three of them were begging him. Brother big son, we want you to plead with senior for us. Plead for mercy. That's right. Perfected Zhangxian and the other two nodded and then began to tell the story. In fact, half a month ago, we came to threaten you to hold the Grand Prodigy Tournament in the Great Sun Sect. Our true goal is to destroy the entire Great Sun Town today. This is the Ghost-Devouring Vine, a method to destroy Great Sun Town. With that, Perfected Zhangxian took out the black iron box in his hand and placed it in front of the Great Sun Perfected Ghost-Devouring Vine. The Great Sun Immortal's expression changed at this moment. He had already guessed that these three people's goal was to destroy Great Sun Town. However, he didn't expect that he would actually use the Ghost-Devouring Vine. The Ghost-Devouring Vine was one of the 10 great beasts of the Tan Yuan continent. It could suck the souls of people. This wasn't the scariest part. The most terrifying thing about the Ghost-Devouring Vine was that it could imprison a person's soul and burn it with karmic fire, torturing it until it collapsed. However, the Ghost-Devouring Vine would use a special method to save the soul that was about to collapse and burn it again with the hellfire. It caused the soul body to be immortal, but it would forever be burned by the karmics in flames. Just thinking of this, the face of the Grand Sun Immortal turned cold. These people's methods were too sinister. Even though these three people's cultivation realms were far above his, he still could not help but be furious. You guys are too much. It was true that he was in the nascent soul stage, but he, the immortal of the Great Sun, was not someone who fawned over the powerful. If it weren't for Senior, everyone in Great Sun Town would have been devoured by the Ghost-Devouring Vine and their souls would have been burned by the hellfire. This was a supreme sin. He could not be forgiven. Brother Dayang, we know we were wrong, so we apologize to you and the entire Dayang town. Senior definitely knows about this. We are not asking for his forgiveness. We just want you to introduce us to him. We will personally apologize to Senior and beg for Senior's punishment. Perfected Zhangxian and the others all said. They knew that they had committed a grave sin, but fortunately, they had not committed a grave mistake and could still live. Even if they were to suffer the punishment of their seniors, they were willing. However, if they were allowed to leave, they would definitely be killed by the skeletal masked man. They didn't want to go back. He didn't dare to go back. Since you want to accept your punishment, I'll bring you there tomorrow morning. Senior will definitely make a decision. The Great Sun Immortal snorted coldly and looked at these people with an attitude that no longer had the same apprehension as before. Instead, he was filled with anger. Thank you, Big Brother's son. When the three of them heard that the Great Sun Immortal had agreed, their faces were filled with joy. Facing the punishment of their senior, even if they had to be dismembered or have their cultivation crippled, they were already prepared to accept it. As long as they could obtain the protection of their seniors after their punishment, they would be satisfied. As long as he could survive, everything was not a problem. An ancient and profound voice suddenly floated in from the space and fell into the black iron box. Buzz! All of a sudden, the black iron box shook violently. A black kite spread out. Chapter 54 Nanaming Primordial Fire. It's the Nanaming. Chapter 54 Nanaming Primordial Fire. It's the Nanaming. Primordial Fire Paintingi. A tearing sound rang out as the black iron box was torn open by a stream of black gas. As the black iron box was broken, countless black gases appeared and a vine floated in space. Not good. The Ghost-Devouring Vine is out. It's that person who wants to kill us in the future. He wants to use the Ghost-Devouring Vine to devour us. This person is truly ruthless. The expressions of the three people changed. How could they not know that the mysterious curse was the means of the man with the skeleton mask? Brother Big Son, run. We can only survive if we seek the protection of Senior. Perfected Zhangxian's expression changed drastically, and he shouted for everyone to escape quickly. However, by the time the three of them used their spiritual power and escaped outside the hall, they suddenly turned their heads and saw that the vine had already transformed into thousands of tentacles. One of the tentacles enveloped the Great Sun Immortal. The Great Sun Immortal could not move and was about to be devoured. No, I'm going back to save them. You guys go first. Perfected Zhangxian's face darkened. He immediately turned into a stream of light and returned. Well, go back, he said. Perfected Being Qiang and Perfected Being Ba Shan exchanged a glance. nodded, and flew back as well. They couldn't leave the immortal Dayong behind. The three of them turned into 3 streaks of light and attacked the ghost-devouring vine from 3 directions. The current ghost-devouring vine. It wasn't just a single vine anymore, but a myriad of vines that were coiling around the space. The 3 forces landed, causing the ghost-devouring vine to tremble. After all, the ghost-devouring vine's power was equivalent to a 9th-level tribulation transcendence expert. In a situation where he was unprepared, a 9th-stage tribulation transcendence expert would also be injured if he suffered a terrifying attack. Brother Big Sun, let's go! While the ghost-devouring vine was trembling, perfected Zhongxian saved the Great Sun perfected, pulling along Taoist Dayong. He was about to flee at full speed. However, the ghost-devouring vine was furious. Endless vines instantly sealed the entire hall. The door of the hall was already blocked. It was already impossible for perfected Zhongxian and the others to leave. Damn it, this damned ghost-devouring vine is going to devour us all, Taoist Bashan said viciously. I can't just sit there and wait. None of the people present were willing to submit, and they immediately began to fight the ghost-devouring vine. Behind Taoist Bashan, a terrifying power condensed into a green mountain. The green mountain was vast and heavy as it pressed down heavily. Clang! In front of perfected Qiancheng, a Danqian flower appeared. The petals of the Danqian flower turned into the sharpest blade and cut the vines. Whoosh! A huge long blade appeared under perfected Zhongxian. A cold light shone on the blade as if it could cut through everything. A knife will cut down to the point where it's about to be revealed. The Taoist master Dayong, who had just been rescued, did not idle either. He activated his cultivation technique and a fiery sun appeared behind him. The sun shone brightly, emitting a scorching aura. The sun ignited the vines, and some of the vines at the edge began to burn. As the 4 completely different attacks landed, the ghost-devouring vine that had just been released instantly took half a step back. A crack appeared in front of the door of the hall. Let's go! The 4 of them were delighted and wanted to escape. But suddenly, the severed vines on the ground suddenly turned into a huge network that wrapped around the 4 of them. Trapped within. It's over. The 4 people's faces darkened, and they were in despair. The attack just now had already consumed all of their strength. It was already impossible to break through this cage now. Hiss hiss. The vines continued to climb. Wisps of black gas were emitted from the cage. The black gas attached to the surface of their bodies and began to devour them. Damn it. Are we going to die here today? The 4 of them were in utter despair. Suddenly, Big Sun seemed to have remembered something. An image suddenly flashed across his mind. That senior gave him the scroll of the Great Thousand. He didn't know why such a thought flashed through his mind. But there was nothing he could do now. He could only take out the painting that Xiao Changshan had given him from his storage ring. Brother Big Sun, what are you doing with this painting? Perfected Zhongxian could not help but frown and ask. However, the immortal Dayong did not answer him. The black gas had already enveloped him into a sphere. There was no time for nonsense now. The last glimmer of hope rose in the heart of the great sun immortal. Then, he opened the painting. In an instant, a flame that seemed to burn the heavens roared out from the scroll. The vine cage in front of him was instantly burned into black ashes. The black gas that was attached to the surface of their bodies also disappeared in an instant. As for the ghost-devouring vine, it still wanted to use its vines to contain the flames. However, a ferocious aura pounced over from the flames. Ha! 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 The endless inferno instantly set the ghost-devouring vine ablaze. It made crackling sounds. Nanaming primordial fire. This is the Nanaming Ignis painting. Taoist Zhongxian and the other 2 were instantly shocked. As experts in the tribulation transcendence realm, they naturally had such discerning eyes. They could recognize that these flames were the Nanaming primordial fire. As for the Great Sun Immortal's painting, they did not need to think to guess that it was the secret Pavilion Master's Nanaming Ignis painting. No, I can't, that's not right. It's not just the Nanaming primordial fire. This is an even more terrifying flame. It seems to be the god level of the Nanaming primordial fire. Taoist Bashan frowned as he stared at the flames in front of him. His brows were filled with shock. A few breaths of time, He sensed a power that was stronger than the Nanaming primordial fire. In the endless flames, the ghost-devouring vine was burned and exploded, releasing countless vengeful souls and ghosts. Completely dissipated, the great sun immortal's face was filled with shock. When had he ever seen such terrifying flames? He hurriedly rolled up the scroll. As the scroll was put away, the flames burning in the hall followed and entered the scroll. Fortunately, there are seniors. Otherwise, we would all die here today. The great sun immortal let out a long breath and calmed himself down. He raised the scroll in his hand and looked at it respectfully. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the senior. Although he knew that senior's painting scroll was no ordinary treasure, how could he have expected it? It was actually so terrifying. After the ghost-devouring vine was destroyed, in the dark secret chamber, the man wearing the skull mask seemed to have suffered a backlash. A spark floated into the entire dark chamber. He only heard a miserable scream from the dark chamber. Half of the black shadow behind the masked skeleton man was burned away. Chapter 55 Stumbling in Shock 1 Chapter 55 Stumbling in Shock 1 Inside the Great Sun Hall, Perfected Zhangxian and the other three saw this scene. He was stunned. That's it. Although the ghost-devouring vine is terrifying, it still has the ability to resist the Nanaming primordial fire. Even if the Pavilion Master of Divination had the Nanaming primordial fire portrait, he would still need to expend a lot of effort to destroy the ghost-devouring vine. Perfected Great Sun. You actually have such a treasure. You're also in contact with the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets. Perfected Zhangxian and the other two looked at Perfected Daying. The three pairs of eyes stared at her as if they were staring at a beautiful woman. Cough cough. This painting was given to me by Senior. The immortal Dai Yang quickly changed the topic and explained the origin of the painting. Nanaming fire painting. He had also heard of it. That was the treasure of the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets. As long as the scroll was unfolded, the Nanaming primordial fire would turn into a sea of fire and fight the enemy from afar. The Nanaming primordial fire, a celestial flame, was so terrifying. He did not expect that the senior would give him the Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion. The Nanaming primordial fire painting. Could Senior be the Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion? The people of Great Sun Town were slightly stunned, but they immediately rejected this doubt. Perfected Zhangxian and the others were all experts, so they should have seen the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets. Then, the only possibility. It was the Pavilion Master of the Secret Pavilion who gave this painting to Senior. Senior. Perfected Zhangxian was slightly stunned. Then, he remembered that before the Prodigy tournament began, Senior had once handed a scroll to Perfected Dayang, so that was the case. They also reacted. Senior is really meticulous. Perfected Zhangxian suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes bursting with light, and a hint of enlightenment suddenly appeared on his face. What do you mean by that? Perfected Jade Cheng asked in confusion. That's right, plan without fail. Could it be that Senior already knew that the ghost-devouring vine was going to? Taoist Bashan frowned as he spoke. Suddenly, he froze halfway through his sentence. Impossible. Senior even predicted that the Lord would kill us. The more Taoist Bashan spoke, the more shocked he became. Although he sounded doubtful, he had already agreed with this idea in his heart. That Senior's really amazing. Well, hurry up and pay a visit to Senior tomorrow morning. At night, it was as quiet as water. The gentle moonlight shone on the ground, illuminating the small courtyard as if it was covered with a layer of light gauze. Snoring could be heard from the room. Mu Jiyuang sat on the stone table and was in a daze. Ever since she read the book written by Zhou Changzheng, she had been in this state. The great emperor is but an ant in front of those people. After a long time, Mu Jiyuang finally came back to her senses. Her red lips moved slightly as she muttered a sigh. A hint of disappointment flashed across her phoenix eyes. However, her eyes suddenly turned sharp. Even if I am as weak as an ant in front of those people, however, it allowed me to see the realm of the strong. If I, Mu Jiyuan, can become the great empress, then I can also break through the shackles of the Tan Yuan continent and become even stronger. Mu Jiyuan muttered. He regained his confidence and made up his mind to follow Senior and listen to Senior's Tao. Hence, he flashed back to the kitchen to sleep. In the woodshed, Yifan's axe floated above his head. It emitted a faint silver light. It was as if he was completing some kind of transformation. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. As for the small courtyard, Alpha was playing chess. The ants were hiding in the grass, and Fatty Rongrong was in a daze. As for the green-haired turtle in the pond and the big hen in the chicken coop, they stared at each other. However, he did not dare to move. The night slowly passed. The next day, Zhao Changshan woke up from his dream. He had a dream that his books sold well. Then, he opened a bookstore. Some wealthy people even came to him and said that they wanted to open their bookstore all over the Tian Yuan continent. Tisk. It's just a dream, but I actually opened a bookstore again. Let's continue setting up the stall. Zhao Changshan smiled faintly. He got up and washed his face before walking out of the room. Good morning, master. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Mu Jiyuan standing at the door with a smile on her face. After Mu Jiyuan thought it through last night, she made a decision. If she stayed by Senior's side and listened to Senior's words of the great Tao every day, she would be able to improve faster. Yifan was also fetching water. Yifan's axe was pinned to his waist, as if the axe blade had become even sharper. These two people actually woke up earlier than him. Yes. Zhao Changshan nodded and ordered the two of them to move all the bookshelves out. He was going to set up his stall again. The two of them nodded and went to move the bookshelves. Zhao Changshan took Alpha with him and pushed open the door of the small courtyard, ready to go for a walk. However, just as he pushed open the door, he was stunned. Taoist great son, what are you doing? You even brought so many people. Zhao Changshan looked at the door in confusion. Behind the great sun immortal, there were three immortal Zhongxian. The three of them were all smiling and bowing. These three people were prepared to do some bad things. But now they have repented and want you to give them some advice. The great sun immortal said. He was sure that the senior in front of him already knew about the ghost-devouring vine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him the Naniming primordial fire diagram. However, considering that perfected Zhongxian and the others had returned to save him halfway, the great sun perfected still wanted to plead for mercy. I see. Come in. The great sun immortal himself was a terrifying immortal cultivator. But the reason why he came to negotiate with him was probably related to mortals. After all, most of the matters between immortal cultivators were about fighting and killing. Sit. Zhao Changshan said casually. And the great sun immortal sat down skillfully. But when the three of them saw Alpha staring at them, their hair stood on end and they didn't dare to move. It seemed that as long as they moved, in the next moment, he would be slapped to death by the sky-devouring dog. The three of us want sit. We feel guilty and don't dare to sit. Taoist Zhongxian and the other two hurriedly spoke. Zhao Changshan looked at the three of them and nodded. These three people's characters weren't bad. At least he knew that he had done something wrong and felt guilty. He did not lose his conscience. As an immortal cultivator, being able to admit his mistakes in front of mortals was like an emperor admitting his mistakes in front of ordinary people. This required great courage and character. Moreover, according to the great sun immortal, these three people had not done it yet. Everyone, have some tea first. Mu Jiyuan, who was carrying the bookshelves, saw someone coming. She put down the bookshelves in her hands and brought a few cups of tea. Thank you so much. The great sun immortal nodded to express his gratitude. As for the three of them, they also received the teacups and were suddenly shocked. Female. 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 Chapter 56. Chapter 56 Immortal Bashan is Dumb 1. Chapter 56 Immortal Bashan is Dumb 1. They wanted to talk about the Empress. Mu Jiyuan was the Empress of the Nine Phoenix Dynasty. She was at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm and was the strongest human expert on the Tan Yuan continent. Who didn't know? Not to mention them. They were the sect masters of first-rank sects and experts in the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Don't mention my name in front of Senior. Right now, I'm just Senior's maid. Mu Jiyuan transmitted her true essence with a faint smile. Right now, she was just Senior's maid. Maid! The three of them were shocked and opened their mouths wide. Wanting to say something, the dignified empress had such a peerless bearing, countless experts followed, and the rulers killed. How arrogant was that now? She was actually serving as someone else's maid. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. The senior in front of him kicked the black tortoise and slapped the phoenix as if he was bullying a child. Even that lord fled in panic when he saw senior. The empress was very strong, and the woman was also very arrogant. But in front of senior, it was just a slap. Being able to be a servant for a senior was a supreme opportunity. What's wrong with you three? Zhao Changshan looked at perfected Zhang Zian and the other two in confusion. These three were immortal cultivators. Could it be that the spiritual energy in their bodies was conflicting and caused them to stutter? No, it's nothing. Perfected Zhang Zian hurriedly replied. It's good that you're fine. Zhao Changshan nodded, then looked at the great sun immortal and asked, how do you plan to deal with these three? I don't know. If the three of them had committed any crimes below that, I would have definitely sentenced them to have their souls destroyed. But now, they hadn't done anything wrong. They just had the wrong idea. I don't know if I should punish him or not. That's why I wanted to ask you. The great sun immortal said respectfully. Although his cultivation was low, his heart was not devoid of conscience. That was why Great Sun Sect was protecting Great Sun Town. I see. Zhao Changshan nodded again and said, as the saying goes, there is no greater good than knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them. Since the mistake was not committed, he could forgive it this time. However, you will also need to receive a certain punishment. These punishments don't have to be too severe. You can decide for yourself. Immortal Da Yang, the great sun immortal nodded. Since the senior said so, it meant that the three of them could live. The three of us know that we were wrong. But we were ordered by someone. We didn't do anything bad under his orders. Hell kill us. Perfected Zhang Zian looked at Zhao Changshan again with a pleading look in his eyes. If the senior in front of them could protect them, the man wearing the skull mask would not be able to kill them. Perfected Zhang Zian and the other two were all nervous. They stood still, waiting for Zhao Changshan to speak. Zhao Changshan was stunned. There was a mastermind behind this. This matter seemed to be a little troublesome. Fortunately, the Great Sun Immortal was an expert with a profound cultivation. You can ask the Great Sun Immortal for help in this matter. I'm just a mortal and can't help you with anything. Zhao Changshan shook his head and said, he was giving the three of them a hint. As long as they can find the protection of the Great Sun Immortal, we can guarantee our own safety. Perfected Zhang Xian and the other two heard this. He was instantly delighted. Senior wants them to be together with the Great Sun Immortal. The three of them nodded frantically. As long as they were together with the Great Sun Immortal, it seemed that they would be able to obtain the protection of their senior again. As for the man in the skull mask, he was nothing in front of the senior. Yifan carried a bookshelf and walked around them, heading out of the door. Make way, Yifan said indifferently. Perfected Zhang Xian and the other two hurriedly stepped aside and asked in confusion, are these going to be moved outside? We can help. The three of them wanted to leave a good impression in front of Zhao Changshan. Zhao Changshan smiled. Although these people were not as powerful as the Great Sun Immortal, they were still immortal cultivators. Compared to Yifan, who was immortal, Jiu was more powerful. Moving these bookshelves was also much easier. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately moved the bookshelves. These bookshelves did not pose any pressure to the experts who were transcending the tribulation. He casually moved the bookshelf up. The three of them moved the remaining bookshelves out. These are books. Senior's collection of books. Taoist Bashan looked at the books on the bookshelf and asked in puzzlement. He was even a little moved. Could it be that such an expert's collection of books was some kind of peerless cultivation technique? He really wanted to flip it open and appreciate Senior's supreme cultivation technique. However, she retracted her hand halfway. I'm really confused. How can I casually touch Senior's book? If I were to do so, I would be too offended. Taoist Bashan laughed at himself. Perfected Zhangxian and Perfected Qingsheng were the same. Everyone. These books were personally written by my master and are prepared to be sold at a stall. So the three of you can read them. If you want to buy it, you can do so too. Master, little brother. Aren't you Senior's disciple? Taoist Zhangxian noticed Yufan's address and looked at Yufan in shock. The other two also looked over. They realized that they actually could not see Yufan in front of them at all. They only felt that Yufan was like a mortal. However, there was an indescribable aura about him. That aura made them feel that he was in danger. Greetings, Senior. Perfected Zhang Ziyan and the other two hurriedly bowed respectfully to Yufan. There's no need to be so polite, compared to the three of you. I'm just a junior. Yufan. Yufan smiled lightly and nodded his head simply. He walked back to the courtyard and continued chopping firewood. Looking at Yufan's back, Perfected Zhang Ziyan was slightly stunned. Yufan, why do I feel like I've heard this name before? It seems that the name of the eldest son of the Yu family in the West Bull continent is the same. But I heard that the eldest young master was persecuted by the second mistress and had already dug out the supreme, being bone. Could it be? Perfected Zhangxian and the other two were stunned. However, Yufan was now the disciple of an expert. They did not dare to criticize him. He casually picked up a book on the bookshelf and flipped it open. He wanted to see if Senior's book contained a peerless cultivation technique. This. However, when they flipped open the book and scanned it, they were shocked. He was extremely shocked. They saw a brand new world, a world that was completely different from the Tan Yuan continent. However, in this world, everyone was so powerful that they could destroy the Tan Yuan continent in a single breath. These people are too terrifying. Fortunately, it's just a description in the book. Immortal Ba Shan gasped and said with relief, haha, the description in the book was personally written by Senior. Chapter 57 Chapter 571 Want, Go to Yihan Restaurant 1. Chapter 571 Want, Go to Yihan Restaurant 1. You mean that Senior witnessed all of this with his own eyes? Perfected Qiong Cheng said in a low voice. His breathing quickened, and his entire body began to tremble. In fact, he had already decided on this idea. It was just that it was too shocking and he did not dare to accept it for the time being. Not only did Senior witness it with your own eyes, but I also feel that Senior is an invincible person who walked out of that war. Those people have the sun, moon, and stars in their hands. With a wave of their hands, the universe will collapse. But Senior was able to come out of that war and write down these things. I don't need to say what it means. Taoist Zhangxian said in a deep voice. His body was also trembling. The seniors must have experienced the war. Not only that, they must have survived the war. It was enough to prove that Senior's cultivation had already far surpassed those people. Those people already had the sun, moon, and stars in their hands, breaking the river of time. How terrifying would Senior's methods be? They didn't dare to think about it anymore. His entire body quivered. Senior, I want to buy a book. Perfected Zhangxian was the first to come back to his senses. Holding the book in his hand, he walked into the small courtyard. Seeing this, the other two picked up their books and walked towards the courtyard. You want to buy books? Do you think this book is interesting? Zhao Changshan heard the three of them holding books and threatening to buy them, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the cultivators of this world, he also liked to read these cultivation novels? If that was the case, wouldn't his bookstore be able to continue operating and business was booming? Your book is so good. Yes. The others also said, alright, I'll sell it to you. 10 copper coins per person. I'll give you a discounted price. Zhao Changshan smiled. Originally, he thought that this book was probably cold, but he didn't expect that these immortal cultivators actually liked to read it. 10 copper coins. Hearing the price, the three of them were shocked. Senior's book recorded a once glorious era. Such a divine book was only sold for 10 copper coins. Perfected Zhangxian, Perfected Qin Sheng, and Perfected Bashan looked at each other with shock on their faces. Senior, well, buy all the books here. Perfected Zhangxian said directly. The matter came to an end. Zhao Changshan weighed the 10 gold taels in his hand and nodded in satisfaction as he watched the four of them leave. It seemed that his idea of opening a bookstore was indeed feasible. Just now, he had already communicated with the people of Dang Town that they wanted to open a bookstore in the relay station. When the time came, he would give the dividends to immortal Da Yang, However, Taoist Big Sun didn't want a single cent. He immediately agreed to this matter and contacted the person in charge of the relay station. He would immediately come to his small courtyard to discuss with him. "Sir, I'm here." A fat man with a big belly appeared in front of the courtyard. The fat on his face swayed like waves. He had a sexy mustache and was wearing a large coat. This was the person in charge of the relay station. Xiao Yang. He knew her. Head shopkeeper Xiao. "You're a Zixionist. Don't ever call me Lord." Xiao Changshan smiled faintly. "Yes, my lord." Xiao Yang nodded. "Alright, let's discuss about opening a bookstore." Xiao Changshan had no choice but to change the topic. A month passed. The bookstore was built on the courier station, and with Xiao Yang's special promotion, all of Xiao Changshan's books were sold in a short period of time. There was even a shortage of stock. Xiao Changshan was very satisfied. Within a month, another 5 books were written, all of which sold like hotcakes. These people are too strong. Dukai turning into spirit. How terrifying. A single sword that can sever the river of time. FCK. This is too awesome. In the northern Baron state, Xiao Changshan's book had already been widely circulated. The price of this book had already reached 100 taels of gold. However, Xiao Changshan felt that it was a little too scary, so he returned to the normal price. Now, he only needed 1 tael of silver. Otherwise, Xiao Changshan's house would be filled with gold. Xiao Changshan sat in the room and looked at the hundreds of gold taels. He didn't even dare to think about it before. With a few hundred taels of gold, one could already be considered rich among mortals. Compared to those immortal cultivators, this white liang of gold might not be able to buy a spirit stone. However, the system had yet to open up the path of invincibility for him. Even if he obtained spirit stones, he would not be able to cultivate. He was already very satisfied with this gold. Be content, disciple. I'm going to buy meat today. I'll personally cook tonight to improve your meals. Xiao Changshan took out a tael of gold and said with a smile. After a while, he would expand the bookstore and open it in Nanbu State. He had even thought of the name of the academy. It would be called Changshan Bookstore. Outside Dayang Town, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure walked over with graceful steps. My lord wants me to use a honey trap to deal with that person. Hee. One don't care what kind of expert you are. Could it be that he could not fall in love with this old lady? The woman held a cattail leaf fan in her hand. The mountain peaks in front of her chest were like raging waves, and the peaks were like a gathering. It was a magnificent sight. A breeze blew past. It carried a strange fragrance. Behind her were dozens of beautiful women, all of whom had sweet smiles on their faces. Lady boss, when we reach Dayang Town, will you really give us 1 tael of gold every month? A girl asked in confusion. That's right, even in those big places. Rich people were generous, but they did not even get 1 tael of gold a month. The group of women chattered. Don't worry, the tael of gold that I promised you will definitely be fulfilled. The woman who was walking at the front with a cattail leaf fan smiled contemptuously. In his eyes, trash like gold was just a stone. It was useless. His main goal was to deal with Xiao Changshan. A few days later, in Dayang Town, a pavilion named Happy Red Court had been built at some point in time. Instantly, it caused an uproar in the entire Dayang Town, especially the mortals of Dayang Town. When had they ever seen such a beautiful woman? They all went to Yihang Pavilion curiously. Even Xiao Changshan had heard about this matter. His face revealed a puzzled expression. Yihang Pavilion. Isn't this? What was it? Xiao Changshan didn't say it. However, he would never go. Not even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 58 Handsome Young Master. What are you? Chapter 58 Handsome Young Master. What are you? Trying to test me abouty? Ding System Quest. Head to the Happy Red Brothel and have a long chat with the owner of the Happy Red Brothel. The system notification sounded. Xiao Changshan was stunned. What kind of mission was this? Talk all night. What is it about? The system didn't explain it clearly either. Forget it, you'll just have to suffer a little and go meet the boss of the Happy Red Brothel. Xiao Changshan sighed. After leaving some instructions to Mu Jihuang and Yifan, he left. After all, the sooner he could complete the system's mission, the sooner he could start his path to invincibility. Xiao Changshan left the small courtyard after giving Mu Jiuhuang and Yi Fan some instructions. They headed to this happy red pavilion. This time, he knew that there were many dangers. If he was not careful, he would enter the Azure Dragon Pool and White Tiger Cave. It was extremely dangerous. However, for the sake of his invincible path, he still went all out. Xiao Changshan arrived in front of the happy red pavilion, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Laughter could be heard. What a handsome young master, come and play. Sir, I'm proficient in all 18 martial arts. Do you want to try? Don't listen to them. Their martial arts aren't as good as mine. Hey, handsome young master, come with me. I don't want money. How about I give you money? An extremely alluring voice sounded. An old virgin like Xiao Changshan felt his entire body go numb after hearing it. He almost had his blood boiling and had an old problem. Fortunately, Shu Yiren had been in the same room as him during this period of time. She had already thought of all sorts of ways to suppress her emotions. None of you can. I want to see your lady boss. Xiao Changshan said. Yeah. What's so good about the lady boss? Come find us directly. Could it be that you, this handsome young master, look down on our martial arts? Young man, although the lady boss is young, she doesn't have much actual combat experience. Young man, I can only give you a piece of advice. You don't know how good it is to be old. The few women standing at the entrance of the Yihong Pavilion all rebuked. A regretful expression appeared on his face. There was nothing they could do. Xiao Changshan was the most handsome and extraordinary person they had received in the past few days. It was like seeing a rose among wildflowers. Everyone's face revealed a wolf-like expression. Young man, you're playing with flowers. You came in to look for the lady boss. A few strong men walked out of the happy red pavilion. Their legs were trembling, their faces were pale, and their footsteps were unsteady. It was obvious that last night was too exhausting. Go back and have a good rest. Xiao Changshan laughed and then walked into the happy red pavilion. Young master, have you seen any Yihong restaurant where the boss wants to do business personally? A handsome woman leading the way said with a smile. Her smile was filled with charm. He looked at Xiao Changshan and felt his blood boiling again. Cut the crap and bring me to your boss. Xiao Changshan was helpless. His face darkened and his voice became serious. If he continued to be teased like this, he would probably faint on the ground before he could see the lady boss and complete the system's mission. Oh, why are you so fierce? The woman who was leading the way chuckled and teased Xiao Changshan again. Xiao Changshan was completely speechless. When had he ever seen such a storm? But in the end, he still persevered and suppressed his surging blood essence. Finally, at the highest point of the attic, in a room covered with roses, he saw the lady boss. Lady boss, I've brought you your men. The woman who was leading the way turned around and smiled. She threw Xiao Changshan a flirtatious look and then laughed. Are you the lady boss? Xiao Changshan looked at the woman in front of him. She was beautiful and wore a long dress with a pomegranate pattern. There was a charming smile on her face. Extremely evil. He only took a glance. He felt a reaction. What is it? Does young Master Jun want to have a long talk with me all night? The woman giggled, but a trace of doubt arose in her heart. She was just about to make a move on this person, but she did not expect this person to actually come looking for her. Could it be that he recognized his identity? It shouldn't be. He had disguised himself very well. In order to complete the mission, he had even sealed his cultivation. He was just a mortal now, and there was no spiritual energy fluctuation on his body. Of course, Xiao Changshan sat down opposite the lady boss. His blood was boiling, making him a little unsteady. HC, young master is really joking. Don't you know the lady boss doesn't accept customers? The woman chuckled, her gaze gradually becoming vigilant. He felt that the person in front of him might have recognized her identity. You'll pay. Xiao Changshan took out a tael of gold and slammed it on the table. Happy Red Brothel opened its doors to do business. Who wouldn't do business for money? Besides, he just wanted to talk all night. It was normal to talk about family matters and dreams. Master. Don't mess around. I don't accept guests. The lady boss laughed and refused again. However, Zhao Changshan took out another tael of gold and slammed it on the table. I don't want to. Seeing that the lady boss still wanted to refuse, Zhao Changshan directly increased the price. Zhao Changshan didn't say anything and directly raised the price to 10 gold taels. He didn't believe that anyone would reject such a generous offer. He was only doing this to complete the system's mission. Although 10 taels of gold was extremely precious to him, he still felt that it was not a loss for the path of invincibility. Looking at the 10 taels of gold on the table, the lady boss brows finally relaxed. Good, I agree. The lady boss giggled and agreed. If she didn't agree even with 10 gold taels, then she was acting too abnormally. I can only test it out later, the woman thought. Then, she stood up and gently took off her clothes. A light yellow muslin slipped down from her shoulders, revealing her snow-white skin and delicate collarbone. With a charming smile on her face, she walked towards Zhao Changshan. Master, tell me, how do you want to play? What kind of kung fu do you want to test me for? The lady boss' red lips curled up. Her fair hands slowly rested on Zhao Changshan's shoulders. As she approached, the fragrance on her body spread and entered Zhao Changshan's nose. I want to talk to you all night, Zhao Changshan replied. Master, please follow me. The lady boss waved her hand, and her delicate hands left Zhao Changshan's shoulders again, as if she was trying to seduce him. Chapter 59 Reward. White Tiger. Chapter 59 Reward. White Tiger. Master, are we going to maintain this position? The lady boss said gently. A light panting sound came from the red muslin on the big bed. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he wore a charming expression on his face. She wanted to seduce Zhao Changshan, who was sitting cross-legged opposite her, because Zhao Changshan had taken off his shoes and gone to bed with her. In the end, they were really chatting here. They didn't even do anything. Of course. What else do you want? Zhao Changshan could feel the warmth of the lady boss' body. He felt his blood boiling and his body straightened. He hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at the lady boss opposite him warily. This was the lady boss territory. If the lady boss drugged him and cut off his organs to buy them, wouldn't he be at a loss? Before activating the system's invincible path, he definitely had to be cautious. The lady boss sat opposite Zhao Changshan and smiled gently. In fact, she was also releasing a kind of bewitching fragrance. The higher one's cultivation was, the stronger the medicinal effects of this kind of bewitching fragrance would be. According to ancient records, this knockout powder was almost guaranteed to hit the target for Mahayana realm cultivators. The person in front of him was definitely above the tribulation, at least in the Mahayana realm. On the contrary, she had sealed her cultivation. She was only a mortal now, and mortals would not have any reaction to this knockout powder. Master, where were we just now? The lady boss smiled and picked up the cattail leaf fan. She pretended to fan the sweat on her forehead, but in fact, she mixed the knockout powder into the perfume. As the fan was waved by the slender hand, a fragrant wind blew towards Zhao Changshan. Zhao Changshan sniffed and frowned. He quickly covered his nose with his clothes. Is it effective? Seeing Zhao Changshan's strange behavior, the lady boss' red lips curled up slightly, and her face revealed a trace of anticipation. As expected, his knockout powder was effective. Master, how do you feel now? The lady boss smiled and withdrew her left hand, taking out a crystal ball. He immediately prepared to report to the skull-masked man. What's that smell? Open the window. Zhao Changshan covered his nose and said, Damn it. I thought that this stupid system had really come to its senses and asked me to complete some simple tasks. I didn't expect it to be the Green Dragon Pool and White Tiger Cave. This woman didn't have such a fragrance on her body before, but she suddenly had it. It was very likely that it was the legendary knockout powder. As expected, this woman wanted to knock him unconscious and do whatever she wanted to him. Fortunately, he had seen through it. Zhao Changshan opened the window and waited for the fragrance to dissipate before putting down his nose. Open the windows and get more ventilation. The air is fresh, and you can be healthy. Right. Zhou Changshan smiled and looked at the lady boss. Oh, yes. Yes. The lady boss hurriedly nodded. Her left hand that was holding the crystal ball trembled in fear. And the crystal ball rolled out. She was extremely afraid now. The person in front of her had actually discovered the knockout powder mixed in the fragrance. Terrifying. Even the part that he had absorbed earlier did not affect him at all. Could it be that this person's cultivation wasn't affected by the knockout powder? Could it be his cultivation had already surpassed the shackles of the Tian Yuan continent? According to the ancient records, apart from mortals, only experts who had transcended the shackles of the Tian Yuan continent were immune to the effects of the knockout powder. The person in front of him was definitely not a mortal. Then, there was only the second possibility. The expert before him had already reached a cultivation level that surpassed that of the Tian Yuan continent. The lady boss sucked in a cold breath in her heart. She was also one of the core members of the Dark Chamber. Naturally, he knew that to reach this level, one had to be the legendary ancient emperor before the fallen emperor era. An ancient emperor. This person before him was an ancient emperor. Moreover, he had already seen through his identity. The lady boss' face instantly darkened. There was only one thought in her mind. It was over. In front of an ancient emperor. Even if he removed his cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to live. Not to mention the current him, who had sealed all his meridians. Lady boss. What's wrong? Seeing the lady boss like this, Zhou Changshan frowned, his face full of doubt. Just a moment ago, he was still smiling at her. Why did he have a long face the next second? What is this crystal ball for? Zhou Changshan took the crystal ball in his hand and revealed a puzzled expression. Why was the lady boss holding a crystal ball? However, this crystal ball looked quite beautiful. It was extremely round and didn't look like it was going to make a fuss. Zhou Changshan looked at the lady boss and said, Lady boss, this crystal ball is mine. Quat. Zhou Changshan said and kept the crystal ball. Previously, he had already paid 10 taels of gold. Although this crystal ball was round, it was not worth much. There were many of these crystal balls in the streets. The lady boss was shocked again. The senior in front of him had even guessed the secret of the crystal ball. It's over. It's over. I'm going to die here today. Time slowly passed. The night passed quickly. In her panic and fear, the lady boss sealed her cultivation, so she quickly fell asleep. As for Zhou Changshan, he sat by the window and looked at the moon through the crystal ball. Gradually, the night dissipated, and the dawn arrived. The first ray of sunlight shone on the lady boss face. Zhou Changshan didn't even turn his head. The system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. Reward a white tiger. White tiger. Zhou Changshan frowned slightly, his face revealing a curious look. This time, it wouldn't be biased. Right. Receive your reward. As Zhou Changshan's voice fell, a white light suddenly flashed in front of his hands. The white light was extremely dazzling and even carried a hint of holiness. The white light gradually became idle. Zhou Changshan also looked at the rewards with anticipation. Meow. However, Zhou Changshan's face instantly fell as he heard a meow. This is a hammer-like white tiger. Zhou Changshan was furious. How could this be a white tiger if it wasn't a white tiger? Why couldn't it be a tiger? What the FCK? A white kitten, playing. Meow, meow, meow. The white kitten was only the size of a palm, and it was still in the form of a cub. Hey, kitten, come up. Zhou Changshan sighed helplessly and squatted down. He stretched out a hand and gently called out to the kitten. Chapter 60 Did you eat the heavenly sortie? Chapter 60 Did you eat the heavenly sortie? Meow. That little kitten cried out loudly. Its 4 legs were extremely flexible, and in a few steps, it climbed onto Zhou Changshan's hand. You're quite smart. Zhou Changshan looked at the kitten in his palm and couldn't help but caress it. Although the system was deceiving him again, this little kitten was indeed quite cute. Thus, Zhou Changshan carried the kitten and walked out of Yihan Pavilion. This handsome young master, your body is really good. You can still walk. so steadily when you come out from the lady boss place. Come again next time. I won't charge you. Heh. Bewitching voices rang out. The women standing outside the happy red pavilion all covered their faces and smiled. They looked at Zhao Changshan's back with burning eyes. This young master was very capable. Even if they didn't charge, they still wanted to experience it once. Zhao Changshan carried the snow-white cat Mengxi and returned to the courtyard. As for this name, it was randomly picked on the way. Master, you're back. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Mu Jiu Huang greeted them with a smile and a cup of tea in her hand. Jiu are you alright? Zhao Changshan looked at Mu Jiu Huang in front of him with a puzzled expression. Jiu was acting a little abnormal today. In the past, Jiu was not so meticulous. Zhao Changshan thought for a moment and reached out his hand, slowly reaching for Mu Jiu Huang's forehead. Master, what do you want? Seeing Zhao Changshan's hand reaching towards her, Mu Jiu Huang's face instantly turned red. Master, don't tell me you want to. Yes. Her temperature is normal. Zhao Changshan nodded. He placed his hand on Mu Jiu Huang's forehead and compared the temperature with his own. After confirming that Mu Jiu Huang was not having a fever, he heaved a sigh of relief. Phew! Mu Jiu Huang saw that Zhao Changshan only touched her forehead and didn't do anything else. Her nervous mood instantly relaxed. Instantly, her jade-like neck turned red. She wanted to slap herself. Master was a gentleman. That night when she was unconscious, Master did not do anything to her. These few days, her mood had been unstable, and she had actually started to let her imagination run wild. Was Master that kind of person? Master, please have some tea. Let me hold this kitten. Mu Jiu Huang handed the teacup over and Zhao Changshan nodded. However, when Mu Jiu Huang took Miao Mengxi from Zhao Changshan's hands, the white tiger suddenly let out a deep roar. She was a white tiger and did not like the aura of strangers. The white tiger's deep roar frightened Mu Jiu Huang so much that she retreated continuously. Her outstretched hands were so frightened that they retracted. A giant tiger appeared in her sea of consciousness. The white tiger's domineering aura shook the 9 heavens. It lay across the galaxy with a peerless figure and let out a muffled roar. In an instant, countless stars fell and the galaxy collapsed. How terrifying! White tiger. Mu Jiu Huang's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. The white kitten in Senior's hand was a white tiger, one of the 4 great divine beasts. The white tiger. Mu Jiu Huang could not help but gasp in shock. He didn't dare to touch the kitten again. What's wrong? Don't like the aura of strangers? Zhao Changshan asked. He knew that cats were extremely vigilant. The white tiger hurriedly nodded. This woman in front of him was really too weak. She was the supreme white tiger and was naturally arrogant. Zhao Changshan nodded and picked up the white tiger. Then in the future, Yao feed this green-haired turtle. The old hen. And Alpha. I'll take care of this kitten first. Zhao Changtian ordered, bringing his little cat and fatty Rongrong to Great Sun Town's Kang Mountain for a stroll. The main purpose of bringing the fat Rongrong was that the bamboo in the courtyard was almost eaten up. He had already instructed Yufan to change to a new batch. North Baron State. Heavenly Sword Villa. The huge manor was scattered on a huge ancient sword. It was spectacular. At the same time, countless sword kai flew out and turned into white light, surrounding the Heavenly Sword Villa. Suddenly, a huge white light shot into the sky, forming a pillar of light that soared into the sky. Suddenly, a vast sword kai appeared in the light pillar. The sword kai was unbridled, as if it wanted to split the world apart. With a single sword strike, it broke the huge light pillar. Ha ha ha! Heavenly Sword! I finally mastered the Heavenly Sword. The pillar of light dissipated, and a tall and sturdy man appeared. His skin was bronze, and his upper body was naked. His entire body emitted a heroic aura. He was the owner of Heavenly Sword Villa, Tai Hanshan. In his hand was a peerless sword. The long sword was extremely sharp, and it emitted waves of dragon roars in the space. The sword chime sounded like a dragon's roar. Tai Shanhan waved his sword casually. The sharp sword tore through the air and slashed down. The mountain in front of him was directly cut into 2 halves. Ha ha ha! 1. Dinyan years. It took me a full 1. to forge this heavenly sword. From now on, my heavenly sword villa will be famous for this sword. Ha ha ha. Aye. Tai Shanhan laughed loudly as he brandished the heavenly sword in his hand, cleaving mountains and seas. He was proud of his success. Knowing that he was tired of slashing, he landed in the sky. The heavenly sword is invincible. Tai Shanhan looked at the sword in his hand and focused all his energy on it. He didn't even have time to look at the road. He did not notice that a huge mouth had suddenly reached out from the bamboo forest in front of him and bit the heavenly sword. Gotcha! As the huge mouth bit down, the heavenly sword in Tai Shanhan's hand was directly broken from the middle. Even the part that was bitten off was chewed by the Iron Eater seriously, making a crispy sound. It was as if he was eating bamboo. You ate my heavenly sword. Tai Shanhan looked at the heavenly sword in his hand. It had already been cut in two. In front of him was a black and white, round formation beast, which was chewing seriously. There was even a delicious expression on his face. He seemed to be extremely satisfied with the taste of the heavenly sword. What the FCK, you're courting death? Tai Shanhan's expression changed, and he was instantly enraged. This heavenly sword was the divine weapon that he was most satisfied with after he had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. The demonic beast in front of him actually ate it. His anger instantly covered his rationality. The true essence in his body instantly surged, and an extremely terrifying aura instantly erupted, directly blasting towards Fatty Rongrong. Boom! Immediately, a loud collision sound was heard. Chapter 61 Reforge this sword 1. Chapter 61 Reforge this sword 1. Muffled sounds. Xiao Changshan was alarmed. What happened? Let's go and take a look. Xiao Changshan looked at the other side of the bamboo forest with confusion. Very quickly walking over, he saw Fatty Rongrong sitting on a man. That man struggled, wanting to get up. But Fatty Rongrong was like a mountain, unmoving. No matter how hard the man struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Who else could this man be but Tai Shanhan? He roused the true essence around his body, launching an attack with all his might towards Fatty Rongrong. However, he realized that he could not break through the defense. Soon after, he was suppressed here by Fatty Rongrong. Tai Shanhan let out a series of helpless and furious cries. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. Rongrong, quickly get up. Seeing this, Xiao Chaishan was shocked. This man looked strong and muscular. However, Rongrong sat on him, unable to even turn over. As expected, dead muscles don't work. Xiao Changtan thought in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. One hand grabbing the back of Rongrong's neck, one hand lifting her up. This, are you alright? Xiao Changshan held back his laughter as he looked at this muscular man. Age Roman 2. I'm fine. Tai Shanhan looked at Xiao Changshan and stammered. The ferocious beast before him was an Iron Eater. During the process of the sky sword being swallowed and then suppressed, the memories of the Iron Eater finally surfaced in Tai Shanhan's mind. Back then, wasn't it because of the ancestors' regret that all the swords he forged were swallowed by the Iron Eater? No matter how good the materials were, no matter what techniques were used, it was still impossible to forge a perfect sword that could resist the Iron Eaters. That was why Tai Shanhan had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. He had combined the techniques of his predecessors to create this heavenly sword. Originally, he was full of confidence and forged a sword that no one had ever forged before. However, it was casually devoured. Until just now, when he witnessed the power of the Iron Eater, he thought he would die here. He didn't expect to be saved right away. The man in front of him could pick up the Iron Eater with one hand. What kind of cultivation was this? Could it be that he had already surpassed the tribulation and was a legendary master of the Mahayana realm? Tai Shanhan looked at Xiao Changshan and frowned. Strange. Why did this person in front of him not have any cultivation quat? But how can a mortal lift an Iron Eater with one hand? That shouldn't be. Tai Shanhan's eyes scanned the tiger from head to toe. And soon, he saw the white tiger. In an instant, the white tiger glared at him. A majestic pressure instantly struck Tai Shanhan's head. He only felt that his sea of consciousness was like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. He saw a huge white tiger hovering in the sky, surrounded by countless suns, moons, and stars. However, this white tiger only let out a deep roar. In an instant, the countless stars collapsed. Countless galaxies collapsed in an instant. This terrifying scene had caused Tai Shanhan to be incomparably shocked. This is the divine white tiger. Just as he was about to get up, he was shocked again and fell to the ground again. His face was as pale as water, so weak. Zhao Changshan looked at the cold iron mountain in confusion and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Isn't this too empty? He looked tall and muscular, but how could he fall just by standing up? Zhao Changshan couldn't stand it anymore. Get up. What? Zhao Changshan stretched out a hand to help Tai Shanhan up. As Zhao Changshan's right hand appeared, the terrifying aura of the white tiger instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it didn't exist at all. The pressure on him was greatly reduced. Tai Shanhan kicked his feet and stood up easily. Tai Shanhan hurriedly bowed and saluted. His heart was filled with fear, and it was like a surging wave. The senior in front of him only stretched out a hand and was actually able to eliminate the aura of the divine white tiger. Heavens! He could no longer imagine what cultivation level this senior in front of him had. Pay attention to your rest and don't overexert yourself. Zhao Changshan looked at Tai Shanhan thanking him. He didn't refuse, but reminded him patiently. The man in front of him was obviously extremely weak because he had overused himself. This matter required more attention. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Tai Shanhan didn't dare to refute and immediately agreed. The seniors in front of him were all peerless experts, and they were followed by god-eating iron beasts and even divine beast white tigers. He could not afford to provoke such an expert. Why was there a broken sword here? Is this yours? Zhao Changshan looked at Tai Shanhan in confusion. Yes, no, it isn't. Tai Shanhan hurriedly shook his head. The heavenly sword that he had forged had now become a pile of residue. He really did not want to admit it. However, Zhao Changshan could easily tell that this person was lying. Even a 3-year-old child or a primary school student in his previous life could tell that the child in front of him was lying. Your sword isn't very good. Zhao Changshan held the sword hilt and observed it for a while. This sword had too many flaws. His forging skill had actually reached the maximum level long ago. However, it was a waste of energy to forge iron every day. So Zhao Changshan didn't want to make anything to earn money. It was too tiring. The price-of-performance ratio was low. This was relative to the moral world. However, if he had cultivation, he could earn a lot of money with his god-grade forging technique. In the world of cultivation, those spirit weapons were quite valuable. How could this sword be broken like this? Zhao Changshan had the divine level forging technique, so he could tell that this sword had been forged not long ago. It seemed to have been bitten by something, which was why the sword had an irregular shape. Sob. Hearing Zhao Changshan's question, the fat Rongrong lowered her head, hugging Zhao Changshan's thigh, rubbing it with all her might. It's you. Zhao Changshan frowned and instantly reacted. Your teeth are so good. Zhao Changshan looked at fatty Rongrong, his face filled with disbelief. Forget it. Since it was my spirit beast that bit your sword to such a state, then I'll accompany you. Come with me to my house. I'll forge a new one for you. Let's play again. Tai Shanhan was stunned. Could it be that the senior in front of him also knew the art of sword forging? Tai Shanhan nodded and followed behind him in confusion. Chapter 62 Take it for self-defense. You're too weaky. Chapter 62 Take it for self-defense. You're too weaky. Very fast. Led by Zhao Changshan, Tai Shanhan arrived at the courtyard. What a simple courtyard. This is senior's residence. Tai Shanhan sized up the layout of the small courtyard. He instantly saw the green-haired turtle, Alpha, the big hen, and an ant the size of a palm. Thud. Tai Shanhan immediately fell to the ground. He was shocked. In his sea of consciousness, a Xuanwu silhouette as tall as the sky appeared. It was a phoenix that was covered in flames, and the flames seemed to be burning the heavens. It was a huge dog that opened its mouth as if it wanted to devour the sky and the moon. An ant that had walked out from the chaos. The auras were extremely terrifying, not inferior to the white tiger phantom from before. In front of these powerful auras, Tai Shanhen could only tremble. This is so fake. Zhao Changshan heard a thud and turned his head. He saw the scene in front of him. Have a seat first. Zhao Changshan took out a chair and placed it beside Tai Shanhen. As Zhao Changshan's voice fell, Tai Shanhen felt the terrifying Kai power in his sea of consciousness disappear. Tai Shanhen's legs trembled. He let out a long breath and sat down on the chair shakily. Seeing him sit down, Zhao Changshan felt relieved. He went to the woodshed to look for some smithing materials. Tai Shanhen took a deep breath, and his expression eased up. Chief Tai. Just as Tai Shanhen was about to close his eyes and adjust his state of mind, another voice sounded. Female. Female. Female Emperor. Seeing Mu Jiyuan, Tai Shanhen rolled down from the stool. He looked at Mu Jiyuan in front of him and felt that he had seen a ghost today. Why did he encounter so many experts? SHH. Don't talk nonsense. Here, I am senior's maid. Mu Jiyuan's phoenix eyes narrowed as she stared at Tai Shanhen and warned him. He was the weakest in this small courtyard. Senior's maid. Tai Shanhen's eyes widened as he patted his head. Only then did he realize that he was not dreaming. And he did not hear wrongly. The dignified Nine Phoenix matriarch was actually serving as a maid for someone else. That senior. Tai Shanhen felt like he was going crazy. Could it be that everything in this world had changed just because he had been in seclusion for 1,000 years? Could it be that the tribulation transcendence realm was already at the bottom of this world? Tai Shanhen couldn't help but ask this question. He had experienced a lot of ups and downs today. His entire worldview was about to be overturned. He only felt that the 1,000 years he spent in seclusion were empty. Here. Yi Fan. Prepare to light the fire. Just as Tai Shanhen was sighing with emotion, Zhao Changshan had already taken out the pile of metal pieces given by the system, and the tools that he was gradually using. Yes, master. Yi Fan nodded and put the axe on his waist. He walked over and started to heat the boiler. Beside the stove was a furnace used for forging. Yi Fan casually pulled the bellows, and the flames in the furnace became more and more vigorous. As expected, people who work often are not weak. Zhao Changshan looked at Yi Fan and nodded his head in satisfaction. He saw that Yi Fan was not sweating at all. Even the frequency of pulling the bellows was stabilized at a certain speed, and it was even getting faster and faster. It was obvious that he was used to diving into the water to chop firewood. Jiu take him away from here. Zhao Changshan ordered Mu Jiyuan. When he was forging, the high temperature was very dangerous. He asked the two of them to leave. His next set of actions was as smooth as flowing water. He threw the iron pieces in and melted them with the fire in the furnace. When all the iron pieces had turned into molten iron, they began to pour. Clang! The sound of a hammer smashing down could be heard. Zhao Changshan held the hammer and smashed it heavily on the steel in front of him. I didn't expect the hammer given by the system to be quite useful. It doesn't take any effort at all. Zhao Changshan held the hammer and struck it, but he didn't feel tired at all. In fact, the more he struck, the more excited he became. Every strike of Senior's hammer is like a falling star. How terrifying! Mu Jiyuan was terrified when she saw this. She felt that this hammer seemed to be imbued with a power that could destroy the heavens. Tai Shanhen, who was kneeling beside the small stool, felt his heart trembling as he watched each hammer strike. What kind of power was this? He didn't dare to look anymore. He hurriedly closed his eyes and sealed his sixth senses, because he felt that if this continued, the sound of the hammering might even cause his veins to explode. Yi Fan looked at the hammer and his expression became solemn. In the pond, in the chicken coop, and in the bamboo forest, Black Tortoise and the others also looked over. Master picked up the hammer again. The few of them were motionless as they watched attentively. Clang clang. The sound of hammering could be heard continuously. Finally, 4 hours later, Zhao Changshan finally hammered down and nodded in satisfaction. Come, Rongrong, come and bite. Zhao Changshan smiled faintly, handing the sword he had just forged to Fatty Rongrong. Fatty Rongrong looked at Zhao Changshan in confusion before biting down. Ding! With a crisp sound, Fatty Rongrong actually lost a tooth. Tai Shanhen was stunned. Senior's sword had been forged without any strange phenomenon. It was ordinary, but even so, the Iron Eater's medicine was still not able to stop. Here you go, Zhao Changshan said as he handed the sword to Tai Shanhen. This sword was originally meant to compensate Tai Shanhen. With his successful forging skills, the sword he forged would definitely be much stronger than the one Tai Shanhen had forged before. Tai Shanhen took the treasured sword. In an instant, a sword intent that penetrated his body attacked him. His entire body trembled, and his cultivation even broke through a level. Good sword, Tai Shanhen praised. As a sword forger, he naturally knew how rare the sword in front of him was. Since it's a good sword, then take it. Zhao Changshan nodded in satisfaction. Senior, this sword, you really gave it to me. Tai Shanhen was shocked that such a peerless sword was given to him by Senior. He even felt that he was not worthy of holding this sword. Just take it. If you encounter a mountain bandit or something along the way, it'll be good for self-defense. Amquat. Zhao Changshan waved his hand and said indifferently. The muscular man in front of him was too weak. If he met someone on the road, he could use him to protect himself and not be bullied. Chapter 63 Chapter 63 Tai Shanhen was killed. My life is overall. Chapter 63 Tai Shanhen was killed. My life is overall. He took the sword. Tai Shanhen was stunned on the spot, his face full of disbelief. A divine sword of this level was given to him just like that. Wasn't Senior's magnanimity a little too great? Thank you. Senior, thank you. Senior. Tai Shanhen kneeled on the ground excitedly, holding the long sword with both hands. His face was full of joy as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhao Changshan. All right. It's just a casually forged sword. In my small courtyard, there are too many tools and materials that are lacking. This sword can only be considered to have barely passed. Zhao Changshan waved his hand. His forging skill was at the great success stage. There were still many things that he was not satisfied with. However, there was no other way. There were too few tools in the small courtyard. All right, it's still early. You should hurry back. Zhao Changshan looked at Tai Shanhen kneeling on the ground and ordered. The muscular man in front of him was too weak. There was no place for anyone to stay in his small courtyard. It was better to hurry back. If she fainted on the way, she could at least find someone to help her during the day. Tai Shanhen nodded hurriedly. He left the courtyard. Tai Shanhen held the longsword lovingly and waved it gently, bringing with it a series of dragon roars. Senior is really a good person. Such a good sword, and you gave it to me just like that. Senior is really domineering mighty. However, Tai Shanhen also knew that such a divine sword must not be exposed to the public. Otherwise, just this heavenly sword alone would cause a huge uproar in the entire immortal cultivation world. Therefore, before he left Daying Town, Tai Shanhen put the divine sword Zhao Changshan forged into his ring. Sigh. I've been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Tai Shanhen mocked himself. Unknowingly, he had already left Daying Town a great distance away. However, his mind was completely occupied with the matter of the divine sword. He did not notice that he had already arrived above the North Sea. How did I end up in the North Sea? Tai Shanhen looked at the North Sea in front of him and frowned. He was going back to the 10,000 Swords Villa. So why did he come to the North Sea? Just as Tai Shanhen was feeling puzzled, more than a dozen black shadows suddenly appeared. These men in black instantly surrounded Tai Shanhen. Congratulations, Sect Leader Tai, for forging the heavenly sword. The person in the lead was Hafiden and his voice was muddy. It was obvious that he was hiding himself and did not want others to know. Who are you? Tai Shanhen's expression turned cold. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the dozen or so people around him. His heart sank. He could feel that these dozen auras were definitely not simple. Some of them were even stronger than him. The masked man in the lead even gave him a sense of extreme danger. We are the guides of the Iron Chief. Otherwise, why would the Iron Chief come to the North Sea? The leading man in black laughed. Tai Shanhen's face darkened when he heard this. He closed his eyes and opened them again, instantly recalling everything clearly. It turned out that these people took advantage of the time when he was distracted to use an illusion to change the scene in front of him. It caused him to unintentionally come to the North Sea. Everything was done intentionally by these people. What exactly are you guys after the heavenly sword? Tai Shanhan said warily, a bad feeling rising in his heart. He, sect leader Tai. We are just nameless people. Rumor has it that the Iron Sect Master spent 1,000 years to forge this sword. The appearance of the heavenly sword has caused a phenomenon of tens of thousands of miles. The few of us want to see the power of the heavenly sword. Sect leader Tai. Please do not be stingy. Otherwise haha. The man in the lead went straight to the point. HMPH. Borrow. Bringing more than 10 people to surround them is a fake attitude. If you want to rob them openly, then just say it. The heavenly sword has been destroyed. Even if the heavenly sword is still here, I won't hand it over to you. You sneaky people, hiding your heads and dirty faces, and acting like rats. You're not worthy of holding a sword. Iron Mountain Han was furious. As the leader of the 10,000 Swords Villa, he was a famous swordsmith. The sword. It's my life. That was a supreme item. How could these rats in front of him touch it? I just got my hands on this sword, and these people want to snatch it. This was simply a dream. Tai Shanhan was enraged. He would definitely kill these rats in front of him today. Tai Shanhan instantly roused the true essence around his body, and his 5th level tribulation transcendence cultivation instantly erupted. In an instant, the North Sea was filled with surging waves and howling gales. We're not here to fight. We are here to take the heavenly sword. However, the black figures did not move. Each of them took out a blue bead. The bead moved, and in an instant, more than 10 blue lights were emitted from the bead. The dozen or so beams of blue light turned into arcs and intertwined in the sky. Finally, they gathered at a point, and a blue ball of light instantly formed. Sea Demon Confinement Killing Array. Tai Shanhan punched the blue light curtain, but it didn't change at all. It was as if he had hit soft cotton, making the power of his punch almost equal to 0. After being struck by the force, the same force bounced back from the blue light screen. Tai Shanhan's expression changed immediately. His figure flashed, barely avoiding the rebound attack in front of him. Then, he recognized the array in front of him. The Siren Trap and Kill Array was an array specially used by the Hunter clan's experts in the Tribulation Realm. Within the Sea Demon's Confinement Killing Array, the attacks of the Tribulation Transcending experts would be blocked by the powerful sea power. It was as if they were attacking cotton and could not cause any damage. On the contrary, the people outside the array could attack as they pleased. You are humans, but you colluded with the sea race. Tai Shanhan's expression was ferocious, and his ice-cold gaze seemed to want to kill someone. The dozen or so black-clothed men in front of him were using the sea race's Sea Demon Confinement Array. This was an attack that only the royal family of the sea race would use. We only have a beneficial relationship with the sea race. How can we talk about collusion? Sect leader Tai. Hand over the sky sword. We don't want to take your life. What we need is the heavenly sword. The leader of the black-clothed men sneered. More than 10 men in black surrounded him, each of them wearing a cold smile. If I don't hand it over. Tai Shanhan's face darkened. The identities of these men in black were definitely not simple. To be able to collude with the royal family of the sea race. How could he be a simple person? If you don't hand it over, then leave your life behind. Chapter 64 Invincible Divine Sword 1. Chapter 64 Invincible Divine Sword 1. As soon as the voice sounded, the men in black immediately launched their own attacks on the Siren Confinement Killing Array. More than a dozen streams of power gathered, and colorful true essence light exploded. It was about to land on the Siren Confinement Killing Array. After falling, Tai Shanhan would be severely injured if not dead. HMPH. Do you really think you can take me down today? Tai Shanhan's face turned cold and his brows sank. A light flashed on his ring. A divine sound of a sword rang out, like the roar of a tiger or dragon. Just as the dazzling attack was about to land, a sharp beam shot into the sky and tore through space. Slash. The blue light screen of the Siren Confinement Killing Array was cut open by this sharp light. In just an instant, a hole was torn open. Tai Shanhan's figure turned into a stream of light and flew out of the crack in an instant. The experts surrounding Tai Shanhen revealed a look of disbelief. This confinement-killing array was borrowed from a demon emperor. It was actually broken just like that. That sword is the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword broke the sea demon's confinement-killing array. Go, the leader of the men in black shouted. He did not expect the heavenly sword to be so sharp that it could break the confinement-killing array with one strike. However, the sharper the heavenly sword was, the more excited they were. The black-robed man immediately revealed an excited expression as he threw a punch towards Tai Shanhen. He wanted to snatch the heavenly sword. Your cultivation level is higher than mine. Then you'll be fooled. Ha ha ha. Tai Shanhen burst into laughter as he watched the leader of the man in black rushing towards him. He was certain that the man in black before him wanted to snatch the sword away. He turned his sword and stabbed at the fist of the man in black. Sword Kai whistled. Bang! The black-clothed man's punch carried the power of 10,000 katas and instantly broke the sword Kai. HMPH. The heavenly sword is a divine artifact, but your strength is too weak. The man wrapped his fist in true essence and punched at the sword. He thought that Tai Shanhen wanted to fight him with the sharpness of the heavenly sword. However, in the next moment, he realized that he was wrong. Tai Shanhen held his long sword and pierced through his fist, piercing his arm bone, and his sword pierced through his heart. Iu. The black-robed man revealed an extremely shocked expression. He was so shocked that he could not speak. That sword was too sharp. So sharp that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Although his attack had landed on Tai Shanhen's body, it was still too late. However, he would not be able to survive if this sharp divine sword pierced through his heart. Go to hell. Tai Shanhen smiled and immediately swallowed a pill. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his long sword, and the black-robed man in front of him was instantly cut into pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist. You dare to kill our boss, you're courting death. The dozen men in black behind him immediately rushed towards Tai Shanhen. He, the only person who can threaten me is dead. Holding the divine sword, Tai Shanhen's confidence increased greatly. Arrogant. Great might golden wheel. Die. More than a dozen experts who were passing the tribulation used their methods together to kill Tai Shanhen. However, Tai Shanhen was holding a long sword, and his figure was extremely agile. The sword lights were like cutting melons and vegetables. Bang 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 bang. Sword light flashed, and the dozen or so black-clothed men were also directly killed. Who else? Tai Shanhen held the divine sword and killed more than a dozen experts in the tribulation transcendence realm in a few breaths. Although other than the leader of the black-robed men, the rest were only at the first level of the tribulation transcendence realm. But now that he had the divine sword in his hand, Tai Shanhen couldn't help but feel excited. The divine sword forged by the senior was too terrifying. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a few more claps sounded. Tai Shanhen was startled because he did not sense any aura approaching. I'm here. A voice sounded behind Tai Shanhen. Tai Shanhen's expression suddenly changed drastically. He suddenly pulled his body away and saw that a pitch-black catfish sea king had already appeared there. Tai Shanhen's expression changed drastically. He really didn't expect that there would be a sea king behind those people. Did you command them? Tai Shanhen was in despair. Although he could kill those humans at the tribulation transcendence realm with his sword, he had no chance against the sea king. In fact, because he was on the sea, it was very difficult for him to escape. No. The person behind them is in a cooperative relationship with me. The catfish sea king shook his head. You also want to seize the sword. Tai Shanhen's eyes were alert. Originally, I was disdainful of the weapons of the human race. However, just now, this sword was actually able to cut through the siren confinement-killing array. King Catfish said. So, are you going to seize the sword? Tai Shanhen said. Ha! The Catfish Sea King chuckled, and an overwhelming pressure instantly crushed out. Under the terrifying aura of Catfish Sea King, Tai Shanhen was like a small boat on the sea. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Am I going to die here today? Tai Shanhen was terrified and began to burn the blood essence in his body. The scene above the sea was seen by a pair of green eyes. Then, a green light flew out. Zhao Changshan? who had finished forging, was resting on a rocking chair. In fact, he did not feel tired. It was just that he had to take good care of his body for the sake of being invincible. Forget it. He'll go and take a nap. Zhao Changchen turned over and felt that it was better to take a rest. After saying that, he walked into the room. Mu Jiuwang stood rooted to the ground and looked at the hammer. Her face was pale. The hammer gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. This hammer. Mu Jiuwang stared at the hammer. Her phoenix eyes focused. She couldn't help but reach out to touch the hammer. However, she was surprised to find that no matter how hard she tried, she could not pick up the hammer. How did this happen? Mu Jiuwang was shocked. In an instant, a tall figure appeared in her sea of consciousness, holding this hammer in his hand. In front of her, powerful figures appeared one after another. She could not look directly at those figures. However, in her trance, she suddenly saw the tall figure smash out with his hammer. The powerful figures in front of him were directly destroyed. Mu Jiuwang was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Don't even think about it. This hammer recognizes its owner. At this moment, the lazy voice of the green-haired turtle sounded from the pool. Chapter 65 Who asked you to call me Sea Kingle? Chapter 65 Who asked you to call me Sea Kingle? I see. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Black Tortoise. Mu Jiuwang said respectfully. If it wasn't for the Black Tortoise's temporary power, her sea of consciousness would have collapsed. Master, he's too powerful. Mu Jiuwang looked into the room and recalled the great emperor she had seen in her master's book. Could it be that master killed those people with one hammer? The green-haired turtle's expression changed. It was originally blowing bubbles in the pool when it suddenly received a green light and immediately surfaced. There's actually such a bold fellow who dares to snatch a sword gifted by master. The green-haired turtle directly broadcasted the scene to the small courtyard. How dare you, you're just a little bug. Do you want to die? In the chicken coop, the old hen raised her proud head, her eyes burning with anger. Alpha stopped the game in his hands. The chaos ant walked out from the bushes. The primal chaos ant said indifferently, the red light on its two antennae flashing. Instantly the four divine beasts carrying fatty Rongrong disappeared from the courtyard. In the next moment, they arrived above the North Sea. Catfish Demon King held the sword forged by Zhao Changchen in one hand and strangled Tai Shantan's neck with the other. His expression was arrogant. Ha ha ha, this sword is mine. The Catfish Sea King laughed loudly. He looked at the sword in his hand and was extremely satisfied. However, when it raised its head, it suddenly saw 5 demon beasts suddenly appear in the sky. Moreover, he didn't know when he had appeared. Catfish Sea King stared at Black Tortoise and the others with a puzzled expression. The few demons in front of him were flying in the air in front of him, but he actually could not see through the cultivation of these demon beasts in front of him. He was the Sea King, a 9th-level tribulation transcendent sea race demon beast. Could it be that there was an existence stronger than him? The only explanation was that the few demon beasts in front of him had used a special method to hide their auras. Thinking of the key point, Catfish Sea King instantly calmed down. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be too flustered. I am the Sea Clan's Sea King. How many? Catfish Sea King wanted to speak, but before he could say the word position, Black Tortoise directly slapped him. With a crisp slap, Catfish Sea King was sent flying. Zhao Changchen's sword and Tai Shanhan flew out together with Catfish Sea King, both of them getting rid of their restraints. Tai Shanhan steadied his body and waved his hand. The divine sword returned to his hand. Fanqiu, Senior, seeing Black Tortoise and the others, Tai Shanhan was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that he was finished, but the few great divine beasts in Senior's small courtyard had all arrived. You dare to let others snatch Master's things? The old hen spread out her domain, and endless flames seemed to burn the heavens. The terrifying aura directly pressed down on Tai Shanhan until he couldn't breathe. Tai Shanhan wanted to explain, but he was so ashamed that he could only lower his head. Thanks to Senior's great love, he actually let the divine sword be snatched by others. It was indeed his fault. He really couldn't explain this matter. Alright, this catfish is stronger than you. It's understandable that you can't beat it. But this ugly catfish actually dares to call himself the Sea King. You're courting death. The green-haired turtle was furious. Other than him, there was actually someone who dared to call him the Sea King. How audacious! Could it be that these people didn't know that the name Sea King had been taken by him? As he spoke, he slapped her again. Pa! A clear and loud slap sounded. The catfish Sea King was like a deflated ball as it flew backward with a terrified expression. Big brother, Grandpa, sparked me. When the catfish Sea King saw the black tortoise's true body, it was so scared that it went limp. It did not dare to fight back at all and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. However, the black tortoise's slap did not stop. This person actually dared to call him the Sea King. He couldn't tolerate it. Remember, in the future, only I can be called the Sea King in this world. Do you understand? Black Tortoise said angrily. Such a domineering name. You, a small catfish demon beast, actually dared to call yourself that. You're simply tired of living. Sea King isn't Sea King just a title. We all call the 9th level tribulation transcenders of the sea race the Sea King. Damp quat. Senior, is there a problem? Catfish Sea King looked at Black Tortoise in confusion. It was just a title. So why was Senior so angry? And many people call themselves the Sea King. FCK. Come, bring me to your king. The black tortoise grabbed the ugly catfish demon beast with its palm. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from where they were. Senior Black Tortoise. Tai Shanhan was a little worried when he saw this scene. However, he was not worried about the black tortoise. He was worried about the sea tribe. He was worried that Senior Black Tortoise wouldn't destroy the Sea King of the entire sea race alone. Right. There's a limit to our attacks. The black tortoise will at most teach them a lesson. These ant-like existences, unless they dare to be disrespectful to Master or Master gives the order, we generally won't kill them. Alpha used his spiritual power to condense a chessboard in the void. It would take some time for Black Tortoise to return, so he could continue the chess game from before. The Catfish Sea King gave him the coordinates, and Black Tortoise used his space god art. In just a moment, he appeared in a huge palace. The interior of this huge palace was brightly lit, and countless luminous pearls decorated the entire wall. Countless mermaids danced in the hall. A huge whale was lying on a huge seat. Its body was filled with mermaids. The mermaids' faces were burning and their bodies were limp. This huge whale was the emperor of the sea race. Whale Emperor. There's no one. Bear with it for a while. You'll be able to end the battle soon. The Whale Shark King lingered among the mermaids. His expression was extremely focused. A voice suddenly rang out. You are their emperor. The sudden voice caused the Whale King, who was focused on the throne, to suddenly tremble. His body shivered and he rolled down from the throne. In an instant, his body shrunk by more than 2 times. Who is it? Come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. The Whale King shouted with a puzzled expression. He didn't see anyone. Hey, I'm here. Chapter 66 Announcement Sea King will change its. Chapter 66 Announcement Sea King will change its name in the future. 1. The Whale King followed the voice and looked over. He was instantly shocked. Before his eyes, a green-haired turtle and a catfish Sea King had appeared. Catfish, why did you bring an ugly green-furred turtle here? The Whale King looked at the green-haired turtle in front of him with a look of disdain. Ugly turtle. Catfish Sea King was just about to open his mouth when he froze on the spot. There was only one thought in his mind. His emperor was finished. Hey, Catfish. Why are you trembling? Why are there palm marks on your face? Who hit you? Is it your rival? The Crab King. The Whale King asked curiously. And you ugly turtle. Why are you standing there like a fool when your master was beaten? You still dare to glare at me, Catfish. Your subordinate is courting death. As it spoke, the Whale King twisted its massive body and swung its tail at the black tortoise. We're finished. Catfish saw the scene and immediately sensed the monstrous killing intent behind him. Forget it. You'll play dead. Catfish Sea King slapped the back of his head and fainted. He did not want to experience the black tortoise's aura a second time. It was too f***ing terrifying. He was afraid. The furious Whale King did not notice the unconscious Catfish Sea King in front of him. Its huge tail caused the entire palace to feel as if a tsunami had occurred. Countless sea-race demon beasts were swept into the whirlpool. Above the sea, countless human tribulation transcending experts who passed by quickly retreated. The Whale King is angry. Countless experts fled with fear on their faces. Ha ha ha. Whip the turtle. I'll beat you to death today. The Whale King laughed loudly. He was already imagining crushing the black tortoise into dust. In the next moment, his huge tail slammed into the black tortoise's body, as if it had crashed into an iron wall, emitting a huge trembling sound. The Whale King's entire body was sent flying. The palace pillar in front of him collapsed. Countless powerful buildings smashed into the Whale King's body. FCK. So strong. The Whale King felt that the shark fin in his body had already turned into a pile of mud. The bone spurs in his body broke inch by inch. The Whale King only reacted after feeling the intense pain from the discussion. Had he encountered the former? But wasn't this too strong? Those old fellows in the Sea Clan's forbidden grounds were also not that strong. Right. Humph. The black tortoise in the distance was still furious. This fat whale actually dared to call itself an ugly turtle. I'm the mighty black tortoise. Which person doesn't praise me for being handsome, mighty, and domineering? Can't you talk, don't speak anymore? The furious black tortoise directly used a great divine power, and instantly, a white light descended. The Whale King realized that he couldn't open his mouth. Woo woo woo. The Whale King was dumbfounded. He couldn't open his mouth. He looked at Black Tortoise in horror. How could he not know that this was Black Tortoise's method? When he turned his head, the huge whale's body shrunk by 10 times again. He was frightened. The Whale Emperor saw a huge black tortoise phantom with 4 thick legs that looked like heavenly pillars. That black tortoise was actually taller than the sky. With the suppression of his bloodline and the pressure of his aura, the Whale King was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. What did you call me just now? The black tortoise stood high above, looking down at the Whale Emperor, who was lying on the ground. Senior is mighty and domineering. You're as handsome as a jade tree and as beautiful as Panon. You're comparable to Ximon King and have peerless beauty. There was no black tortoise as handsome as Senior in the world. The Whale Emperor instantly used his spiritual will to write hundreds of words of praise on the ground before him. Yes, that's more like it. Looking at the hundreds of compliments, Black Tortoise nodded. At least you're on the right track. If your eyes aren't good, go and take a look. This black tortoise is so domineering. Yet you actually dare to call me an ugly turtle. If this was in the past, I would have beaten you to death long ago. However, Master is a human. He is merciful and doesn't allow me to kill as I please. You are considered lucky, Black Tortoise said indifferently. The dried fish whale emperor hurriedly jumped up and down on the ground to express its gratitude. At the same time, he was shocked. The black tortoise actually had a master, and that master was. Today, I only want to say one thing. From now on, the name Sea King can only be used by me on the Tan Yuan continent. No one can use it. Understand? Black Tortoise said domineeringly. Bada bada. The whale emperor quickly jumped up and down on the ground in agreement. HMPH. If there's any Sea Clan member who calls himself the Sea King in the future, he'll come and find you. Do you hear me? Black Tortoise said coldly. With that, he left in a flash. On the same day, something big happened on Tianyuan Road. The Sea Race announced to the countless races of demons and devils that the Sea King would change his name from now on. The sea demons at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm would all change their names to Sea King. Among the humans, could it be that the Sea Race was plotting something again? Among the demon race, this damn Sea Race actually wanted to monopolize the poison in the demon race. The title Jun was higher than King. Within the demon race, was that whale emperor of the Sea Race crazy again? All the races on the Tan Yuan continent were puzzled by this matter. They had even sent out all sorts of channels to find out. However, he did not find any clues. The whale emperor didn't mention anything about this matter, so no one knew what was going on, except for Black Tortoise and the others. Tai Shanhen was even more shocked. Lord Black Tortoise had single-handedly changed the situation of the Sea Race on the Tan Yuan continent. Alright, we should go back. After Black Tortoise came back, he told Taishanhan not to lose the precious sword made by his master. Then, he cast a look of approval toward the depths of the sea. A bit of Xuan Wu Kai fell as a reward for the 1,000-year-old Tang Jiao. Hualala. Under the sea, Tang Jiao, who had obtained the celestial martial Kai, was surrounded by a faint silver light. His strength had increased by a step. He happily wandered around the surface of the sea, his gaze gradually becoming firm. In the future, follow Big Brother Black Tortoise. The black shadow behind the man with the skull mask had mostly disappeared because of the flames from last time. I didn't expect that there would be such an old fellow among the human race. It seems that the plan needs to be carried out one step ahead of time. We can't delay any longer, the skull-masked man said in a hoarse voice. He pinched the blood-red token in his hand. In the Tianyuan continent, in countless sects, in different corners, the tokens in the rings of people lit up with red light. Part 1 of the series ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give us a like and subscribe so we can be motivated to make even better videos in the future.